Hi, how's it going?
Hi. Oh God, I sound really blown out.
Let me here. Let me pull it down a little bit. Oh, I think my stream is going in your background.
Oh, it is. One sec. No, it's my mic still sounds hot as like what the
Oh, it might be me. I let me turn my mic up and bring yours down.
yeah, bring mine down a little bit. I'm
Okay.
gonna turn my sensitivity down.
Chat, can you hear Miss
Hang on.
Milena?
And turn up on my side. Testing.
Sorry, just a second. Do it again. Test. Talk to me. How's your day?
It's going all right. I've just been hanging out.
Turn her up a bit, please. Okay. Okay.
Oh, I
Test
I
now.
think this headset just sucks. Give me a second.
Oh, it's not you. It's me. I looked at the audio back when I was doing the Sunday debate and like, damn, my audio's
Oh, okay.
yeah. Okay,
Okay.
I think it's good now. So, welcome. This is Miss Milena,
Hey.
and hi. And we're gonna be going over the Poppy and Zena video, the stream that they did yesterday, which should be good because there's some good memes in there. So,
All right.
yeah.
Are
Let
you
me.
gonna? I guess you're gonna stream in the Discord?
Yeah,
Should I
I'll
just
share it
like
to you. I'll
mute
share it
your
to you.
main stream? Okay. You can just jump
Uh,
back their pre-roll. They have a long pre-roll because yeah.
okay. Just a second. Oh, there we go. Okay. And there's the little. You guys can see the little
Our little
icons.
characters, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Although I will say, Rain came up with something that I thought was really funny, where instead of Xena being like a lamprey or something, it would make much more sense for them to be a Psyduck because they contribute very little of substance to the conversation and their migraines are constantly happening and things up. And I think that's amazing.
That is actually a really, really good
I think that
analogy.
your next puppet for them should definitely be just a Psyduck with a flapping bill.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can work on it. I can work on it. Okay. Also, Noehflake's in the chat. Hello, Noehflake. So
Hi, Haley.
we're gonna go for it because there's a lot of though. I do want to take a moment to appreciate the fan art here. I mean, is this fan art or is this just art that they
Yeah, it's all
commissioned?
fan art,
Okay,
including
this
from
one's
people that no longer are okay with her that she still likes putting on stream, which I guess is a flex of some kind, but yeah, it's not.
I didn't know that Xena was a furry as well.
Yeah, Xena, that's why they show up as like Galaxy Bunny and stuff on
Damn.
their on yeah, they're on Blue Sky. Yeah, they just all have me blocked, of course. So
Wow. Okay. Just admiring the artwork here. There's this one, which I have no idea what the is happening here.
I don't.
Then there's a puppy saying trans rights,
That's
and
Bun, their puppy, which the Bun is in like Bun deserves no wrong. Like Bun is an adorable sweetheart and
yeah.
deserves better.
Okay. And who's this lady here?
I have no clue, dude. Like,
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
that's Penny with her hallucinogenic, roofie bodily
Vaginal
fluids
secretions.
and
Yeah.
vases and braces, and started off as a teenage sex worker off of the coast of Thailand. So, weird stuff. But,
Yeah.
I do think
Very
the
weird.
the little puppets of her biting the stuff on the right are really cute.
Yeah, it's cute. It's still weird, but it's cute. But if
Look,
it
I'm trying to give what little look. You've got her O face in the corner. Like, come on.
okay, yeah, okay. Look,
Ugh.
the art, the
This, by
artist
the
is
way,
very talented. Okay.
just so you know. Oh yeah, Arya Goldberry is incredibly talented. But just so you know, this is what Poppy considered safe for work when she was shopping around for because she put a censored bar over the clearly splayed thighs. Like, yeah, this is safe for work in Poppy
Yeah,
standards.
this is totally safe for work. Okay,
Yes.
nice, very nice. Somebody says, "Holy Tumblr." Okay, nice one. Wow. I mean, the artist is very talented. I have to say.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
great art.
Yeah. Great art. Okay, then there's this picture that we've all seen before. Oh, and a
I don't
character
think they
sheet.
got to the Liana videos. I would have loved to see them go over the Liana videos because they talk about us like cherry picking things, and Liana goes over a massive document of hundreds of screenshots and cherry picks so hard that she literally reads like the first half of a
Yeah.
paragraph and then skips the second half, which disproves the point that she's trying to
Yeah.
make by cherry picking the first half.
I mean, we went
It's
over it on
nuts.
stream. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, you
She
did.
it's
You did.
to me, it's very clear that she was purposely being deceptive in that. It was very clear.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
no. Liana is hilariously a joke.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
no reason to be afraid of her or take her seriously. I think it's really funny how they act like she's their secret weapon when she is like if you take her into a debate, the only way she would win is by yelling over everybody, pretty much the same way Poppy and Zena do. So it's clear they get along. But yeah, if
Yeah.
you put us into an actual conversation and pointed out all the inconsistencies and double standards with her, she would crumble. She's an idiot.
Yeah. Yeah. I know, I agree with you. I think the fact that like people who were on her supposed side during Gamergate think that she's a grifter is pretty interesting as well. So yeah, this is the hyena succubus character. So everybody can see
Yes.
that yes, there is a vibrator in there.
Yeah,
Okay.
her favorite things. She had to specifically request for those items to be put in there. They're not random.
Wow.
Like you have to remember that.
Okay. Interesting.
So collar, vibrator, those glasses, and an iPad with one of her favorite Yuri webcomics on it. I've read that webcomic. She sent it
Okay.
to me. It's actually pretty good, but
Okay.
yeah.
Interesting. Somebody in the chat says, I don't know, Milena, the Mortal Kombat 2 lore that no one cares about that she used to say you were bad was pretty compelling. Yeah,
I
I
don't
mean, I can't
even
argue with that. I
play
can't.
Mortal Kombat, and that's Milena, not Milena. It's spelled differently, so it's yeah. When she went off on that thread, she's like, "I think that that was a red flag from the start, bitch." Like it's just
Yeah.
reaching so hard.
Yeah. Wild. Wild. Okay, and then next up is this on your knees, which I don't know. Is this supposed to be Sage?
I don't know who those characters are meant to be. I'm assuming the one with the devil. Actually, no, that makes sense that it would be Sage, but I have no idea.
It looks kind of like Sage. I don't know.
Yeah.
I could be
I mean,
wrong.
I need to make it clear, of course, for like before we go too far with this. I know we're just talking about the art and stuff, but just to make it clear, like everything I'm saying on the stream is just my perspective. They're allegations, so to speak. They're my opinion.
Yep.
And I'm not like, you can go and look at everyone else's words on their own things. I'm not trying to keep anyone from informing themselves fully about the situation. I'm pretty sure that if you look at what they've said about stuff versus what we've said about stuff, if you come to your own decision and are still on their side, more power to you. I don't really care.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I also I'll throw in a couple of disclaimers that, we're here to like laugh at some of this stuff and we're here to kind of like goof and stuff. But obviously, I do not endorse any type of harassment. Please do not
Yeah.
go bother anybody. Do not harass anybody. Do not, poke at people. Leave them alone, okay?
Yeah.
Just do not touch, okay? And
Yeah.
and yeah, and
And
again,
I want to like, can I say a couple other things
yeah,
specifically
Mhm.
about all this? Like, because
Mhm.
we kind of rushed into the stupid
Sure.
stream. Like, I know that some people have a problem with you, and I understand. I think that they're
Yeah.
kind of things that you have to accept when interacting with people from the lib sphere. You are proudly lib pilled. I am not, but I don't think that that
Yeah.
means that like I have to endorse every single thing you've done to see that you are, a well-intentioned person who is actually open to talking and listening. And I am open to having conversations with people. And so far, the when we first looked at your streams and Malcolm's streams at the very beginning, it was very much the kind of thing that we were worried about, where it's like, oh, these people are just like laughing this off. But
Yeah.
you both very quickly like saw how serious it was and took it seriously and treat it with like actual empathy. And like you have puppets
Yeah.
and stuff over the stuff, sure, because you have to have some levity through these
Yeah.
dozens of hours of reading off abuse. But like
Yeah.
I'm chill with you. And between
Thank
us
you.
personally, like I don't have to be okay with every single thing you do. This is the same way that like you don't have to be okay with Richard Spencer to interview him. So yeah,
Yeah.
I just don't take that stance where I have to shut myself off from people just
Yeah.
because of
Yeah.
general disagreements.
I mean,
And
we
as for
probably sorry, go ahead.
well, I was going to say with President's Sunday, something that a lot of people didn't get to see afterwards was I went onto a group VC onto his server and was hanging out and just talking about like general philosophy within the leftist space. And he came into the chat and actually like apologized for how it had kind of gone off the rails. And we had a
Yeah.
good civil conversation after that. And overall, I do think that he's a decent person, particularly off stream. I think streams kind of push people into a certain level of, you know, performativity or whatever. But like, I think he's fine, and like me and him are cool. I don't want to be like, just starting fights with people and saying, well, that person just because they said that. Like,
Yeah.
I think it's more important to form your own opinions and have conversations with people and Yeah, so
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And, I will say, like, I know that I'm like just somebody who seems to get on a lot of people's nerves. So I do appreciate it. And I think that, like, in reality, like, when I'm not memeing, if we were like to sit down and like talk about like at least our values and stuff, we probably have a lot in common, but,
yeah,
policy wise it's different, right?
yeah.
So I think it's different that way, but I think at the end of the day I don't make friends based off of political lines. So yeah.
I actually worked a
Yeah.
job where I was coworkers with a guy who was incredibly conservative for a while,
Yeah.
and we actually had long talks in the parking lot about our beliefs and how we disagreed because we both know that the other person wasn't a bad person. And largely
Yeah.
in the end, it came down to we wanted the same things for people. We just disagreed on how those things should be accomplished.
Yeah.
And we were
Yeah.
actually able to be pretty good friends for a while. So
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, that's where I come from. And you talked earlier about like growing up as, a first gen immigrant and having to deal with
Yeah.
that stuff. Like I just don't think that people realize that sometimes, and they're too quick
Yeah.
to, write people like me off for just having conversations.
Yeah.
So
I think that's a really important perspective, right? Like being a first gen immigrant and just being exposed to like generally, like if we're being real, like immigrant communities tend to be more socially conservative than non-immigrant ones.
yeah,
And like if we're being real, like, it's not like you have a choice really a lot of the time growing up to like not interact with somebody, right?
God,
It's just not something that it's not something that's afforded. So
I'm
yeah,
sure we could have
yeah,
a whole stream just talking about our stories
yeah.
from that side of experience.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, just the experience of like even like how gender segregated even like some of
Oh my
the
God,
spaces are.
yeah.
So, yeah. But yeah, it was nice to like kind of read that and be like, "Oh, okay. Like somebody is understanding where I'm coming from with that."
Yeah,
So,
and
yeah.
people have to remember, I'm not just like purely from the progressive sphere. I do align with a lot of their views, but at the same time, like Zena's community was the first one that I landed in when I entered that space, and I've only been in there
Yeah.
since then, and it's largely been in this context. So
Yeah.
I think like I'm totally chill with Demon Mama. I'm friends with a couple of her mods. Like I'm friends with Gayfesh. I love him.
Mhm.
He's a good friend of mine. And like I would say I'm a fan of Luxander and Riverboat Jack mostly.
Mhm.
I think those are the
Mhm.
communities I've fallen into the best because they're more chill and just like have kind of a cozier vibe. But I kind of still am sort of an outsider, and I don't really go approaching things the same way that all of them do. So I hope that doesn't cause big rifts between people that have followed me so far.
I don't think so. I don't see why it would, right? Like I think we all generally agree on the situation, right?
Yeah,
So,
I think at the
yeah.
very least we can rely on this whole fiasco.
Yeah, yeah. So moving forward in this, is this Star Wars?
Yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's her versus Lily Orchard,
Oh,
who she then extended an olive branch to go after, you know, the sister that Orchard allegedly horrifically abused for
yes.
years. That Poppy was giving a platform and a space, and once they had a personal disagreement, Poppy decided that she was cool with the alleged, sex
Rapist.
abuser.
Yeah, yeah. Great
Cool,
stuff.
Poppy. Good to know where your priorities lie.
Yeah, yeah. Good with one sex abuser, but another one is, well, alleged, right? Is which is not even like it's not even like, I
Yeah.
mean, if we're being real, it's not even.
Well, yeah, Courtney Pete
Yeah.
is non-binary, but they are agender, so they kind of cycle between
Okay.
pronouns.
Yeah. Yeah.
Acknowledging Glitterbell in the chat. Oh yeah, and then Poppy extended an olive branch to him over her fight with me. And of course, both Lily and Courtney basically laughed at Poppy and told her to go f herself.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
It was funny.
absolutely. Yeah. Okay. And I guess like before we get into it, I should ask like just so it's not like, I'm not afraid to ask the hard questions here, okay? The Poppy and Zena allege that you are their. Why do you think they think that about you?
First off, because they're incapable of getting any part of their personality from themselves, and they
Okay.
started off being one of Lily Orchard's alleged stalkers. A lot of their personality
Wow.
they take from Lily Orchard. And it's really funny because they talk about it being, coping and seething when I adopt the nicknames they come up for me, which, let's be real, Great Value Sephiroth is hilarious. It
Yeah.
is hilarious. and I was the head of the League of Evil X's because we have the receipts to show that when Hella dumped her and Xena, hashtag no ZZ erasure. Actually, I don't care. Put an eraser over her head and their head. Sorry, they switch back and forth in private. It's but they used that first. They gave us that nickname after Hella dumped them, and we just adopted it. We're like, wow, this bitch really thinks she's Ramona Flowers. Okay, well, off. We're taking this, and our evidence tracking server is literally called League HQ, and it has been ever since. And we're fine with that. That's fine. It's funny.
Yeah.
And she likes to, Poppy likes to do the thing where she projects intent. She likes to assign intent to people, and her recent thing was like, "Oh, look at Milena coping and seething over the fact that like she's using our nickname for her." And I'm like, "Dude, it's funny. I literally am not bothered. It's funny to me." So, and the whole point of this is that they first started adopting the nickname that Lily Orchard gave them in a video that was calling them out as one of her stalkers, as Carol. And they even, I don't know if it was in this stream, but up until very recently at least, they were still using the art that Lily Orchard had put into her video about Carol from like 2 or 3 years ago. In their intro sequence, they still had that art. So if she's just gonna like act like we're coping and seething for adopting the silly that she assigns us and calling us stalkers, look in the mirror, babe. I don't know what to tell you.
So Carol is what, like the name that Lily Orchard gave to Poppy and Zena, or I guess I'm confused. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yes, because I mean, you'll notice that they give all of us nicknames.
Yeah.
Courtney Orchard did the same thing.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm not Courtney, sorry, Lily.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Okay. All right.
The more you look into their beef with Lily Orchard, the more you'll see how much they've adopted from it for themselves. It's kind of uncanny.
That's so strange, because I was looking at her and I was like, oh, she's adopting the aesthetics of Demon Mama. And and I guess...
Oh yeah, she did that too. In 2022, she hardcore adapted the aesthetics of Demon Mama. Even her stream announcements were like literally took Demon Mamas as a template and then just filled in her own with Godzilla, because again, she's incapable of coming up for anything for herself. She's just an empty shell that absorbs like traits that she thinks are cool.
Okay. And what would you say,
in my opinion, for legal reasons?
In your opinion, for legal reasons, yes. And again, everything said here is allegedly. If I forget to say allegedly, please forgive me. But
did I mention I'm getting a little spicy this stream? I just
it's good. So I guess, what would you say to anybody who is not familiar with this, like with this whole ongoing saga, and seems to have come to the assumption that you're a stalker? What would you say in response to them?
Sorry, repeat that last part. Has come to what?
Has come to the assumption that you're a stalker.
I feel silly saying this after the fight that I had with President Sunday on stream, but go read the docs.
Okay.
Like, really, it is this thing where maybe if literally dozens of your former associates are now coming out of the woodwork to talk about your behavior spread out over the course of years, including your friend of 20 years, maybe that's a sign that, you know, she isn't reflecting on her own actions. Maybe people that have stuck with her for so long through so much and clearly tried behind the scenes to get her to listen and change and just slow down and stop and engage with this in a healthier way. Maybe some of them actually had her best interests at heart. Maybe some of them really loved her and really tried to be her friend and help her.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it looks like that from the logs, to be fair, you know, it really does. Okay, so moving forward, another art of Zena.
Yeah, who cares?
Wait, what's weird to me
That's
is...
more Zena, who cares?
Sure, but I guess what's weird to me is that Zena is like transmask, right?
Yeah, transmask envy.
Okay.
They, them pronouns.
Okay, are the boobs intentional, or like...
I don't know, man. I don't even like Zena literally does not matter outside of the horrific abuse that they dish out in private and how bad of an influence that they are on Poppy. Poppy is the face of everything. Zena helps in understanding it, but outside of it, like, I think the dog would make a much better stream mate. I've been joking that I think that they're secretly like closeted houseplant kin. So, you know.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense, actually. Given how much this is really, really mean. Okay, I'm about to say something really mean, but given how much Xena like acts like a vegetable, I would not be surprised if they were like vegetable kin. So, yeah. Sorry, I apologize.
That one's
Okay.
not mine. I'll stick with
Yeah.
Houseplantkin, please.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So
All right, let's keep
another
going.
picture.
Nobody cares about Xena stuff. Nobody cares.
This is so. This I don't know why you would.
This is probably by a kid. Just leave that be. This is from Riddle, who is
Okay.
also no longer their friend. This is
What's
something that Xena made.
discourse?
Discourse is another thing taken from Lily Orchard.
Okay. All right. I always see
Because
like
she's from the My Little Pony community, right? So discourse, disc horse. And
Okay.
they also took the term babus from that community as well. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Nick in the chat says facial expressions of a half-baked potato. I'm sorry, I had to read it.
Half-baked potato?
Yeah. Okay, there's that. There's this. We don't care. Well, who is this?
I think that's supposed to be Shoe on Head. I don't know.
Okay.
I really don't. Like, I don't care that much about their lore.
Okay. There's that and that and
that's actually good art. That's
yeah,
I like
this is
that
actually
one.
very good art. Yeah, it's good.
I'm weirded out by Poppy's pose in there and the weird like face, but like, you know, whatever.
Well, she is a succubus, right? So I mean,
no, she's not.
Gender.
She uses that as a thing to, you know, have an excuse for her hypersexuality, sex pest behavior.
You know,
I love that art from Xena. I think they really captured Xena well in that image.
This one's so good.
Just
this one's amazing.
Because it's not even the appearance; it's the vibe, right?
The vibe is there, and I am living.
The vibe
with
is
it.
there.
I mean, living for it, basically.
Yeah.
Goddamn it, Malcolm says assaulting my wife with this stream. Wow. Okay. I do not endorse any DV. Okay. Please do not assault your wife.
Yes,
okay?
Please get your spouse's consent before subjecting them to this stuff. It is just pure.
Oh my goodness.
Part of the reason that we are so anti-Poppy and Zena is that we are very about consent. Unlike Poppy and Zena, we don't say we're about consent and then just continue haranguing the person for hours. The person says no, you just say okay, and that's how it goes. You don't just use your mental illness as an excuse to bulldoze over every single thing that you say you're not bulldozing over. Give me a break.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Sorry, I'm a little mad.
No, it's all good. The vibes of the strong are giving big. I'm going to get a migraine energy. She looks like she has a migraine. Sorry, they look like they have a migraine in this. They look like they have a migraine in this. My goodness. Oh, whoops. My bad. Okay.
That's fine.
Bun.
That's a bun.
That's cute.
That's very cute. It is very cute.
I like this, yeah.
No hate for the dog. The dog is
yeah.
wonderful. The dog is very cute and lives in a house where people constantly scream at each other. So I really I feel for the dog.
Yeah. I've heard, Noehflake in the chat says
that's the Carol art. That's the Carol art. That's it. That's it.
Okay. This is the Carol art.
That is the art that Lily Orchard made of them to symbolize them supposedly diagnosing her online. They're still using it. They're still using it, and they're making fun of me for adopting Great Value Sephiroth? Like, come on, dude! That's ridiculous!
Yeah. I just want to read. Noehflake said, I've heard from a reliable source that's assault by deception, Malcolm.
Oh, so, Malcolm! How dare you?
You can't do that, okay? No assault by deception. We do not endorse that. Likewise, Marissa says, the vibe is spot on. LOL, I'm dying. Thank you for the super chat. Okay.
All right. At some point, it's going to loop and we can just skip ahead. Oh, God. I actually edited their video on this. This is from a very sad incident. Eden Knight's story is one of the most tragic things that's happened.
I know about that story, actually. That was
it was horrific. It was horrific. And a great example of what happens to first-gen immigrants who are trans, who, that's genuinely tragic.
I do want to read a couple of good chats while we're doing this. Two nerds, and they certainly don't act like they're in love, but okay.
They don't know what love is.
Kay says, keep Bun away from the toasters. Xena will burn them to make Spawn look bad. Jesus. And let's see. Malcolm said, I told my wife it's... Wait. I lost it. Never mind. Sorry, Malcolm. I lost your chat. Read, my woman of color is speaking comment. God, I'm trying to find it. Oh, I said, but babe, a trans woman and a woman of color are speaking. So true, Malcolm. What a king.
No. Noehflake. Remember, Xena smiling is realistic. It's just be about something bad happening to somebody else. Xena is only brought joy by cruelty to others. Allegedly.
Oh my goodness. Why does that art make them look like crackheads? Okay. All right. And we're moving forward. Okay. That one's pretty good art too, actually.
Yeah, that's pretty good art too. I'll give them that one. It looks better than they do.
There's this. And
Like
that
it
was
oozes style.
Oh,
That's
oh.
weird. That's like CG rendered like sculpture heads that someone made a few years ago, and they just still use it. So
By the way, what flag is this behind them? They use every flag.
I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. I can't keep track of all the flags, guys. I'm a boomer, okay? So don't. I'm not actually. A boomer.
You can bring up an index, but honestly, it's just like good for you. I think that sometimes people who are from outside of the space don't realize that like we don't expect everyone to remember and memorize every single thing, right? Like,
yeah.
Just try to respect what people ask to be called, and that's it.
Yeah.
You know, you don't need to know all 38 genders or whatever is supposedly out there. Like you just need to like listen to what people are when they tell you and respect what they ask. That's it in my book.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And do you know who this art is by? Because
I don't know. Like, I don't want to get too deep into criticizing the art themselves.
Yeah.
Because like these artists are not Poppy and Zena. You know.
No,
like,
no, I know. I'm just saying this is actually talented.
I don't know how old they are. These are like some of these are really cute. They're obviously labors of love.
Yeah, yeah. Look, chat. You step up your game. Where's my fan art? Okay, where's my fan art? I never.
Stardust, you got fan music, okay?
That's true. I did get fan music. I do.
Poppy and Zena do not have fan music. You can literally put intro tracks to your stream. That like, what did you get? Like 3 tracks dropped in the past week?
That's true. That's very true. Okay, moving forward. There's another one. Okay, I'm just gonna move forward. Okay, we're just okay. I'm done looking at the art. It was fun for a bit, and then let's
get to the stupid.
Let's get there. Yeah, okay, here it is. We might have to put skip silence on if they have too many silences.
Oh, and Poppy goes hard with the crazy eyes in this one. Like everyone, just brace yourselves because it's something. The crazy eyes in this one are really something.
Yeah, Esalakin says, Stardust, any art we do will never top your art of the Joker cosplay. It wasn't Joker cosplay. I was just a crazy clown, that's all. Okay. Whoa, she took off the headband. Yeah, she did. She took off the headband. Okay.
Yeah, she's healed enough.
Okay.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
Sup 90. There we go.
And you know they're watching. Hi, Poppy.
Look, I will say I wish you the best, okay? I specialize in being I specialize in being annoying online. And if I annoy you too, I apologize, but I seem to be very talented at being really, really annoying online, so.
Yeah, I think it's the main thing. You just enjoy being annoying.
Oh my god, it's so
Some people
bad.
don't like that when you're trying to get you to take them seriously.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. That piercing again, yeah.
I do like her top, though. I do like her top.
I like the top.
Want that top.
I
deserve it more than she does. Give it to me.
I don't like, the piercing color, I still suggest a different color.
You are not the only person who has said that. I'll say that.
Okay.
Fix it. Hi, everybody. You can hear.
Yes, don't get a preview image on your stream first and actually adjust your setup beforehand.
I have to practice.
Do it live.
Anyway, how's it going, guys?
I mean, okay, so like I feel like it's so hard to adjust your camera the correct way when you've got like 2 people on.
No, trust me. They have yelled at people for giving them suggestions on their setup. They'll come on stream and yell at you for saying their setup is fine.
Okay.
Just beforehand, I was getting art supplies.
Seriously, like living and traveling with ZZ is essentially like living with a toddler. Not in the sense of maturity, but in the sense of like you have to make sure you bring all of their. So there's like a bag and another bag and then 3 more.
I mean, with the amount of like tantrums that they throw, it is kind of like living with a toddler, right?
Yeah.
Like,
no, Zena has absolutely zero regulation.
Little does this one know that I also remember all of her things too, though. Like the inhaler.
See, they're codependent. It's fine.
Yeah.
That's not something to criticize, honestly. Like the fact that they balance out each other's issues is totally fine in that sense.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like I really do.
That's not the problem.
Eating a decent amount of stuff by the time like medications and allergies.
You know what? I think Noehflake says something here. Noehflake says she's using cold light and it looks like a sheet of paper. Yeah, I think that's actually pretty. I wouldn't have thought of that. Yeah. Warmer lighting would have been better for sure. Okay.
Yeah, Poppy has evolved.
How that is. Oh,
I don't know why, but she just looks so intense here. It's weird.
Yeah.
Why are her eyes so wide?
These are not new headphones.
Well, what it is she's probably just trying to keep her cool, right? Because she knows she's going to talk about it. She probably is. Yeah, she's just probably really focusing on not losing her.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Tolerance is easy.
It is new colored hair. I dyed my hair tonight. So funny story about this dye.
Don't care.
So a while back, when I was still dyeing this hair, which is their like
metal.
It's like let me finish. It's rose gold. It's like rose gold essentially.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
Chat might like this though. But yeah,
it's their rose gold actually. And when we mixed it with the rock lobster, which is the red.
Oh hey, Lexi back.
It came with this weird pastel thing. So like I added some of the darkener, and then I put too much darkener in, and it looked brown. And I was like, I don't know what to do with this. So I added more red to it, and then I just was like, do it live. We're putting this in my hair, and it came out to whatever this is, which I don't hate. I actually really like it. So,
but the reason there's like some shine to it.
If anyone wants their hair to look as stringy and dead as Poppy's, please pay attention.
That's true.
Yeah.
Sorry, is that a mean girl moment? Are we against mean girl moments?
It's good.
Hi, daughter to Duval.
Allegedly.
Yeah, they all of the so all of the dyes in Good Die Young, because it's done by Hayley Williams, the chick from Paramore.
Yep.
All of the names of the dyes are all named after songs. So like Rock Lobster, Du Hast. The yellow for the Metalheads line is like Toxicity.
That's the
the yellow is KO. That's
right. Zena's on the right.
The orange one. You're right. Couldn't remember to save my life.
Oh no, but there's so much fun though. Cowabunga, Feel My Sunshine is the yellow.
I always wondered on stream.
So as you've noticed,
does anybody know if she actually like takes any substances? Because
they constantly pop CBD gummies and then drink like piles of energy drinks and protein shakes, and then wonder why they have headaches all the time.
Oh, that would do it. That would do it.
Yeah, they don't drink water.
I almost would wonder if they've had their blood pressure checked recently, because when my blood pressure's high, I get a headache. So I don't know. Yeah.
We've gone below 10,000.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Right? Our subscriber total has dropped by 1,200 subscribers.
Oh, sweetie, you can't even count. It's 1,300.
Ooh, okay, yeah, look at her.
They were
face.
at 10.8 before all this happened. They are now at 10.49, and if I think it might have even been 10.88, so they're almost at 1,400 lost.
Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's just like slow-mo look at like her face change when she says that. Sorry.
She's fine. She's fine.
So
guys.
as you've noticed, we've gone below 10,000. Right? Our subscriber total has dropped by 1,200 subscribers.
Yeah.
Oof.
Kind of amazing.
That's rough. Yeah. The voice crack, the look
well
on her
deserved.
face. Yeah.
Well deserved. No, it doesn't bother her at all.
It doesn't bother her. No.
1,200 people that can't read.
I would like to see
Yes. Hang on, pause for a second.
Yeah.
Do you know the number of people I've seen pop up that have said they have no idea what's going on Twitter, because the people watching their channel, just watching their channel, most of them are not on Twitter. So at the very least, a good number of those are tuning out, because not only do they stream once every couple months for like half a year now, but most of the time when they stream, a large portion of it is there literally to just push their side of the drama that they have going on in their personal lives. And, you know, maybe threatening to blackmail your kid on stream might turn some people away. But, you know, to them, it's because those people, quote unquote, can't read, even though they would have to have read hundreds of pages of documents. So, you know, it's just stupid. It's all just coping. It's hard coping.
Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Just got your who's the guest speaker? Miss Milena is the guest speaker.
Hi.
Here.
Oh, hey,
Hello.
it's Annie.
Hi, Annie.
Hey, Annie.
A lot of viewers have no context for what's happening. This must be so confusing if you're not on Twitter. LOL. Yeah. I can only imagine. That's wild.
I love how there have been times where, like, Poppy is like, yeah, if you go to Tumblr, and Zena's like, don't do that, by the way. Don't go read it. It's like...
Yeah.
I will never tell you not to look at Poppy and Zena's streams, because they defeat themselves with their own arguments. And, like,
Yeah.
I really believe in people making up their own decisions, and I believe our argument is compelling enough and has hundreds of pages of context and screenshots. And it's funny because when I was talking to Poppy privately, which you guys will hear more about soon, I promise. But when I was talking to Poppy privately, one of the things that she said was that the things like the Poppy Emery 1 document were out of context. And I literally said, what do you mean? what do you mean out of context? There are hundreds of screenshots. And she's like, yes, but it's out of the context of the rest of the relationship. And I'm like, okay, so am I providing too many screenshots, or am I wrong for not providing all 42,000 messages that you... Pick a lane, bitch. Like, come on.
Yeah. That's just wild.
They literally flip-flop on the fly. You can see it happen. It's wild.
Yeah. Malcolm says that Stardust, there's a really interesting slip-up coming up. Poppy is talking about Milena, and she starts to say, not all of us have BPD, and she catches herself right in the middle of it. It's
yeah, I actually
yikes.
missed that part when I was first watching, so let's see.
Okay.
I haven't seen any of their docs. They only published their initial one making the allegations against, I think, Dormiu. It was like a community safety notice or something, which was ridiculous because it was clearly just, you know, this is my assumption, of course, my opinion, my assessment of the situation with what I know about it. But it was pretty clear that Zena was just getting really butthurt about how much attention Poppy was getting over her, you know, allegations, and was like, well, I got betrayed too. And so they somehow made like Dormiu a bigger deal than it needed to be, and kind of put out a community safety notice for this person who, for this critter who literally just published a Twitter thread about, you know, how they non-consensually flashed it multiple times while it was over at their house, and somehow it became a danger to the community that they needed to publish a piece on. Like, come on, dude. Yeah, Dormiu is not a person, identifies as Wolfkin, I believe, Etherian, and prefers to be referred to as a critter.
Okay. Yeah, and I will do my best, you know, in all of this. Also, hello, Beyond Safe Words. I feel like I've seen your name before, so welcome.
BSW, what is up? BSW is a professional in the field, specializes in abuse and psychology, like sexual psychology, I believe. BSW, correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, was a friend of Poppy and Zena's for a while and didn't really interact with them enough to know what was going on until she saw the docs, and is now speaking out. And of course, they say that, you know, she's being misled, she's being fooled. And I find it very interesting that Poppy and Zena, who refuse to read the documents, are contesting against someone who's doing a PhD dissertation. So yeah, I think I'll stick with BSW in that front.
Yeah, I think they've definitely read the doc. I think they're saying that they haven't, but yeah.
Well, and I'm gonna be honest.
The streams they did with BSW was some of the best.
It hurts to see it go.
Oh really? Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, nice to meet you, BSW.
10,000, because we worked really hard for that 10,000, but also I kind of don't care. Like,
okay.
And I'm going to be honest.
I would like to say I'm bummed, but the other half is kind of like...
Well, and I'm going to be honest. It hurt to see it go below 10,000, because we worked really hard for that 10,000, but also I kind of don't care. Like, let me put it this way. Every gossip blogger and streamer who's trying to make a name for themselves has covered
this.
That's you,
Stardust?
They're tabloids. They're just the YouTube equivalent of tabloids.
You're a tabloid.
I mean, I won't deny. Look, again, I won't deny, not denying that, you know, this was content to me. Okay, it's still content to me, but also, you know, there's some pretty serious stuff, you know, pretty serious allegations. So yeah, I feel like I've been pretty transparent about that. So
you can do both.
Everybody from Discount Calvin Guerra to I can't believe
Discount Calvin Guerra is a reference to Malcolm, by the way.
Oh, got you.
If it's not Dragon, and so on. And yeah, well,
no Malcolm erasure.
Just normal dust. Anyway.
Normal. Okay. I'm done.
And all of these people are completely like disturbing. Like they're not here because they care. They're here because they have trauma and they want clicks. They read a biased perspective in a Google document made by a stalker who is my ex-girlfriend, who has a vendetta against me and literally has said she's my reckoning. Got mad because I wouldn't break up with Zizi.
I'm proud of it.
And then decided to go on Luxander's stream and share the...
Okay, Damn. This is like multiple things in one run-on sentence to address. So, first off, biased documents. Has anything that they've said come off as remotely unbiased in any of their streams about this? Has anything ever said about this seemed like it wasn't coming from a place that is exclusively based in their own interests and perspectives? Have they provided evidence to the contrary? Like, even the DMs they've been dumping from Tallow and Haley have only served to support our side of things. They're only proving themselves more wrong with the things that they think are in their favor. They literally took a message that I sent to them saying that I sent Sage money to pay for her dog's surgery as proof that I was a bad person. And in that message, very specifically was stressing, it is not a tactic. I did this with no strings attached. Because I don't think that Sage's dog deserves to die, and I don't think that she deserves to like be put into that rough financial situation. Like, God forbid I have empathy for people that I'm not getting along with, and kind of feel some kind of pity for. Like, Poppy literally does not understand the concept of doing that without it being manipulation. I think that says a lot about her as a person.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think you're right about that. That does say a lot about her as a person. Yeah.
But then the next thing about me being a stalker, we've already gone over that. Like, I don't know how much we've talked about, like, the journey that I had from our breakup to actually releasing these docs, but it started off as me just like, I was trying to get over this me up really badly when they dumped me. The way that they did it was monstrous. You saw the stuff.
Yeah. It was
I tried to let it go.
Yeah. It was a constant, if I can just say, you know, for people who weren't here for it, it was like them constantly promising that, or not promising, but constantly saying that they would have this call with Milena and then never giving it to her. Just for weeks.
For 3 weeks straight. Like, she said she needed a break for a week, and then ghosted me for the second week after that, which included her birthday, which I'd been looking forward to, like, celebrating with her.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there literally watching her make posts and have Discord statuses about how much fun she's having on her birthday weekend, when she was supposed to message me days beforehand to resolve whatever the fuck we had going on. And she's like literally sitting there 10 days into a BPD spiral and trying to fight any kind of thought that is basically telling me the best way to give her a happy birthday is to exist as little as possible. And she left me there. And she can bitch all she wants about BPD, but when it comes to other people's BPD, she doesn't give a fuck. She does not care. And I hate how she stresses how bad BPD is for her, because that's one of the things that made me trust her initially. That she would never put me through that. And then she did all of it.
Yeah. And somebody makes a good point. Poppy would freak out if someone treated her the way she treated Milena. Yeah, I think that is absolutely true. I think it's very telling that Poppy asked people around her to cater to her BPD and to be aware of her BPD and how it affects her consent and other things. But when it comes to other people's BPD, it's always balls in other person's court, basically. So.
And the thing that happened after that was that I was trying to let it go. I was trying to rehabilitate with the friends that I had. I was already talking to Aztec, Rain, and Paco at the time. I had a couple other friends from the community that I'm not going to name. But essentially, like, I was trying to get over the worst panic attacks I'd ever had in my life. I was having panic attacks, like, debilitating. My heart rate goes above 130 beats per minute within seconds. My whole body heated up. My stomach starts hurting. I literally feel like someone's about to kill me, like I have a gun in my face. Like, panic attacks on that level are no joke, and I was having them every couple of hours. And I had to get on new medication that I still have to take, because if I don't, they start coming back.
Yeah.
So she me up in a long-term way. But the thing about it is that after about 3 weeks of that, I was finally getting okay. And then they decided, instead of talking to me about it, they were going to take their own weird biased little stew of that they'd been sitting in for weeks and go on stream and talk about me. And they say like, "Oh,
that's a huge turning point." I think that's a huge turning point, right? So you're going from them promising to have a conversation with you, promising, or not promising. I don't know if a promise was in there, but saying that they would, right? Giving their word that they would.
Setting an expectation.
Yeah, setting an expectation for 3 weeks. That conversation never happens. And instead of the conversation, they go on stream. And for somebody who's not a public figure, having somebody on stream talking about you.
Dude, I had 250 Twitter followers.
Yeah.
That's how I was.
I mean, yeah, I would say, you know, for somebody who's has a private relationship with somebody, having that aired out when you are not used to being a public figure, is for a public figure, it's like jarring, right? For somebody who's not a public figure, even more so. And having no communication on top of that, that's just wild. Yeah.
Well, the other thing about it was that like they said they would talk to me about it, and they keep saying like, "Oh, well, we didn't bring your name up, so technically you were anonymous." That's for random people. What matters to me is all the friends that I had on the server that I thought I might have a chance of talking to again, all the ones they'd been telling I was a psycho for weeks.
Yeah.
Those people knew exactly who they were talking about. And that's the only people who mattered to me.
Yeah.
They used their platform to push their narrative about their own personal life. Whether or not they think their anonymization was enough, that is a huge line cross.
Yeah.
So that was when I felt like it was necessary to put my story out. And so I made a like preliminary thread just to give an example, and that was well received by enough people. Not a lot of people, but enough for me to put together the whole story. And when I put that together, people started coming to me with their own stories, like one by one. And slowly over the course of the following months, like it just grew and grew, and the rabbit hole got deeper, and we needed realized that we needed to like do something more about this, and maybe put together a statement to get in touch with whatever streaming, like whatever mods that we knew from streamer communities. Maybe we could get in touch with them and convince them to take it to the people that were in charge of those communities, and at least get some action taken so that they wouldn't be referring them people to Poppy and Zena as a safe place, right? So that was the initial goal, but then the Courtney Orchard stuff happened, and that blew up publicly, and they got in touch with us, and a lot of stuff started happening. The Noehflake stuff started becoming more public, and that's when it kind of became a thing where we couldn't really stay underground as much. And that just led to December, where everything with Noehflake went down, and things got really bad from that point. We're like, we really need to like start working on. So, this wasn't just a thing where like, oh, I'm some crazy ex who decided to stalk her. Like, I put out a statement and people started coming to me. And up until Noehflake, we hadn't reached out to anybody on our own with the exception of her kid. And the reason that we reached out to her kid was because for months we were like, we're kind of worried about the kid, but like, it would be weird. Like, it's already weird. Like, I would really look like the crazy ex if I reached out to her kid. And then it got to the point where it was like, okay, the story about the kid is sus enough. The story about Spawn is like weird enough from their end. And the more we find out about this, the more we're worried about whether Spawn is okay. So when I reached out to Spawn initially, the first thing I did was try to help them cover their tracks online so that people would have a harder time finding them. Second off, I told them that I just wanted to make sure they were okay and be there to be like a sympathetic ear if they wanted anything. And I wanted to see if like, they needed money to support themselves. I just wanted to give this person support having escaped the terrible situation that they were in. And I insisted that they should not get involved because like Poppy would know it was them, of course, and that would make them a target. So all I was there for initially was to offer like support, and they sent me their screenshots and told me to use them. And initially I was against it, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to put this together into something more cohesive. And then they were able to hack into their Signal database on their phones and transfer it out and actually make a spreadsheet of their entire chat history in their group chat for 2 years with Poppy and Zena. And I have access to that. And that is full of things that if we need to use to defend the allegations they make against their kid, I am more than ready to keep supporting Spawn in any way that they need me to, including legally, including financially. So I don't know how far that'll go. I really hope it doesn't go much further because they really need to just detach from this and have peace and move
Put
on with
it
their life,
behind
I
them.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I wasn't looking for their kid to weaponize them for this thing. I think that we have more than enough evidence that they are terrible, abusive people without the kid's evidence. But it is very compelling evidence. So they really wanted to make that happen. And when I said I was talking to Poppy again, even undercover, Spawn started up their own blog and went underground as soon as the Kiwi Farms thread popped up. And I figured if we're going to do this, now that they are actively attacking Spawn, we need to do this right in document format. And that's when I started putting this together into that. Like, I really wanted to keep spawn away from this as much as possible. So whenever they say anything about like why I did something, you have to remember that is pure assumption on their front. They cannot speak for me any more than I can speak for their intent. All I can do is speak for their actions and the effects that it has on people and whether or not they take accountability for it. And I think that that's plain and easy to see. I don't have to project any on what they want to do like they have to do to us. We have this receipts and it is a clear pattern of behavior. I don't need to lie.
Yeah, I think all of it, I think as you read the documents, like all of it really kind of falls into place. You start to see the patterns over and over again, even from document to document. And this is, I didn't read it in the order that was intended, but I still saw that there were certain patterns.
And I think if you've ever been through that kind of treatment, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, it is. I mean, yeah, it might not be like straight up physical abuse, right? But it is like an abusive, toxic environment, right? It's an environment where it seems like this person is devoid of any affection, of any support, and any kid would want that, right? So yeah.
God, okay, I gotta be real. Like that, there were parts of the Spawn doc that I put in there for pure emotional impact because they impacted me.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you, in January, when I got the message of I miss when my mom was still nice to me.
Yeah.
That still f***ed me up because my mom left me when I was very young, and I got a stepmother that I did not get along with for over 15 years.
Yeah.
That's personal to me. And the fact that Poppy treated the kid that she had known from birth as their parent that way and had chosen Zena of all people. Zena, the way that Poppy readily just believed Zena over Spawn, just casually, when they were obviously lying. Like,
yeah, and there were times where it seemed like Zena was completely incapable of any like conflict resolution. Even if you're like, even if you truly believe that you're not at fault for something, the way that you resolve conflicts is not to be like a people, right?
Yeah.
And she's sorry, they're older than Spawn, right? So there's more responsibility on them. You are in the step parent role.
Yeah, and I mean at that point they've been dating for half a decade, like Xena lived with them, had been living with them like since early on. It's weird, and Xena will flip back and forth on calling themselves a parent for Spawn. You'll notice that. Like Xena will say like Poppy's kid and then say, "Oh, and my kid too." And then be like, "Well, I was a parent to my kid. My kid, I'm heartbroken over this." And then in text, you're like, literally this thing. We have a screenshot from Xena's own text where they say, "I'm feeling more like a parent than a roommate to you."
In a bad way, basically.
Yeah,
saying,
like
I
parent,
don't want to feel
derogatory.
That way.
Are you kidding me? Off.
Yeah. There was one last thing I was going to say before I play this, but I forgot what I was going to say.
Sorry, I know
no, it's all good.
I have a lot to say, and I know I bulldoze. I apologize.
It's good. It's a nice break for me, honestly, because
thanks, BSW.
Usually,
thanks for dropping by.
BSW says, I have a lot of things to say about this, but I need to dip from chat. But I support Noehflake, Milena, Rain, and everyone PNZ victimized night all. And yeah, again, look, I'm not gonna deny I do drama coverage and weird internet niche communities and all that. Like, I do that type of coverage, right? But like that doesn't exclude me from acknowledging that there are some pretty serious things going on here, right?
Yeah.
So I don't want people to have like any, false assumptions about like who I am in this, right? But I do think that, it's, there's some pretty serious things here. And, while we can make fun of Poppy and Zena, like, there are people who are hurt by this. So, yeah.
I will say one thing, though, because I find it interesting. I don't know if you believe in like esoteric, like divination and tarot and stuff. I'm a witch, so it's like that's just part of what I vibe with.
I'm like agnostic, so yeah.
Okay, well, if people who believe in that stuff might find this kind of interesting. I was doing a tarot draw with a friend of mine, and he was pulling cards, and like we were just talking about the Poppy Zena situation because it was early on, and without prompting from me, the question came up basically got a yes answer to whether Xena would be dead within the next 5 years.
Oh my god.
And that was crazy. But then I went into, there was another divination session I had with someone else doing bone throwing. And this is a very, very practiced witch that I know. And I asked that question, and the other people in that chat were like, holy shit. And I'm like, no, hang on. And apparently the bone throwing response was very seriously confirming, yes, Xena will be dead within the next 5 years.
Okay, I disavow.
That was
I
freaky.
disavow. I'm just saying. I disavow. I don't know about any of that. Okay.
It's all like occult stuff. Now here's the thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now all of you can be skeptics and all. That's fine. However, I would also like to point out that another friend completely unrelated to us had the same answer come up without knowing about that at all.
I don't want this to be taken.
Own reading.
The only thing is I don't want this to be taken as like
it's not a threat. It's not a threat. It's just
no,
like,
I know.
you know,
I know.
apparently would result from a fight that they had. So
yeah. Yeah, it will be spun that way though. So, you know, look, I don't want to I don't want to poison the well. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah,
I just thought it was interesting that you know, I don't have to have anything to do with that.
Yeah.
That's their own problem.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, chat's yelling at me now.
Yelling at me. Sorry, Glitterbell. Sorry, Glitterbell.
Okay, just a second.
Deeply irresponsible to mention a tarot reading? Okay.
Look, I don't want to make any predictions or anything like that, okay? About people's health or anything like that. Just want, you know, I wish them the health, all of the health in the world and all of the, you know, I don't want anything bad or anything like that, you know?
All right, too many atheists in chat. Yeah. It's all good.
Sorry. Okay, so let's move forward in this.
This person then proceeds to take out of screenshots and then proceeds to like editorialize them in a way that doesn't actually say what she says they say. In fact, it's pretty obvious she's lying in a lot of cases, or she's saying the opposite of what actually happened. But the problem is nobody wants to read the documents. So instead of reading them with a fine-tooth comb and actually figuring them out, they hand wave and go, well, seems right. Yeah, even Courtney realized she was the crazy ex. Yeah. Like, Courtney, the one who threatened to dox me, the one who made up the story that I supposedly tried to like spread like her personal stuff around, which is not true. I told my mods, and then somebody from the Keter group leaked it to her. If her friend hadn't have leaked.
Pause it here. Okay, so Poppy likes to have this double standard here, where she says Courtney threatened to dox her and then threatened to beat her ass. Courtney said, I have your dox info. This to her was threatening to come to her house and beat her ass. But Poppy likes to have it both ways. It's either one interpretation or the other. It's not both. You can't have it both ways.
Okay. All right. Let's resume.
This wouldn't have been an issue. But the fact is, even Courtney realized this, and I've even said, "Hey, Courtney."
For a second.
All good.
I just want to like personally apologize to everyone in chat that was made like uncomfortable by that like pagan stuff. It's
not about it being pagan. I think it's just
I know. But like the whole death thing. It's not like it's not that like I wish death upon her or them. It's not that a threat. It's not like any of that stuff. It's this thing where they are dooming each other. And whether or not like you believe in that stuff, it's not meant to be like
I think
I'm not meaning to do that.
Yeah, that's fine. I think it's just best if we move on from it. I'll just say like, look, you know, like, what was that? Hello?
That was Hella arriving in the chat.
Hello.
Hey, Hella.
Yeah,
sorry.
I love you, but shut up.
Yeah.
I love you too.
Yeah.
No,
so the
it's not love.
I think Glitterbell in the chat says, focus on the abuse. That is the thing we want to stop. Yes, exactly.
No,
we don't want to bring.
I just wanted to apologize to people in chat.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. And chat reminder, she, her for pronouns. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You want a truce so we can deal with the real enemy?
And dish on these guys.
I'm actually serious about that. Like, I actually don't have a big.
I don't know. I mean, you have a pretty solid insult game. I don't know if you want to bring your salt here.
I think it might honestly drag this out longer. There's already two of us, you know, so yeah. But
no,
Hella, I do appreciate you jumping in. I do
Okay.
appreciate you jumping in. So. Thank you, Hella. Okay. presuming.
I don't have a big thing on Courtney. Like, she's fine. Like, I think she's irrational. I think she lashes out a lot, but like honestly, I don't really spend my days thinking about Courtney. I'm sad that our friendship ended, but like, Milena, trans Persian on Twitter, is a stalker. She has gotten into my personal business. She even dug up a website that my dead wife had created before 2004 on GeoCities.
Did you do this? Dig into her website or whatever? I saw somebody else did it. I didn't think it was you.
Oh, geez, I'm muted. Sorry. This is not true. It's funny because I said pause and I was muted, but you paused anyway.
Oh, okay.
No, this was handed off to me by someone else who was doing some digging. GeoCities is gone, but there are still archives online of this stuff. And it was one of those things that was handed to me, and I was like, this is too far. This is too deep. I'm not comfortable with this. And there's still stuff in there that like is actually relevant, believe it or not, to the stuff going on right now, but I'm just not comfortable because it's like so far back that it's just like an invasion. But the only reason that she knows about this is that when we started talking, I asked the person who sent me the site to see if they still had it. And I got it from them and I sent it to Poppy because I thought it would be nice for Poppy to be able to see that archive. I literally passed it off to her because I thought it would mean something to her. I didn't dig it up to get dirt or something. It's just something that someone found and sent it to me. And then I only brought it back up so that I could give it to Poppy because I thought that she would appreciate it as a personal gesture.
Yeah.
So that's what she's weaponizing against me here.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
She even went through and hunted down my kid and decided to weaponize their estrangement with me because they were mad that I told them they could spend their trust fund on more.
It's their money.
And then she took screenshots from my relationship with
No,
and proceeded to frame them in the most negative way humanly possible. And every single time someone's brought a claim to me, because I'm not reading that thing, that is trauma waiting to happen. Because I know how that woman abused me. The fact of the matter is like, I will post something and completely blow it out of the water. Our video still stands. It has yet to be defeated. The reality is that like, sorry, what happened to me is what happened.
Has yet to be
you
defeated?
Can cope. You can.
I'm sorry?
What does she say has yet to be defeated?
Let's see.
Water. Our video still stands. It has yet to be defeated.
The video about, I guess, like...
still stands?
The video still stands, I guess. Oh yeah.
Reality is that, like, sorry, what happened to me is what happened to me. You can cope, you can seethe, but the reality is that, like, I legitimately was hurt by this woman through 4 months of abuse, constantly crossing boundaries, and then basically treated like dirt by her partners, and then followed by that, assaulted. I am not around on this. I am not playing games. Like, nothing has changed in my story. There's all these people that keep saying, like, your story changed, and it hasn't.
It did.
The only
pause it.
Yeah.
Okay, this is so stupid. This is such an incredible attempt at gaslighting. Okay, so you can find tweets from during their relationship where she is actively saying that, oh yeah, and Zena gets interesting facial expressions when Poppy starts talking about how much she loves Haley. But during their relationship, Poppy was posting things about just how supportive and patient and accommodating and kind and empathetic Haley was. Like, she was posting about this. And it is clearly a case of idealization and devaluation, where she just had nothing but positive things to say about Haley. And now that it's done, all of a sudden it was a relationship that was full of abuse. Whereas Haley will tell you straight out that she spotted the like problematic behavior from the first month. And I don't want to speak too much on her story, but Poppy has very clear. I mean, you saw the document. Poppy's story changed within minutes sometimes. And to say that it's not changing the story, it's a language change. I'm sorry. Words have meanings, Poppy. I'm a writer. I understand that. Maybe if you read the docs, you would understand that a little bit too. But the thing is that changing the word from essay by deception to essay to rape to plastering the all over her face and then spreading that as far as you can, that's kind of at least an escalation. That's changing your story.
And Malcolm sent me the screenshot. You see here. Malcolm sent me a screenshot Poppy saying, "The narrative never changed, not once. I only got my ground with my therapist. My original claim of sexual assault via deception is still valid. The only difference is that I realized that the event mirrored my CSA history and that because of the relationship hanging by a thread, I couldn't and wouldn't have said no because of BPD. In other words, I couldn't have consented in the first place. As far as versus SA, because social media decided to argue the validity of my assault, I stopped trying to be accurate in my language because it was confusing things and just went with the stronger term. That isn't an inconsistency. That is a language change." This is, damn, like almost word for word. Yeah. My first accusation of something being wrong was December 27th, not the 2nd. Yeah. Okay. Understanding.
There was an addendum to is that I found out later in therapy that one of the reasons I felt like I couldn't say no during the action was because the relationship was hanging by a thread. We were ostensibly there to try to fix the relationship. And I thought if I didn't capitulate to what she was doing, I would not be able to keep the relationship, which is like borderline 101. And granted, she knew all of this. She weaponized it.
Okay, I do want to, at some point, I do think, like, I would love to go over the videos that they've done about this situation and just go over exactly how much they lie in each one. I don't think that I actually want to do that on stream. I just say, like, it's a thing that I would like to do because the way that they talk about this situation is so incredibly irresponsible. Even with their own argument here, it's incredible. With this video alone, this argument alone, we could defeat them in court. If they ever tried to bring charges against Haley, we could defeat them in court just with this. To say that they consented, to say that she consented, but the reason that it counts as sexual assault is because her consent couldn't be was rendered null and void. I'm sorry, what the else is someone supposed to do? Like, can you imagine what would have happened if Haley had rejected her at that time?
Yeah.
Can you imagine the BPD meltdown that would have happened over that? With how poorly Poppy manages her symptoms and her reactions? What would happen?
Yeah, it would have been bad, for sure.
So to say that just because you have BPD and you have that situation, your consent is rendered null and void, that's insane. Especially when you escalate it to the point where you're literally calling her. That's insane.
Yeah.
And I don't know how anyone on her side actually sees that statement and says, yeah, that checks out.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Let me see. Oh, Noehflake joined. Hello, welcome.
Hi.
How's it going?
Haley!
Oh, still just cramping from hell, but it's fine. It's totally chill.
Sorry.
It's cool. It happens once a month.
Yeah.
So, did you want to say anything about your situation? I think you've spoken out pretty extensively, but I don't want to speak for you.
I mean, like I said in chat, like, it's funny that she said, like, she couldn't consent or anything, but she was the only one that consented, according to her own definition, because hasn't she said implied consent doesn't exist? Or was that Sage? I can't remember. Either way, like, if implied consent doesn't exist, then she was literally the only one that consented.
Yeah, I mean, I think somebody in chat asked a great question. How is Noehflake supposed to know Poppy was unable to consent in Poppy's version of the story? And why didn't Zena step in if they were present? If this was so obviously SA? That's a great question as well.
Zena was apparently asleep, but then in the morning, Zena also said, like, they weren't asleep for most of it. So I guess they were just laying in bed silent and not, I don't know. It was very confusing.
Also, Zena would later frame the situation as being traumatic for them because they were present as their partner got sexually assaulted right next to them. And it's crazy how their framing of it after the situation changes how upsetting the situation itself was to a really crazy degree. Like, it's really crazy to say that after that situation.
Yeah.
No, I will say that Zena, like, someone in chat said Zena wanted front row seats. I will say, like, Zena and Poppy apparently made an agreement before the weekend that if anything sexual was supposed to be happening, that Poppy would tell them first so that they could, like, take their laptop and leave the room and go do something else for a while. And then, of course, Poppy initiated 2 sexual interactions without talking to Zena first, while they were like pseudo present.
Wow.
Because in one case, like Zena was in the bathroom, and in the other case, Zena was apparently asleep in the bed, like next to the one we were in.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, Poppy's great at agreements. She doesn't keep to any of them.
Okay, all right, let's resume this.
Yeah.
She was given resource after resource, article after article. Anyone that dates me, I try to send resources to. So, yeah. I've had people ask me, like, are we going to cover some of the videos that go over us? No. I refuse to give those people any time.
I'm sorry, I have to highlight this. Eric Baker in the chat says, well, Poppy didn't want to interrupt Zena's migraine. So, great point. And yes, Poppy is the main offender of Zena erasure, so.
Time of day. Like, some of these screenshots, some of these people's behavior has been so utterly rampant and disgusting, like, that I can't, between people being ableist, pluralphobia, the absolute transphobia I've heard from some people. One dumb bitch couldn't figure out, like, neo-pronouns, because reasons. Like, again, these people don't care. They just want to get their clicks. They want to tear down other human beings. And again...
Well, a lot of it's been watching, like, mental health stigma after stigma.
Oh, or
like, things that are just obviously untrue that you could just figure out from, like, a basic search. They are suddenly claiming is fake or not real or something.
Well, and it's really funny because, like, so one of the big claims that, like, these idiots have put out is that they, like, I don't know who started this, I'll be honest. I just think it kind of percolated because of that one that tried to stream and find our house. A trans man who's from the similar area that we are, who apparently no one likes, and apparently went on a giant rant at a party once about the damn non-binaries, and also got kicked out of our server for being ace-phobic, but go off. No, I don't know if it was him or another person, but the reality is that, like,
yeah.
This idea that...
Sorry, what was that?
Said Poppy, you're ace-phobic, because, like, she is.
By the way, thanks for going over the phobia document, because, like, I feel like that's one of those little side things that a lot of people don't get to, but, like, good, the level of ace phobia.
Yeah.
Also, if she wants to go deeper into that, hey, Poppy, you have no idea how many receipts I have from other people about you being ace phobic to them, too, so just saying, if you want to go down that road, I don't recommend it.
Like, we were saying that borderline means you can't consent, period, is so utterly flawed and nonsensical that anybody who has even a absolute basic knowledge of, like, psychology will tell you this is not a thing. Like, there are ways in which mental illness can mess with consent, right? If you're schizophrenic and you're having full-blown, like, delusions of grandeur and hallucinations, that can f with your ability to consent to things. Full stop.
Or if you've got a partner, you know, even a really easy example, who has panic attacks. Those are states where they're not able to consent. It's the same thing as if somebody was drunk. It's not that hard to figure out.
If someone's bipolar and they go into a manic state, just because they bang the hell out of you doesn't mean they...
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Having a BPD episode is one thing. Relating it to all of these other situations is because they are collapsing context. This is something they do constantly. The idea of relating it to someone who is drunk is very interesting to me because I can see the parallel, but, like, to compare someone, like, I can see the point they're trying to make with that parallel, but to compare someone who's having a BPD episode to someone who is inebriated feels really gross to me. One is a voluntary state that they do, you know, well, let's not get into motivations, but, like, the other is a mental condition that can be managed. There are ways to address your episodes. There are ways to signal that you need help with those episodes. There are ways to mitigate those episodes and soothe through them. And, like, there's so many things that you can do to take responsibility for your mental illness and your condition. To compare it to someone being drunk is ridiculous. Like, that's so f***ed up to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know enough about it, honestly, to really say one way or the other, you know? So I will take your word on it as well if Noehflake wants to say anything about it. But yeah, I just don't know enough about it, honestly. But I might put this on 1.25 speed, actually. Cool. Somebody suggested, yeah, because I didn't realize. Yeah.
You also have skip silence on, right?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Necessarily really wanted to do that, they might just be in a manic state. So again, like, it's not saying that, like, the mental illness prevents consent altogether. It's that certain states of being due to those mental illnesses can create circumstances where that's a thing. In the case of borderline, if the relationship is under threat, And there seems to be the underlying message that if you do not capitulate, then you will lose the relationship. You're damn right you're going to do it. Anyone that says otherwise doesn't know what they're talking about. It's really just that simple. Nightwell said, the people claiming stuff is TikTok DID and then it's OSDD is a entirely different disorder. Yeah. I think I was playing with DID at one point with my therapist, and I think what we settled on was OSDD, because OSDD, one, basically fits the situation. That is, the system that I am does not have, they're aware of each other, and I don't dissociate or wake up in weird places and things like that.
Like massive memory.
Yeah, I don't have big memory gaps, things like that. No. It's actually one of the reasons why Spawn, my kid, their diagnosis of OSDD doesn't make sense, because the one that's being shared online, one, was not actually given to them. They were diagnosed with DID. I have the form that shows it. And the reality is that what they said they got diagnosed with was from the DSM-4. No, we looked it up. It was some hybrid between DSM-5 and 4. Like, they had confused two pieces of data. Like, because OSDD doesn't exist in the DSM-4, but then they were using like the 1A subcategory, which is a subcategory for something. Like, it's really nonsensical.
The other ones, yeah.
But no one's going to check them on that. It's the same thing with like people giving me plural. Like, go ahead.
Oh, and here's the joke. It really is easy to fact check this. Like, if you go online, you can look up, a lot of the PubMed articles, or there's a couple different sites that are.
So, one, I'm not sure if this is a HIPAA violation or not, but she is going into her adult kids' medical information online on stream without
again
any consent. I mean, think about this. What is she doing right here? You think she has Spawn's consent to talk about this? And on the other side of things, she says that this is not diagnosing somebody because she is not giving like a diagnosis code, but this is genuinely like digging into that stuff. And it's one thing to advise on results, but it's in the Spawn document where they discuss this. And Poppy says that she thinks that Spawn should take a different test because she doesn't think that Spawn is DID. So Spawn contested this Poppy contested this specifically and says that Spawn is still seeing a psychologist in appointments. So what if there has been progression on them getting their diagnosis since they stopped talking? It's been almost a year. Like, why is this so crazy to her as a thing, and why is she discussing it on the internet? What the
Yeah. Nicholas, thank you for the $5 super chat. There's no reason for healthy people that live in a place with running water to be stinky. Just a reminder. Jesus, Nick! What the Yeah. Poppy's trying to delegitimize Spawn's diagnosis. Not good.
Yeah.
That's, fair. People are saying HIPAA only applies to employees exposed to sensitive information. Sure, but it is still, it's still a violation of private health information. It's like protected health information.
Yeah, no, that's a HIPAA violation.
Yeah.
Pretty sure. By my opinion, I am not educated on this stuff for legal reasons, but I'm pretty sure that counts. Yeah. Research it if you want. I don't know.
Yeah, and Noehflake even in the chat is saying she was harassed for way too long. I literally don't know the length of time, but it was a ton of hours. It's crazy.
I was gonna say Mimi might know more about the literal length of time that they harassed me into.
Don't call me Mimi on stream. How dare
Whatever.
You? That's a pet name for partners.
Okay, whatever. Yeah, no, because the amount of disassociation that was there was so overwhelming that time didn't mean anything for those several days.
Yeah, it's wild. Swarm of Rats says, I think it was at least a whole day. There is timestamps on some of the messages in the documents. By the way, I met Swarm of Rats, I think, in person. But, so hello. But yeah, right. What was I going to say? Yeah. It's just crazy. It's just crazy that Poppy is talking about impacted, but there was no consideration for impacted consent when it came to Noehflake.
Yeah. All right.
That do comparisons of what the progression from DSM-4 to 5 is for different things. Also, a lot of times the Wikipedia pages will quote directly from the DSM. You got to watch it. Just make sure you read the whole thing.
Damn, wait. Swarm of Rats says, you may be mistaking me for someone else, but I have been around here in the chat. Did we not meet in person? Okay, well, I guess maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe there are two Swarm of Rats. Sorry, my apologies.
You're reading it,
stupid.
It's really easy to fact check this. It's not hard.
This is why I know these people don't care about truth or care about us or anybody else involved, because they don't care. They don't look at the actual truth. They don't seek out these things, which is why we're not going to cover their videos. It's going to be the same video every time. This person's a grifter. This person doesn't know what they're talking about. Here's the actual data on the actual diagnoses. Here's all the places they're wrong. This is the person they're listening to. Here's the issue. So I'd rather just go over the person they're talking about and Discuss that. Like, why am I getting stalked? Why does this person keep going after my life? Especially if we only dated less than a month.
All right.
Well, it's because she projects.
We addressed this in the doc. I addressed this in the doc. I called this last summer, that they would try to call out the length of our relationship as a delegitimization of what I am saying, and like frame me as a crazy person. I don't want to go on another huge rant about like my backstory, but let me just say that I was in a really, really, really bad place when I entered the leftist online community looking for interaction on the December before I met them. 2 months before I met Poppy, I almost wrote my suicide note. I had lost everything to a couple of abusive relationships that had taken place, like basically quarantine lockdown, and everything went to hell in the worst way. And I lost everybody except for like a half dozen people. And when I say everybody, I mean I was deeply connected to a number of big communities, and it just went to hell because I was just thrust into like my worst nightmare with the person I thought I was going to marry. So, and then I transitioned in isolation, and I found Poppy and Zena. I found Poppy on YouTube in the middle of all the drama that was happening in February of last year, and we connected, and I trusted them because I trusted her because she was a licensed therapist and she posted about having BPD and she understood the symptoms. And I got involved with their community because I wanted to help with the channel because I thought they were doing important work. And I volunteered for the channel to do that. And we started talking more. And I got really close to them. I really got really close to Poppy in particular. And I have those screenshots in the document of how close we had gotten. And we trauma bonded, most definitely, for months. We did the ERP, which was a big connecting point for us. I was there through a lot of really difficult situations. I was there when things were getting bad with Sage, and I was a confidant of hers through that. I was there when Spawn left. I was there through Sage's attempt. There was so much that I was a primary support for Poppy through, and we got really, really close. For her to say that we only dated for 24 days, we dated for 24 days officially before I had the fight with Xena. And the reason that I asked her out was because she was imposing like demands onto me telling her about my other partner. Like she realized my partner was visiting for a weekend, and she freaked out about the fact that she hadn't known about it ahead of time when we weren't even dating officially. So I was like, all right, well, if that's the point that we're escalating to, we both talked about like, I love you. We were avoiding letting our feelings like accelerate too quickly because we both had BPD and we were talking about it and managing it. We interacted a lot and connected a lot through some very deep things. We spent a lot of time together. To categorize it as 24 days not only ignores the month in which they were abusing me, but also ignores the months of lead up to that relationship. So this is straight up just a tactic to make me look crazier by essentially minimizing the connection that we actually had at the time.
Okay.
Her notion that her BPD response, at least that's what she claims she has, where she was suicidal,
shit, she
whatever
did!
that was.
Holy
Wait, what?
shit!
I told you.
Wait, what happened?
Did you hang on? Pop back like 15 seconds.
Yeah. Listen to what she says
To
about
keep going after my life, especially because we only dated less than a month. Well, it's because she projects her notion that her BPD response, at least that's what she claims she has.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that it? Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Holy.
Wow.
Yeah, I caught that the first time, like on the live stream. It was just like, wait a minute, did you just literally?
Poppy, I have an official diagnosis. Poppy, I have a real diagnosis. Go f yourself. How's your self-diagnosis going with all of your stuff?
I was gonna say, as a woman who projects a lot, like, it's always telling whenever she does stuff like this.
Yeah. No, she's trying to delegitimize me as much as possible.
Okay, yeah, so I think what's happening here, to put it in Stardust language, essentially, we know that Poppy will infantilize herself and take no responsibility for everything and blame everything on her BPD. But if somebody else has BPD or has some other thing that would compromise, their consent or their, agency in the way that she describes, she's throwing doubt on that diagnosis or that they even have. So Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm getting messages. Just Stilk is covering your covers with Queenman right now, FYI. Okay. Look, I appreciate it. I know somebody came in here and was like, "Oh, do you want to debate Queenman?" I'm not interested. Thank you, though.
Coverage-ception.
So, all
There's
right.
just layers of reactions.
Yes. Let's resume.
Where she was near suicidal, whatever that was, she believes will happen to others, which is rich because not everyone has borderline. But again, it's this kind of stuff where, like, if any of these streamers had actually looked at the person they were dealing with and saw the sheer insanity, like the huge post she sent to me before she got on Luxander's stream, and like basically said, I'm trying to think, like it was basically like, I am the light, I am your reckoning. Like it literally sounded like it sounded like the sun bad guys from Moonhunters.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, look, fair, but like
fair,
also
but
you know.
I like, first off, the meme is that way. Second off, like each of those things that I said was like a reference that I had in my head to another thing. And I really was just leaning into the theatrics of it because I thought that I was going to be able to cut off ties with her like a week beforehand, and then Lux delayed its stream like twice because there was so much to go through and it wanted prep time. So I had basically like set the stage to leave them the next day and then realized it wasn't happening and been like, okay, so I have to keep doing this. So it kind of just kept spiraling into weirder and weirder places. And that last few days, I was really trying to speak my mind to her about things that I wanted to say to her that I just had not gotten to. Like, just actually speak the truth to her. And in that last conversation we had, where she said, like, I would blackmail my kid again. And that's like, I straight up said to her, you weren't raped, you idiot. You got dumped.
Yeah.
Like, I just told it to her face. And in that last part, like, it is over the top. It's funny on a certain level. But the whole idea of the cleansing light of the sun, that's literally just like a metaphor within esoteric shit for like, it's literally a tarot reference where the sun is meant to reveal all. And the idea, the holy suffering thing is literally a reference to a song by Sevdaliza that I had listened to a lot after we broke up. Like, it's just things that had been living in my head, and I was just like, you, I'm putting it all out there. And it's like, cool.
Yeah.
Wait, why is the Poppy Memory 1 doc requesting access? It's public.
Oh, by the way, since we have just Stilk and Queenman listening, quick thing, Milena, were you aware that I was covering this for content when you gave $300 to me?
I gave $300 honestly in response to just that comment from Sunday about winning because of the income. Like, I'm still cool with Sunday, but that specific comment kind of got under my skin because I know that you're a smaller streamer. So I was just like, if that's the standard, here you go.
Do you feel like I'm like violating you or anything like that with
I actually think well, the thing is that, like, when you put this kind of stuff out there, there's a chance that it's going to be picked up by the drama sphere, right? And the thing that I appreciated, like I said earlier, was that you, like, when you first started off, you were treating it like any other drama, which is understandable. How are you supposed to know out the gate? But then as you kept reading, like, you got much more empathetic to it. You started treating it more seriously. You still had, like the fish puppets and stuff, which was funny, but largely you were treating it like something that deserved real empathy. And I really appreciated that, especially considering the space you come from. And the fact that you were pissed off enough, that stream I did with Sunday, regardless of how I felt about it, it was really, like, the fact that you stepped up, regardless of how the stream itself went, the fact that you stepped up, I think that success on a stream like that should not be measured by how much someone pulls from the donations. And so I have a good job. I was able to spare it at the time, and I felt like doing that. So that's what I did.
I appreciate it. I just wanted to clear the air since somebody was saying I'm acting like I'm a savior for the victims. I certainly am
not. You're not a savior. You're just someone who's giving us a platform if we don't talk, and that's cool. Like, that's fine.
Yeah, and I'm still memeing while I'm doing it, so yeah, I mean...
Yeah, it's not like you forced me into this conversation.
No, yeah. All right, let's just resume this.
Yeah, Malcolm.
Any sun cultist, insert that here.
Yeah, the transmed has 10 videos up, and people keep wondering why I keep saying he's a transmed. Well, he argued online that trans women go through socialization. That is a transmed take. You are assuming that trans women at some level are still men. I'm sorry, thanks for playing. That is idiotic.
Wait, is that literally her only motivation for calling Malcolm a trans man?
Let me rewind that again.
That's gonna be so relevant later. It's so funny.
And Malcolm brought up a great point earlier that it could be interpreted as transphobic that, you know, any trans man who doesn't agree with Poppy is being called Calvin Gara. So, I mean, you know.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I want to address Mega Ritz's comment in the chat about like some of my rhetoric is over the top, which I think is understandable. And Poppy is famously just trained in non-cringe in her own rhetoric. I have to break it to y'all. There's a reason that Poppy and I fell in love. We are very much similar kinds of crazy. Just I directed mine towards, you know, not being a piece of shit to people. I'm still very much that kind of cringe in a lot of ways, and I embrace it. You know, that's just me. But yeah, no, I'm over the top. Just compare what I say to what she says. It's not that different. But yeah, the fact that she's calling Malcolm a transmed is this literally the only argument she has for that? Where
I'm here
like
to dispel the myths about my
hey
alleged
Malcolm.
transmedicalism.
Like
Hello,
is
Queen.
it just the thing about
Hi,
you saying
Malcolm.
that male socialization exists? Because I had feelings on this when Poppy and Zena brought out their shit on it.
So what I said very clearly, and I know that Poppy and Zena agree with my take because Poppy and Zena did a segment on me and they basically regurgitate my take right back to me. My take very clearly has always been, and I never once uttered the phrase male socialization. What I said was that gendered socialization is real and exists. And the way that it exists and manifests is comparable to that of teaching a lesson in school. If I teach a group of people that 2 + 2 = 4, everybody is going to learn 2 + 2 = 4 in a different way. Somebody might count on their fingers. Somebody might use a calculator. Somebody might do the math in their head. Somebody might need to write it down. But the end result is that every single person in that room learns in one way or another that 2 + 2 = 4. And that anything outside of that is bioessentialism. That females are a certain way by virtue of being female, and males are a certain way by virtue of being male, which is the transmedicalist take, that you are innately and intrinsically hardwired to behave one way or another. And Poppy and Zena did not disagree with my take. And I know for a fact that they know that I'm not a transmedicalist. I have debated Calvin Gara. I have spent a significant portion of my online time, and a majority of my audience comes from me on Calvin Gara. Zena specifically, at one point or another, wanted to come onto my podcast where I talked about debunking transmedicalism, where I talked to ex-transmeds about why transmedicalism is bad. Poppy and Zena both do not disagree with my take, as said so in their own video. They regurgitate my own take back to me. And two, they know that I'm not a transmed because they're familiar enough with my content to ask to come on my platform. At least Zena did. So they just have they don't have anything other than Malcolm's a transmed and trans guy. Oh, he must be Calvin Gara. And I will clarify the off-brand Calvin Gara thing. I don't care. It does not bother me. It is transphobic. I could just say that Poppy is a knockoff Jessica Yaniv every single time she opened her mouth. I could say that every single time. Does that do anything? No. I would consider that to be I would consider that to be probably transphobic, and that's why I don't do it. I do find it to be transphobic. I'm not in my feelings about it. I'm not twisted about it at all. I would like a better nickname for the record. But other than that, I'm not twisted about it. I just find it very interesting that that's all that she has to say to me. And again, mashallah, thank God that Poppy doesn't think that I'm hot, because I would peel my face off with a steak knife. But nonetheless,
don't cut off your face to spite them. That's not worth it. You know that.
All that she has is that we disagree on this gendered socialization take, and she keeps saying that I said that she was socialized male. That's projection, sweetheart. That's your own feelings about yourself manifesting, because I never said that. If you feel that way about yourself, that's your own problem, because I never said that. I said gendered socialization is real and exists. And contrary to that, anything outside of that is bioessentialism, and that is a transmedicalist take.
So one thing that I want to say about this that does tie it back to this whole thing, and Malcolm, first off, respect. Second off, this is something that Poppy and Zena do a lot. They will take something that is, you know, someone having an opinion, even if it's based in their own experiences, invalidate it, lump it in with like, well, you know, who else says that, and lumps it in with someone else, and then categorizes that person as those people, and then uses that to essentially call them a bigot, and then tell anyone who tries to be friends with them or agree with them on any other take that they are associating with that. Which is really interesting, because some of the shit that they have incorporated into their arguments, which, you know, I can only assume, but I'm guessing comes from Liana Kurtzner. is pretty turfy recently. They've been saying some pretty turfy transphobic shit, so they have no room to talk about this
Yeah,
stuff.
it's weird that you start saying some turfy when you're hanging out with a notorious ex-turf, quote unquote.
And I will say one
Weird.
quickly, I don't want to cuck the content, you guys, but I want to say quickly as well, the whole purpose of like yesterday doing like the Baeddalism or Battleism or whatever kind of that they were on, I think that something that they're really perseverated on is the idea that a lot of the people that are roasting the fuck out of them are trans guys like me, Keldoge, Alex.
No, it's not. It's
Well, I think that a lot of it
she
is that it's sweeping.
She is on the side of the quote unquote trans men. Like
No, I agree.
on
That's what I'm
Twitter.
saying, is that she's
Yeah.
trying to sweep for the guys that are going
Yeah.
against her. Where it's
Yeah.
like, but look, I don't hate trans guys like these people do. And for the record, I don't give a flying if somebody's a Baeddal or hates trans women, trans men or whatever. I don't care. If you're like a predator and like a piece of shit, I don't care. It doesn't matter what side of the political aisle you fall on. I don't care. Like Noehflake, you could come out tomorrow and say, I think that all trans men should kill themselves. And I would say, okay, well, Poppy's still a piece of shit. Like that doesn't deter any of my criticisms against her in the first place. So I think it's like a weak, oh no, like, but I care about the trans men. What all these evil trans women don't. I don't give a. The only evil one in the room is you.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
sorry for
that's what I was
cutting the
saying. Like
content.
this
No,
will
you're
absolutely
good.
like
This is perfect for me. I have way less talking to do than usual, so
like the
It's good for
whole
me.
male
You're just the host
socialization
of a
thing
panel now.
yeah.
is something that'll come up later. Like it absolutely will. And she's speaking out against the male socialization thing. Think about this already. Just keep this in your mind. She disagrees with male socialization being like an inherent thing.
Yeah, keep this like when the battle stuff comes up, 100%. Like you need to remember what she's saying here about male socialization being a transmed take when she starts talking about her own experiences, struggling to like overcome the dissonance of how she's saying that like there is essentially female socialization.
Don't spoil it. It's gonna be It's gonna be great.
It'll come later. I don't know if we have time for it tonight, but yeah, let's keep going.
I'm sorry. Thanks for playing. That is idiotic.
Yeah, and
Got it.
anyone that wants to have the conversation about
Zing,
socialization
got her.
without several paragraphs to back up what they're talking about and even say something about it is kind of off. Socialization is incredibly complicated. None of it's uniform or even across the board. Like, even individual cis people get different socializations and can get really conflicting messaging, right? And so
I love
like
how Zena's literally defeating their own point
coming back
here.
to this stuff,
Agreed.
we're trying to use that like male socialization stuff is just weird.
Ideas in the Gourd, you said, what makes me really sad is Luxander's reaction to you two. With its history being similar stuff, and with Luxander also being non-binary, it doesn't make sense to me. So I can tell you what things led to that.
Oh, this
It was
is rich.
the lizard basically.
Is this gonna be like more cope about like, oh, this is why this person
1000%.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
All right.
yeah, because this is 100% them once again saying, oh, they must have an ulterior motive for coming out against us. What is it? In their minds, literally nobody coming out against them or standing up against them on our side can potentially really believe in what they're saying. There has to be some other disagreement that made them like do this. And of course they haven't actually watched the video or read what those people are writing to really understand where they're coming from. Luxander stood with us in this because it has history with this shit. With BPD, with POTS, with being abused by a parent, like it, and with community abusers, like it felt like this was an important message to put out after a lot of conversations with me. But of course, no, it's because they disagreed on what Hogwarts legacy, like off.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
Disagreeing about Hogwarts legacy and getting butthurt about that. Then getting upset about the say her name hashtag because we had differing perspectives on that. And then there was the last straw, which was when the stuff came out about Brianna Wu, I was a little bit ambivalent because I had had a fairly decent interaction with her and wasn't quite sure like how I felt about it at the time. And because I wasn't immediately going into condemnation mode, I got essentially yelled at and then told that like the reason why I'm being this way is because, well, I pass. And it was like, bitch, you're not in my life. Like, you don't know if I pass. You don't even know. Like, you see me on a screen. You don't see me at the grocery store.
Okay. Regardless of all these things, right? I will disclose, like, I'm friendly with Brianna Wu, right? And I do appreciate the relationship I have built with her. But regardless of all these things, like, I think it doesn't have anything to do with any of these things. It might just be that Luxander looked at the documents and was like, yo, what the is going on here, right? Why all this cope about it being everything else under the sun? That's just crazy. So,
yeah. And I personally am not a fan of Brianna Wu. But
yeah,
she
I
has
get that.
nothing to do with this.
I get that. Yeah, yeah.
Or how like other people interact with me. Like you might need to slow your roll on this. Like I don't know. I think those interactions on Twitter are eventually what did it. And somewhere down the line, there was this like rumor that got started where supposedly I constantly go after barely legal trans girls when I think I flirted with one trans girl who was like 21, 22, and I didn't even look at the bio. So yeah, I guess.
No,
Okay.
there's like literally a bunch of screenshots of like her flirting with and going after like people that are like 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
They say that they've read the docs. They insist they've read the docs, but they have their sycophants skim them and say, "Oh no, you're totally right. There's nothing in there." Like you guys went over the document. There are dozens of screenshots of her going after 19-year-olds. Come on.
Yeah.
Like
Damn.
we have the evidence. We've seen it. They're just saying it's a lie. Like, don't believe your lying eyes. This is
It's a lie. Okay. All right. Yeah. Wow. Interesting.
But like the joke of this is, and I just have to be really clear, 30, Sage is 28, my other partner is 27, 28, and the girl that just became my new partner is 38. What? Like the first thing these people always have to project on a trans woman is that they're somehow going after minors. It's insane.
No.
Well,
There's no data to this.
Real quick.
There's no nothing. It's just
I need to correct something. Adria, no, it wasn't underage people. It was someone who was 20. Those screenshots are also in the doc. I should also mention that this is not a real argument that she's putting forwards. She's saying that she is dating people who are not in that age range. It does not disprove any of the screenshots that we have of her basically displaying, like, it's not even flirting, it's just crass come-ons
Yeah.
to
And I don't
people
think
who are super
anybody's-
young.
Yeah, so I don't think anybody's saying that like Poppy is like a PDF file, right? Or at least certainly I'm not,
Yeah,
you know?
no.
I think we're just pointing out that it's a little bit weird for like a 42-year-old person to be trying to hit on like a 19-year-old or like an 18-year-old, especially they have a kid that's older than that, right?
Yeah.
So
Oh,
yeah.
also one more fun
And-
thing. In a call last spring that I was in, they were talking about Aztec, who Poppy broke her rule for dating under 25 for. And I asked how old Aztec was, and Poppy with no hesitation said 21. And Zena was like, "No, she's older than that. She's 23." And we're like, "Oh, okay, yeah. Aztec was 23, but I want you to think about how confidently, why Poppy would confidently answer that Aztec was 21, and what that means for how she interacted with that relationship and still pursued it. It's weird."
Yeah, and also hasn't Poppy been pretty critical of like age gaps in relationships herself? And
Yeah, she's very
Yeah.
critical of the one of my relationships, but there's
Yeah.
the difference of like what she doesn't mention is the amount of work and effort I went into explaining to my partner who's younger than me. Like I full disclosure, I'm dating a 20-year-old. They're turning 21 like next month as a 34-year-old woman. However, like I literally sat down with them and explained like there's a lot of ways that this could be very problematic. Like we're at different life stages. There's like different goals that we have in mind currently. Like this relationship is probably going to have to be led by you because I don't want to be that like pressure and that push on
Yeah.
anything in your life right now. Like there's a fundamentally different way that a relationship has to happen when there's like you're literally at different stages of your life.
by the way, I just realized that we are in like a public VC, and I was like confused why everybody was able to join.
People can just jump in.
I was like, damn, did I give all these people perms? But yeah, I'll just
No.
move us real quick. So okay, all right, sorry about that. Okay.
It's okay. One other thing that I think is a big difference is that I'm not necessarily inherently against people having age gaps in their relationships. Oh, by the way, Stardust, you have to share your screen again for us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when you switch rooms, it deactivates screen sharing. But there's a difference between someone who has an unexpected connection with someone who's younger than they would normally date and pursues that, versus someone who habitually pursues people that young in an overtly sexual fashion. There's a big difference.
Yeah, that's why like she'll use digs at me being like, "Well, you're dating a 20-year-old." And it's like, "Okay, but I did the work."
Yeah.
Like I made the effort and did the work to not have this be a problematic relationship. I'm not just jumping into it like this person is the same age as me and I need to jump them up to my life stage like Poppy tried to do with me. Like there's a real difference in how they're living their life currently versus mine. And like that's just kind of how the relationship is at the moment. It's long distance. Like they're still living their life the same way that they were. There's been no pressure.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Should we keep going?
Yeah.
People making shit up.
It's just a repeat of transphobia's greatest hits. What's the one way to get at a trans woman? The best way to just cut right through everything and just them over, right? Explain that they're a predator. That's the #1 way to do it. We've known this. This is what transphobes do to us all the time.
Oh yeah, no, Windowbee was 35 and No was 33, now 34. But No dates somebody who was 19 when they met. She was 32.
Yeah, see.
Her partner, I believe, Aspen, was like 19 when they met, and I think Aspen's now like probably 2021, and she's 34.
Why are you saying?
But no one calls that out.
Name on stream, Poppy.
To be fair, she doesn't know. Well, yeah, it's like why are you saying their name? But like also like she doesn't know the like nickname that they go by or anything like that. But yeah,
Sure,
there's no
fine,
reason
but
to
there's
say
no
their name.
need to name the other partner. There's absolutely none.
It's just, again, the reason why we're not really taking this like super seriously is that these people do not care about the truth. They do not care about reality. They are hypocrites. They are idiots. They do not actually want to deal with these situations or understand them. They just want to tear people down based on, like Christy said in chat, vibes.
Sorry, Windowbee's in chat saying she got my age wrong too.
Oh no.
Windowbee, what's your age?
Or you don't have to say it if you don't want to, but
I mean,
goddamn.
of course, you don't have to, but like, you know, if you feel comfortable correcting it, I just think it's funny. I wanna know how far off she is. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my
okay,
god.
that makes sense. That makes sense.
There you go. Yeah. Oh hey, you two are the same age.
Oh, okay.
All right,
No.
let's go.
Honestly, the thing is that this just kind of continues the containment arc. Like, I want nothing to do with the online left at this point. Zena wants nothing to do with the online left. Sage wants nothing to do with the online left. There are a few people who I might be cool working with, and those people can reach out, but beyond that, like, the idea of doing collabs, meeting with other people, it's going to be real hit or miss. Because the thing is that, like, so many of these people, just on the face of it, are just disturbing. Like, several people from the gossip community on Twitch wanted to, like, have us on.
That's us.
So we could give our side. But it really wasn't about our side. It was just they wanted to get more clicks and continue the amount of videos.
Why would it not be your side? Wait, like, how am I supposed to know your side if you don't come on and tell me your side?
Yeah, there's something interesting here that I think. It's that they're like, well, they went over the documents first, so clearly they've already made up their minds. It's really weird to me to think that, oh, this person heard about this situation somewhere else and looked at the evidence that they had available. How dare they not just ignore everything that they had available to them and try to spend time chasing us down, you know, via email or something. It's wild to me that someone it's wild to me that someone would like get introduced to the situation somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's worse than that though, because like she'll literally say, I don't care, go read the documents. They're all a joke and it's all out of context, screenshots and stuff like that. She'll literally be like, I don't care, go read the other side's stuff too. And then she'll like just dismiss you if you've done that. It's just like you don't matter anymore because you saw the other side's stuff, or like you covered it first, and then she'll just like dismiss people whole cloth.
Yeah, if you disagree with what they have with their side of things, after reading both sides, they'll just like dogpile you and then ban you if they don't if you don't acquiesce to what they're saying. And then they will straight up just call you crazy and try to come up with some alternate motivation of yours to blame it on and be like, see, you're just lying for clout or something. Like it's insane. Like the tactics that she uses, yeah, they are very much right-wing tactics. They are alt-right tactics.
I'm sorry. Can you like kind of like repeat that like again for me? Like how like you're saying it's a right-wing tactic to what? I'm sorry.
She uses a lot of right-wing tactics in terms of like how dare you, like it's totally fine, go check out the other sides, go get all the information that you can and stuff, but like if you do that, then she immediately dismisses you because you're against her. And it's like,
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
you
yeah.
read a bunch of misinformation, and therefore, like, you're wrong now, and I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah,
Also,
I
like
guess.
the nicknames and the dehumanization and like
Yeah.
calling us crazy and the ad hom
Yeah.
insults. Like, there's a lot of stuff there
Sure,
that's just meant to
sure.
keep you from discussing things.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
I would say that I would say I've seen like the extreme left do similar to me at least.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's very true.
I think it's just like a very biased person kind of tactic, you know?
Yeah,
Like just somebody unwilling to engage with any other perspective other than their own, and like somebody who's
Yeah.
probably the center of like all infighting. So
I think the
yeah.
problem is that it got popularized by the alt-right and then by the whole Trump movement, and then like the left wings like started adopting some of the same, like, well, if you're gonna do that, I'm gonna do it too, and now it's become more normalized, and I really don't like that. I like to have conversations and nuance,
Yeah, I
and
don't
I'm
know.
very much on the left. Like, I'm
Yeah.
not. Yeah.
No, I get you're not like that, and I think a lot of the people I've interacted with are not like that. But even like the whole like I feel like platforming is just like an extension of that, you know, of that argument, right? Like, oh, you can go talk to other people, but like also how dare you talk to other people? You're biased now. Like the
Yeah.
fact that you would even talk to them shows where you lie, right?
Yeah.
And so that's kind of like how I view it. I don't think it's a particularly new tactic, but I think it's
No.
like a pretty, you know, insidious one. So
It's essentially it's got direct ties to like the propaganda techniques of the Nixon administration, like straight up.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
has long roots back. But I think the other thing, what is this? Oh yeah, the clout shark thing. I'll remind everybody that for a few days when everybody started covering stuff, they were going around and copyright striking people as much as possible, which is very much a good look as a YouTuber, you know? Like that really
Yeah.
proves that you can stand behind your points.
That is such a quick way to lose all favor with like anybody who is willing to hear your side of the story. Like it is just amazing. When I heard that they were going around and doing that, I was like, oh my god, please let them do it some more, because like that is the quickest way. You will lose all potential support. Anybody who would be sympathetic towards you would just immediately drop off. So yeah.
Yeah, they were
Crazy.
and he says they were copyright striking channels with less than 100 subs. It was really just amazingly shameless behavior.
Yeah. Okay, let's resume this.
And the thing is why would I go on your stream when I can just go on my stream?
And actually have over it and not have to worry about something.
Why would I go on Space Dust's stream when I can and basically be like,
Space Dust!
yay, I'm on the same stream?
I'm Space Dust. First I was like Normal Dust, now I'm Space Dust. Wait, what is Normal Dust supposed to mean? I know Space Dust is probably like I'm stupid, like I'm a space head. But yeah, I don't know what Normal Dust
really
is.
think this
He's
is
just
her trying to come up
uncreative.
with another stupid nickname. Like it's Trumpian. It's straight up Trumpian.
Yeah.
Is that what's his name? Richard Spencer? Is that the Nazi? That guy was on? Yay. Or people who have engaged with Mr. Girl? Like, what do you want from me? Like, I refuse.
No, wait, okay, but you're literally friends with Annie Gallagher, right? Like,
Yeah.
Well, how about you
Exactly.
chill out? How about you chill out a little bit, okay, before you come at me, okay? You know, I just feel like you should never feel ashamed of giving people a chance and hearing their side, and you shouldn't feel ashamed if they like take advantage of your goodwill. You know, that's just like how I feel about these things, but not everybody has premonition, right? So,
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
not to mention Moist Sack. I can't believe I'm just forcing me to say Moist Sack on the air is so moist, but has a good point. Vosh has talked to Mr. Girl as well. Are they going to call him out as well? No, because they dick ride for Vosh really hard.
Yeah.
When Vosh does it, it's fine. But it is very much a double standard. The idea that, you know, you're not allowed to interview controversial people or straight up like bad people just because, you know, they're bad. Like,
Yeah.
oh no, guilt by conversation, not even association.
I mean, like, look, don't get me wrong. Again, I understand like the arguments around it, and it's just like a different philosophy of how people engage with things, and there's some validity to it, right? But I don't think one philosophy is better than the other. I think we just choose which one kind of resonates with us more. So yeah.
Poppy has fully said before that like if you follow someone on Twitter, you absolutely 100% support everything that they say.
Wow.
Like she is that level of like like, so it doesn't surprise me that it's like you had a conversation and had this person on your show, therefore like you support them, because like that's why she was trying to get people to like unfollow me or like any of us, I guess, in the like people that she didn't like kind of sphere, because if you follow them, that means that you support them.
Amazing.
And that's why she was going around doing that.
I'll let you all know I am still following like Poppy's accounts on an alt, and that does not mean I support her.
How dare you? You 100% support her.
How dare I? Oh no.
Yeah. By the way, I will read for 100 bits. Kyle Javelina says, I was that person jumping in the Discord earlier. Just wanted to say that Poppy is clearly taking the most extreme bad faith interpretation of the claims. She's probably isolating herself and getting all the info secondhand from her close friends. I think that is true. All right, resuming. We have skipped
the evidence on the other side is vibes.
How long was that silence? If we have skipped silence on.
I just want the modem dial-up sound on the sound to play whenever.
It's because I think this is the part where she's reading chat and she's like
screenshots.
going over people
like,
in chat.
Let's be really clear. I know this is like the thing that people get sick of hearing about this stuff. They're probably getting bored of it. Trust me, we are too. But like, look at the document on Spawn. We had Nightwile go through that thing with a fine-tooth comb. 60% or more of it was Discord vent logs, not evidence, not screenshots or text messages, not actual data. Stories that were told in a Discord vent with no corroborating evidence.
And out of order, so no one could actually
pause for a second.
Yeah, okay. So if I can, I want to be good faith here, right? And say, sure, you can say that, okay, there's no corroborating evidence with these Discord vent logs. But another way you can look at this is yes, they're vents, but there's still documentation, and this is what people will ask like anybody to do. They're in a toxic situation, to write down and document what they're going through. And while we don't have like that formal documentation, we at least have this documentation in the form of Discord venting. So
yeah,
that's what I was gonna say. Is like there wasn't any precedence or setup or anything to where the things that the kiddo there was saying was like going to be used in the future. It was like this is like a diary in a way, and it's just like there was no precedent that like this was going to be used as any sort of evidence or anything. It was just like the kid was literally just live journaling their experiences
to their
with
friends.
These two.
Oh shit.
To their friends.
Okay, somebody just sent me something. There's a selfie.
Oh no. Oh,
that
right.
somebody sent to me. And it is Poppy.
Oh yeah,
with taking a selfie in the bathroom.
There's signs on the door.
With the sign on the door saying reserved. Oh god, I wish I could zoom in more and see what that is.
Give me a second. I might be able to find it. I'm in a Discord where they actually went through and like pieced all that together.
Oh my god.
I do
oh my god.
While we're going through this,
there's many pictures of that, by the way, of like Poppy taking selfies, like update selfies in front of that sign, and people were able to like piece together pretty much everything that sign said.
Really?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
So I do want to say another thing. Like, you need to remember that the Discord logs are from a server where Spawn is like, it's a very small server. Like Spawn literally has that server with maybe 4 or 5 of their friends. Yeah. And I find it very rich for Poppy to say like Discord vent chats as though it's delegitimizing it. I like to call that, testimony captured in the moment that it happened. Yeah. Like, this is literally testimony. Most of what we have from Poppy is her testimony. If Spawn's testimony in those chats doesn't count, none of Poppy's does. So f off with that. Either we actually listen to what people say about how you hurt them, or we don't listen to you at all. And I have never dismissed Poppy's feelings around the situation. Like, I've never dismissed that. I may disagree with the way that things went down, but like, I don't dismiss the fact that she felt real pain and harm from that.
Yeah, one thing I have to give to Milena is that, despite everything in this, she was incredibly understanding and was incredibly empathetic towards Poppy and Zena the entire time. So like in a way that is like honestly inhuman, right? Like I wouldn't have been that nice. But I do have to say, I'm sorry. Like, what is this facial expression? Like, what is going on here?
I'm hot.
is going on? And somebody else said the font for reserved is unfortunate, which is also very true. Like, what are you, in a restaurant? What's going on? And
I
like,
got it sent to me. I got it sent to me. One sec. Let me pop this in here.
Oh, shit.
Is that the full one?
I think so, yeah. Wild. I don't think I've seen
I was trying to find it, because, like, I'm in a Discord, another Discord, where they literally went through a bunch of different selfies of hers and like pieced it together.
What the fuck?
It's terrible.
Chat.
Yeah, that.
What the chat? Hello? Reserve Jessica and Zena time, Monday through Friday, 10:40 a.m. to
through noon. It's funny to me that it's 10:40 a.m. through noon, but you can't start until 12:05. So it's actually 10:40 through 12:05.
And then
that's how time works.
6 to 9 p.m. And then what is this? Do any?
It's something along the lines of like do any bathroom stuff before 6.
6 p.m. Is that 6? Well, we get the gist.
Starts at 12:05, not before. So I'm assuming this is like spawns start at 12:05, not before. And this is reserved 6 to 9 p.m. Do anything before then, I guess. Holy.
And don't forget, there are multiple times in those messages that we have, because it's like where, you know, Zena would just block off the bathroom for hours. And then also there was this thing where Spawn wasn't allowed to take a bath for their body pains because they were planning on doing like laundry stuff in the bathroom, which I don't know what that means, if they like hung up their stuff to dry or something. But then at the end of the night, they hadn't even done that stuff and they just left Spawn to be in pain.
With the way that their place is configured, I wouldn't be surprised if the washer and dryer was in the bathroom. It's a very standard thing.
Okay, wow. Okay, wow. Okay, so not only, like, it's just not one time. There's multiple times here. Reserved 10:40 to noon, and then Spawn can't even use it until 12:05. So it's really 10:40 to 12:05. Then reserved from 6 to 9 p.m. And it's also, you're saying, like, Zena would just block off random times.
Anytime that was outside of like Spawn's apparently like designated times for things was basically just like entirely like the kitchen or the bathroom was like entirely unavailable to them.
And what I'm seeing here is like basically that the time that it's not reserved, it's everybody's time. It's not even Spawn's time alone.
I mean, supposedly, but we all know that that's not how it turns out.
Yeah. Wow.
By the way, do you have the bingo card up? Are you like...
Oh, I don't have the bingo card up. I told chat at the beginning. Chat,
has anybody been following the bingo card?
She hits every single box, I'm pretty sure, in this stream.
I mean, to be fair, it was somewhat based on the stream. So.
Yeah, I think the bingo card was literally based on this stream, like the most current rendition. So yeah.
Yeah, like, okay, I again have to say, like, this is just unhealthy as well, okay? Like, holding your urine is not good for you, especially depending on, like, your makeup, right? I don't know how to, what is the right way to say this, but based on your anatomy, right? If your urethra is, like, smaller or shorter in length, you are more likely to get a UTI, and you will get a UTI much more likely if you're holding, like, your pee, you know? And
I mean,
UTIs can turn into a kidney infection.
I still remember when the Wii came out, there was a contest that a radio station or something had where if you held your pee the longest, you would win a Nintendo Wii, and a woman died because she was trying to win one for her kids.
Oh my god.
Literally held her pee until she died. Like... Not saying that, you know, Spawn was gonna die from like holding their pee.
No, but you can get there.
It's
like if you get a
pretty
kidney
dangerous.
infection, if you get a kidney infection, then it can like turn into something even more serious after that. You'll be hospitalized, and it's also part of the reason why, like, especially older people, like, detecting UTIs in them is super, super important, because like it can really knock them out. It is crazy. So. Yeah. Somebody says, imagine being that kid and your mom died holding her pee for you. Like, holy shit, I would never move on with my life.
Oh, yeah, it might have been a water drinking contest, too. That makes sense.
Okay, let's
keep going.
Yeah. Jeez, this is just wild. You guys mind if I say... Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. It's just crazy. It is just
The 6 to 9 p.m. thing blows my mind. Like,
yeah. What do you need
every
it for
day?
then? What do you need it for then? Like, I understand the 10:40 to 12, maybe. I still don't understand it, honestly, because you work from home. Your clients can handle some pipe noise, okay? Like,
Well, I don't
what
want
is?
to. I don't want to
Yeah,
dismiss that. Like, maybe they actually had problems from that. Sure. Like, there's a
yeah,
specific time span in the day where it's not allowed. Fine, but 6 to 9 p.m. is not it.
yeah. No, it's not. No, it's not. There's no reason for it. And I know they're not using it for all of that time either.
I mean, Zena would
Crazy.
just camp out in there apparently. So, who knows?
Going on.
And members of the online left took that as gospel. I'll repeat.
That face.
Vent logs
Oh,
from a
wait a minute. I'm so sorry. I have another one. Another one that was sent to me. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Only Jess and Xena. Anything with Bun something her nails. Spawn does not do anything. Cleaning or clipping or stuff with Bun's nails. What is this? Walk.
Maybe
first
Spawn didn't know how to clip the
Wednesday?
nails properly.
Oh, yeah.
Hang on. Something towel laundry.
Yeah,
I
something
don't
with towel laundry.
It's just
yeah.
more stuff. There's a lot of different like screenshots that I've seen of like literally Poppy was taking like update photos in front of the door with all of this information on it. So there's literally like multiple different signs that people have gotten pictures of effectively.
Yeah.
This is like so damning.
With no veracity to those stories, nothing to prove them, other than the claim itself. And these people believed it. Whole host of people that I used to talk to believed it. Shared it around, oh, this is gonna you.
Oh, and guess who wrote it?
The stalker.
Yep.
The one that hunted down my kid. The kid that's angry because we wanted them to be independent and got them every bit of stuff we could about
No evidence.
Okay, like they say they have their own doc coming out to prove this, but like I'm very interested to see what that says because the things that they are saying, like they still completely miss the point. And this is something like people need to realize about the way they interact with this because it helps them make a lot of sense of how they do this. They think this kind of treatment is normal in a relationship. They think that this kind of treatment, like the way that Xena speaks to Spawn, is something that they think is normal, is something that they think is something that, like, if there is a good enough reason, is a good way to do this. And at the very least, if it's not, then apologizing afterwards is fine, even if it keeps happening. Like, this is behavior that you should be changing and working on. It's not something where you're like, oh, it's just part of living with me. Like, no, that's not how that works.
No.
And honestly, like, this makes more sense from my situation as well, because I freaked out when they yelled at me because it triggered me. Like, the way that they yelled at me was so aggressive and so dismissive and bulldozed over all the boundaries I set up and with hella calling yellow light. And, like, they ignored it. And it freaked me out in a way where I needed reassurance. And they're like, you'll be fine. Just wait. And they didn't take me seriously when I was talking about how badly it had affected me. And if you look at it as just, this is how Xena is and expects people to be okay with, this is just how Xena handles fights with Poppy all the time. And it's just how Poppy thinks it, like, Poppy doesn't think it's a big deal because she's just used to it. That's up. That's crazy.
Yeah, holy. Yeah, Kay makes a good point. There's the screenshots that show Spawn saying, I'm ready to move out by such and such date, and then Xena replying, you have cleaning and other responsibilities before then, you have to work out it. You know, it's like, yeah, you wanted this child to be independent, but I don't know, there are so many things that they did that were kind of like infantilizing the child, and like even like saying that the Spawn, you know, they would apply for like some sort of like guardianship of Spawn because Spawn couldn't take care of themselves. Like, yeah, you are actually infantilizing your child. You just want to be to that, right? You just want to be to them. It doesn't look like you're trying to. It doesn't look like you're trying to foster independence in them. Yeah, and
I know.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I know that we're taking a lot of time to talk every few seconds here because they keep lying every second. Like, it's crazy. But I have a little side tangent I can present here if you're interested of some lore that I have not published yet. Do you want to know what happened the night that Spawn left? How that went down?
Oh yeah, I'm down. I would love to see that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in the Spawn 1 doc, there are screenshots of, that part where Xena just starts randomly yelling at Spawn for being like, well, is Friday okay? And they're like, you need to be better at communication. And they're like, okay, well, is Saturday okay? And they're like, why are you changing your story? What the are you talking about? What? So everyone remembers that, right? Well, that was the week of Spawn trying to move. And they'd been discussing this. And according to Spawn and what they told me, that night, that Friday night, the one where they left, they were basically packing up their stuff in their room and they were starting to clean up and everything. And the roommate that they were going to be moving in with was going to be leaving to go out of town or out of state or out of country. Like, they just were not going to be available for a while. And they were going to leave and go pick up the keys and come back and finish all the stuff. But they needed to get the keys because they weren't going to be able to. So they were about to move out. They just needed to go get the keys from their friend. Xena didn't believe them that they would come back. So Xena
That's
physically
really
blocked
weird.
them. Xena physically blocked them from leaving. Xena blocked the door and started scolding them. And Spawn was like, please, I just need to do this. And basically it escalated to the point where, according to what Spawn told me, they were laying on the ground in their room on the phone with their friends, crying their eyes out, begging for help. And that's when they made a plan to sneak their stuff out the window and say they were going to the store. And their friends picked them up, grabbed their stuff, and they left.
Wow.
As usual, this literally happened because Xena's a asshole and has to exert power over everything.
That's crazy. And they have similar tactics preventing people from leaving. You can't claim that you wanted Spawn to be independent, be an adult, while preventing them from even leaving the house.
Yeah. So this is one of those things why I brought up Spawn's size, because you have to consider that the 5'1" and 80 pounds thing is not a designation of like, oh, it's not because of abuse. They are not that size because of abuse. That's just like how their body is. The important part is that Xena is 5'8". I don't know how much Xena weighs, but Xena's 5'8". And I want you to just imagine Xena in front of Spawn blocking the door and just telling them, no, you're lying, you're not doing this. And Spawn realizing that they are like not going to be able to figure out their move out plans because Xena's just being a and freaking out over it, like being that close to freedom and having that happen. So yeah.
Cactus in the chat is saying Xena is 200 easy. I mean, look.
I'd like to not comment on Xena's
You don't
appearance.
have to comment. I'm about to be real mean, okay? With the amount of time that Xena spends in the kitchen, okay? I would not be surprised. I'm just saying, okay? The amount of time, even when Spawn was on time for kitchen time, yeah, I would not be surprised if they were very heavy. So, I mean, they look very heavy, so. And I can say it because I'm not a thin person either, okay? So
I mean, neither am I. I just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, from the logs, it sounded like Xena didn't even do anything in the kitchen, just kind of hung out.
I mean, that's true too.
What is okay, I'm sorry, but what is alone time? Alone time is just Xena eating. That's
no, alone time is Xena coloring or knitting or something and just not
in the
wanting...
kitchen?
Not wanting Spawn to be, like, in their presence.
Okay, there's no way that Xena is coloring and knitting in the kitchen and not snacking at the same time.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Xena was hanging out in spaces specifically just to keep Spawn out of them and yell at them if they went in there. But that's just like, that's projection, that's assumption. I can't say that for sure.
Yeah.
But what we can say is that this is not cool behavior.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah.
They're in their mid-20s. They're not even a child. They're in their mid-20s, and we wanted them to be an independent adult.
Oh yeah, Adrian's 24.
Okay,
See how
24 now.
why is Xena gloating here? Do you see how Xena's like? Look how victorious Xena looks here.
Yeah.
Xena, look at their eyes. Like Xena is very much reveling in the fact that like, oh, this like it's
I'm sorry.
Xena so
Antenna
much.
Cactus said something very funny in the chat. It said, alone time is coloring. How old is this bitch? Okay, I will say.
Hey, adult coloring is good for like ADHD and stuff.
Yeah.
It may be, but
Coloring's good.
I don't dispute that, but I think it's very funny that Poppy was comparing Xena to a toddler at the beginning of this stream. And now we're seeing Xena throwing temper tantrums, and her alone time is coloring and knitting. I can't tell.
Oh, Xena's extremely immature.
Yeah, I can't tell if Xena is like an old, like a geriatric person or literal toddler. So yeah, wild.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Also, funny story. That same stalker told me that basically Adrian lied and said that they didn't have healthcare coverages. Now, one, if you're in Michigan, we have pretty great state coverage, but like, we checked. You can just check that. They do.
Yep.
They absolutely have it. In fact, they're still seeing all of the professionals they were seeing when they lived with us.
Pause here.
But the stalker.
This I have to clarify this because it's kind of funny. So what happened was this was in the first couple of days of Poppy and I talking. I'll be covering this when I actually write my document about being undercover. But one of the things that happened was those first few days were extremely intense. Like initially we were relieved to be talking to each other again, but Poppy very quickly, I'm assuming after talking to Xena, because that's what happens, Poppy very quickly got into the like, how you've done this to my life, how dare you, you've weaponized my child, you allied with like just all this crazy shit, and like really intense. There was one point where she came at me for quote unquote keeping her child out of therapy, and I was freaking out because Poppy was really coming at me, and I was like, well, it's not my fault. Like and for some reason, like the thing that popped in my head, because I thought the kid was like cut off from stuff. I said like they don't have insurance, like they can't get it, they can't afford it. I don't know. And Poppy was like, they do, you're, and I'm like, no, it's, and I just like I wanted that part of the conversation to end. It was a freak out. I don't know where that came from in my head, but I basically just pulled it out of to get her to stop yelling at me about that, and that was a mistake. I f***ed up. I was panicking. But she ran with this, and her response to it was one, to log into Spawn's medical portal and share screenshots of their medical schedule with me in chat, which they never deleted.
That's
two,
so... wow.
Run with it as a point in their own video against Spawn. That's where that comes from. Spawn never lied to me about that.
Yeah,
I agree. Normal behavior.
Yeah, I'm very normal.
Totally normal.
It just feels like I don't even know where to go with this. Like, okay, that is okay. Not only are you sharing your child's medical information like with people, you're sharing it with people that you don't even yourself trust. Like, Poppy was just going at you for like, for all the stuff and then shared.
It was later that she shared those screenshots when we had calmed down and we were a little more trusting. And here's the other thing. I want to point this out. This is the same logic that she used to dismiss the fact that she had talked to her mods and her close friends about Courtney Orchard's nudes. The fact that she just talked about it to close friends was an excuse for her when it was a very private thing between her and Courtney. That Courtney had stated they did not want getting out to anybody else. And Poppy shared it with her mod team and said it's fine, they're my mods. This is how she manages this.
She also said it was okay to dox her own child's name because she gave her child that name. That was her reasoning.
Good
yeah,
God.
No, she literally said that.
All right, let's keep going, I guess.
Or just believed that out of hand. Why? Because it was convenient.
Even when
Why do you
evidence
sound like
got
one of
brought
the
up to
horses
contrary,
from Charlie the Unicorn?
it didn't really seem to matter at that point.
Like, you have blogs on Tumblr that are
right
like
now. Like, pay attention to what Xena's
yeah, Xena's very
words and tone are.
satisfied. Xena's very satisfied. Yeah.
Xena is
just speculating to speculate. This is one of the reasons why I lost my job. Was that when I was given the ultimatum, and that's what happened, by the way. I want to be really clear with this because you're going to see people make really stupid claims, and this is what actually happened. My clinic, the place I worked at, gave me an ultimatum. The ultimatum said, here are the complaints that we got. We either need you to shut down your social media, which includes your channel, or you're going to be terminated. And I said, well, I would really like to not lose my job, but I'm not letting you fuck with my civil liberties. Trying to shut me down about my own assault.
I'm sorry, we can't even get through 10 seconds of this without pausing. I'm so sorry.
I just wanted to issue a small correction on that because the letter, from the way the letter was written, all she had to do was stop her harassment campaign against me, and she would have been fine. Like she specifically said, like, I'm gonna make a video on this, and her boss was like, yeah, no, absolutely, do not make a video on this, and also stop harassing her. And like, there wasn't anything in there about like, you absolutely need to delete all your social medias.
Keep in mind, this was at the point where it had been almost going on for 2 months. Poppy's boss said that it fit the legal definition of harassment by the state of Michigan's like laws. And
how do you know that? How do you know that information? That's crazy.
Oh, Poppy may have sent me the letter when it was happening.
Yeah.
I've read the letter. I know exactly what she's saying. I have the letter saved as well as the follow-up email that was sent to her confirming stuff. So yeah, Poppy also shared that stuff. I'm not publishing that because that's not just violating privacy of Poppy. That's like affecting her former employer, and I don't want to get into that too much. But I will say that what she is saying is not accurate. There was further clarification provided when she asked for it. The only demands were that she stop talking about this stuff and that she not make videos regarding this stuff. That's it. All she had to do was stop this. She could keep her channel. She could keep streaming. She could resume the content creation that she had always been doing, which is all any of us wanted her to do. And she calls it a violation of her civil liberties, which again, I'm sure came from the little support group that she has around her, who apparently convinced her that her employer had no legal standing to, you know, hold her to the contract she had signed. So, you know, very smart people you're dealing with here. And of course, she turns it into a victim complex. And I don't know how she manages to have this level of self-righteous cognitive dissonance to just dismiss everything where her boss was giving her time. He gave her an extension to think this over and to talk over what she wanted to do with us, with her lawyers, supposedly. And instead, it looks like she was consulting her lawyers, so to speak, about whether or not she could legally be fired. And then went onto her Twitter and said her boss was employing abuser tactics to silence her.
That's a winning tweet. Wow.
Yeah, I'm afraid they really are sending us their best, and that's the sad part.
It's very unfortunate.
Is a bridge too far. And your own handbook says that I am allowed to monitor my own social media as long as I don't mention the clinic, mention anything about my job, and I don't harass anyone. So what they did is...
Ooh, okay. Does it not count as harassing?
Ooh!
Her boss...
Did she move on from that?
Her boss literally pointed out in the letter that he had personally looked into it, and what she was doing fit the legal definition of harassment in the state that she's in. So, like, it is really funny, that she just immediately, like, oh, I'm just gonna move on. Like, it's like the one thing that she wasn't allowed to do, and that was it. Like, that was the only thing that he said, you need to stop this specific behavior, otherwise, I need to fire you.
Yeah.
So and her ultimatum was stop your harassment.
And literally immediately after she got fired, she started posting the whole image. Immediately.
Oh my god. I cannot, honestly, like, I think I'm most amazed at the fact that Poppy sent you the letter that her boss sent her.
I mean, I think we've established there is no confidentiality in private with Poppy.
I know, but it's so stupid.
We had an agreement. We had an agreement that we would not be sharing our private conversation with anybody else, no matter what happened. I was not going to share anything from our private interactions, even after we fell out, because we had an agreement, and she that by immediately publishing some of our DMs afterwards. But some of the DMs that she's been publishing since shows in the timestamps that she was taking those screenshots while we were talking and sharing them with people. So f her.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just amazed. Like, she's a idiot for showing you the letter. Like,
oh, one more thing.
Yeah.
She shared the letter with her mod team too.
Amazing.
They trumped up the charges of harassment and said that asking people to block Noehflake, that is my ex, because I think she's a danger to people around her, they decided to call that harassment.
Wasn't really just about blocking, though? Like,
No. I mean, you saw all the screenshots that led up to that firing. Like, not all of them, of course. We still have more, but you saw in the document that she literally doxed Haley's real name.
Yes. Yeah.
Calling her a sexual assailant, and as soon as 20th was calling her online and continued spreading that and harassing her with that and trying to get as many people as possible to jump on her side with that. She was tagging Keffels. She was tagging, like, she was trying to get bigger content creators to jump on the train to help publicize Haley being.
But that's the thing, is this is what she always does, is she can say, I never told anyone to harass them, but she always does the very, like, the libs of TikTok thing of like, hey, look at how horrible this thing is and how bad this thing is, but don't harass them, guys. Just block and move on. And it's just like, well, yeah, what do you think, like, whipping up a crowd into a frenzy is gonna do? Like, well, you know what you're doing. You know what the behavior is, but you can claim I never did it myself.
Yeah. Oh, well, look, I will say, like, that kind of argument, I feel like, yeah, I think the main thing is, like, still labeling you as a sexual, like, assaulter in itself. Just that very, by itself is already harassment. It's just
Oh, no, it is. I'm just pointing out that, like, she is technically correct. She never told anyone to go and harass me or anything. But that's not the point. The point is that she set up all the conditions that someone would try and harass me. And she set up all the things of, like, this is why this person is a problem, but just ignore them. And that's not how people work. Like, especially if they're your supporters.
Yeah.
Consider this. Like, this is part of why I thought it was important to add those asides when I was building the Abusive Hypocrites 2 doc. There's literally a part of this that talks about how Poppy pretends that she doesn't weaponize her community, and then her actions are exactly the opposite. She rewards people in her community for doing that. She literally retweets people saying nasty in our replies. She retweets them to her main account and is clearly applauding them, boosting them, giving them recognition, and taking advantage of the parasocial relationship she has with them. She can say she doesn't do something as much as she wants, but if you're going to be punching me in the face and tell me I'm not punching you, I think I'm going to believe your fist instead. Sorry. Don't call it a closed hand slap. You. I'm not stupid. We can see what you're doing, Poppy.
Yeah.
This was a friend of 20 years. And the, like, practice manager...
Also, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. A friend of 20 years. Not only did you, like, refuse to stop harassing somebody, you decided to double down and then call your friend of 20 years abusive as well.
Is a non-binary person.
Yeah, it was her boss.
Who should know better.
Her boss.
Like, I need you to understand that, like...
Later came out, too, that everybody wrote these letters. The whole group of them wrote these letters together. They wrote it.
Which isn't true.
Citation needed.
Yeah.
Citation it's needed. Entirely
prove it.
Not true. This whole part is wild. Like, all the things that they claim happened with these letters.
Yeah, it's crazy because they play this game of telephone, like they'll hear something from one person.
Like, let it play out. It's fantastic.
Okay.
Although I do like Zena's face here. It looks like they're sucking on a lemon. It was pretty funny.
Came out, too, that everybody wrote these letters. The whole group of them wrote these letters together. They wrote it together.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and then they...
Nose was basically a group project to make it perfectly made, seasoned in a slow roaster, right? For hours on end, to get the perfect letter to complain about things, to make it seem make the complaints as real seeming as possible. Again, if you looked online, you would have seen this wasn't the case.
Hey, Star, do you want the letter?
Holy I haven't even seen that.
Oh my god.
I posted it to Tumblr earlier, but like,
I didn't see that either.
Do you just
I
want
would
the
love
letter?
to see it.
Like,
Yeah.
it's fantastic.
Tumbling much recently.
That's. I think, is this the fixed one? Yeah. Right.
Together, weeks apart.
This is my perfectly formulated group project. Which also she goes into even more here in a second, where she also claims that like a bunch of people used ChatGPT to formulate these letters.
I remember reading that part.
Okay.
I did block out all incriminating
okay.
or like,
Am I okay?
I'm
okay to show this then? This
yeah, like everything is blocked out.
Okay. I am not a client. Okay, let me see if I can.
Oh, the pixels. I need more pixels.
The pixels, yeah. Let me see. Are you able
your pixels, Space Dust?
Enhance.
Are you able to?
It's perfectly fine for me. Like I just can't see it in the Discord stream for some reason.
No, that's so strange. I can't see it on my side. Yeah. Wait, let me try making this big. No. Okay. This is so tiny. Why is this so tiny?
I don't know. I clicked it.
Wait, Haley, send it to me. Let me see if I can figure out what's wrong on my end.
It's like perfectly normal size to me. Which is
it is normal size. Just a second.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you doing?
What is going on? Why is it doing Firefox? You know, I bet it's Firefox or whatever.
It might.
Okay,
yeah, I was
here
gonna
we
say
go.
it might be because you opened it directly from Discord's like mini thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
Oh, there you go.
Zena has the thinnest lips ever, very fish-like. True. Okay, I am not a client of hers, nor of anyone in your employ. However, I feel it's necessary to point out the dangerous activity that I believe would be counterintuitive to being a practicing therapist. For the last month now, and I assume Green is Poppy. Poppy has been engaging in a smear campaign of harassment and defamation against me online simply because I broke up with her. Her dangerous actions continued far before that and can easily be seen in her YouTube channel and Twitter accounts, which she actively engages in inciting harassment against those she doesn't like. She fraudulently creates claims against others and has her friends go after them in kind. She frequently diagnoses others with various conditions and mental illnesses despite them not being clients of hers. She uses the weak excuse of, I'm not your therapist, but, and then will provide resources to the person and continually claim they have the condition. She will insist on it over and over again. She tried to claim I had BPD during our brief relationship and wouldn't back down from that claim. She uses her YouTube channel to Discord to do the same with many multiple others as a way of support to vulnerable people, adults and minors. These people treat this as a form of therapy, and she does little to nothing to discourage that line of thinking. Some of these people have been driven to suicidal breakdowns over the drama she generates, and the false diagnosis that she hands out because they feel obligated to defend her against others due to her health. When these people go off to find a real therapist, they generally get ostracized from Poppy's community for doing so. She is literally weaponizing her license and job to control adults and minors alike. In addition to all of this, her channel frequently displays 18+ NSFW images in such a loose fashion that minors are frequently exposed / encouraged to engage with them. I know this isn't necessarily anything to do with your counselors, but it just shows further how unprofessional and dangerous to and minors she may treat under your employ. And lastly, I understand
that's her boss.
Boss to be her boss or some form of direct supervisor. He's actively in her community, offering his backing to everything she does. He has been able to see each and every bit of her Discord channel and frequently hangs out in voice calls with Poppy and her community. The sheer conflict of interest this has is beyond imagination that the two are extremely close friends to the point that he simply ignores her behavior. Included below is a link to her drama channel on YouTube and her Twitter links. Some of the Twitter pages have been locked down to prevent anyone from seeing things she has been posting, but the official channel page is horrible enough.
I will point out the last bit about her boss and everything. I did find out that like there's a couple more emails back and forth between me and the person I was in contact with here. And also just to point out that like this is the email that I sent them. The only way, like all that I could do on the actual website was basically put in like a, hey, I need to talk to someone. I have a complaint about like X counselor. And then they emailed me being like, hey, okay, I'm the guy that like you're gonna be like the one to go to, whatever, blah blah blah. Send me your complaint. So like this is literally the email was effectively sent to her workplace. But I did find out in following emails that basically her boss was specifically in her channels and stuff like that to monitor her behavior because she had already been reported by multiple people for something apparently in November or before. And like
August.
She had already replaned. No, I was
Oh
told
my god.
November.
That's
Oh wait, that's right. That was the complaint against her work. In August, there was an actual complaint against her license.
Yeah, so like I was told basically like in the next email, like, do you have screenshots of stuff? Like, can you provide more contacts with some things? Blah blah blah, but don't necessarily provide anything about some sort of incident that happened in November. Like they didn't even specify. They were just like, if this is anything before the month of November, like we're already investigating. And that's when they explained like that her boss was already in her Discord community and her various Twitters and things like that to look for and monitor her because of these reports that were already there.
And I should mention something in addition to that. Poppy had specific areas of the server, such as the moderation and administrative areas, and of course, like the more private channels of the server where she hung out with people when she didn't feel like talking to other people, that were blocked off to her boss. And she had blocked her boss on social media by January. So even though they had an agreement, she was trying to find ways around it to still do what she wanted.
That's wild. And this was sent January 29th.
Yeah. He was literally trying to help her moderate herself.
Yeah. Okay. Somebody asked in the chat.
Yeah, this is my perfectly formatted group project email.
Somebody in the chat asked, reported for something other than the accidental leak that Gayfish talked about. Was Poppy, so Poppy being reported before this, was it regarding that or was it?
No idea.
I don't know.
That's
no idea. Like
I was, we have no visibility.
I was just told, I believe I was told that there was already at least 8 reports against her by this point. Yeah,
8?
she received, I think, about a dozen reports before she was fired.
It was about
like
10.
her job.
8?
It was about 10.
Was it 10? Okay. Like
Oh
I
my
know that
God.
like
and the thing that I know about the thing with Fesh was like it was literally like over a year ago. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, she received a lot of reports and I will say like most of this happened before people even started talking to each other and like the incident with me and stuff like that. So like the majority happened before any of that and I have no clue of any of the context of any of those reports. Like I was just told that like she was basically reported like a dozen times already.
Poppy does still have her license.
She does.
You got to understand that
unfortunately.
like going after someone's license first off is a really big step to take. Like you're talking about essentially undoing almost a decade of school there. Second off, it takes very specific things for a non-client to be able to file a charge against someone's license. It's one of those things that's just like really difficult to do in the first place. I think people are underestimating what it takes in that specific state to do that. So right now, no.
Yeah.
But as far as I know, she's trying to see clients publicly and having trouble with getting insurance to reimburse her. That's why she has changed her name on her listings and is apparently trying to get a job at another clinic. So who knows? All I know is she's not doing that well. She's just e-begging for GoFundMe money for her surgery while still continuing to buy hundreds of dollars of furry porn that she proudly displays on her account. So
Okay, Antenna Cactus says, do we know anything about these complaints? No, we don't. How is this legal?
who knows? The system's broken.
Yeah.
It is very questionably legal, some of the things that are like that she's doing now, but I will say like the harassment was absolutely illegal.
Also, I don't know if y'all have noticed, but Poppy kind of has a habit of trying to skirt her way around rules that she doesn't like, whether it comes to legality or, you know, keeping a good face on for her job when she has an online presence, or consent in relationships. She just doesn't like being told what to do. And if she wants to do something, she's going to find a way to figure out how to do it, regardless of what she is supposed to do.
I will say, yeah, she effectively chose to be fired, by the way. She
Yes.
wasn't,
Yeah.
she didn't quit. She was literally fired.
Yeah. Instead of quitting, she chose to let herself get fired.
Yeah.
Which is funny because
effectively.
that also affects her career in a way that just quitting or resigning would not have. So that's fun. She's very smart.
I'm still baffled because she had the perfect opportunity to never talk about any of this again, never admit she was wrong, never own up to anything, and just walk away and keep her job. And literally she could have just had her entire community who's not on Twitter anyway just be convinced that she was right the entire time. Like, she could have just done this.
Small Moth, you mentioned she said therapeutic ethics were stupid to Courtney Orchard. I have my own story about that. We were talking about EMDR stuff, and she like, when I was just talking to her, this was in a group VC. I don't remember who else was in there, but there are a couple people that are friends of mine now who, if they're watching this right now, you might remember this conversation. She specifically said, like, I was telling her about some trauma stuff and how, like, I've worked through some stuff, and she said, man, I really want to do EMDR on you. Stupid ethics. And then went on to say, like, technically, legally, I'm not allowed to offer you, like, therapy, but there's nothing legally stopping me from offering you, like, spiritual guidance as a Zen priest. And there's a lot of crossover between things like EMDR and Zen, and, like, literally joking about, like, well, we don't have to listen to the law or regulations. Like, I could still totally do these things with you. We just have to call it something else. Yeah, person that you're trying to date, let's do actual digging into your brain and doing, like, therapy style stuff. No, Poppy doesn't give a about ethics or the rules. If she feels like it's something that she wants to do, she will pursue it. She doesn't care.
Jeez, dude. I'm so sorry. This stream is just blowing my mind. I'm like,
it gets
every time.
worse.
Oh,
allegedly. Because these are just testimonies. I can't put these in docs. This is just stuff that I can say happened to me. And it's not that relevant in the big picture. Like, there's no cohesive point. Like, these are all just bits and pieces. When I construct the dots, it's very, like, the docs, it's very important to make sure that each thing we put in there is building towards the point that we are pushing towards, But if you wanted to just put a scatter shot of 50, 100 different incidents, like individual incidents and conversations where she said sussy, we have so many of those.
The "It Gets Worse" slogan really...
Yeah, don't worry,
really,
it gets worse.
At the very least, the Baeddal stuff should kind of just, like, go smooth because there's really not much to disagree with there. Like, it's really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, the people she's criticizing for being Baeddalists agree with everything she says. They just ironically adopted the slur because it was being thrown at them by a harassment campaign. They're not
You're
actual
spoiling it, Mimi. It's so much better.
I'm sorry. It's frustrating, and we don't know how long the audience will stick around for that whole show.
I think they will. I think there's already been so many bombshells during this.
I'm gonna have way less to say during that segment.
Yeah.
That's more Haley's.
I mean,
honestly, I'll have way less to say too. Like, you don't really need to say a lot. Like, it's just funny to listen to her.
Yeah, I can't believe. Yeah, wow. I look, you both really delivered for this. Like, I thank you.
What do you say to that, really, Stardust? Like, you're speechless, right? Like, what is there to even reply to that with?
Well, I just feel like, thank you for giving me this gift. like this gift of knowledge. I mean, it's not a gift like because it's bad, right? But it is a gift of knowledge, and I'm just, like, amazed. Like, I'm just like, wow.
Yeah. Like, this is in fact the power that ChatGPT can deliver to you. Not just the fact that I'm an author and can write well.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
I would also like to.
Well,
sorry.
Yeah, literally, I'm just an author, and I, like, wrote an email carefully.
That's crazy.
Because it was a very serious accusation. It's almost like I wanted an email to not just be like, "Yo, your person sucks. You should fire them." Like, I actually, like, sat down and went, like, I took some time on this email because I wanted it to be correct. And, like, I provided a lot of screenshots after this, actually. Like, a lot after this email, I provided, like, a ton of them.
I will say that, I think your mistake, Haley, was not just narrating this whole thing out off the in voice to text and then not checking for any typos.
No, I
before
should have just
sending
sent
it.
them a video of me talking.
Yeah,
and
it
provided
definitely should have been
no
a
evidence.
voice chat that rambles on and just has like long
Yeah.
pauses. That would have been much more effective and clearly not ChatGPT.
Yeah.
I honestly like
this
if I had just
felt like
ChatGPT, it
GPT
would have
to
been
me.
better.
Yeah. No, good God. It's very interesting to me how they think that because things are in a way that they don't recognize, they can just project their own assumption about what it actually is and then just make that the fact in their story and then tell that to everybody else as truth. It's wild to me. Oh, Shelby, add me on Discord. Let's talk about it and see if it makes sense.
ChatGPT.
That's a good one. That's a banger one to chat. Yeah, wow.
That's pretty good. As someone with BPD, I give you the pass for that joke. That's a good one. Shall we
yeah,
we
let's
continue?
resume. I asked Malcolm to just jump in here because I told Malcolm like oh let's have you in like after we're finished, but like I feel like I'm just getting so stun locked here. Just like let's bring Malcolm in to just come hang out. So yeah.
Others for emails, burner email accounts, and ChatGPT. Apparently, the first letter was too much work.
Yeah,
ChatGPT for the others.
Yeah, GQ or QG. Basically, what I said was, and this is literally what I said in that tweet. I can literally go find it if I want. But essentially, it said, "Here's the argument."
Wait, what?
It's QP, not QG. Like
I don't know.
They just get so many small things wrong. It's just funny. Like we can keep
Yeah.
going. It's not a big deal.
Like
no, it's all good.
I can assure you that literally no one had like a gathering session where we all used ChatGPT or used fake emails to do reports. Like I'm pretty sure the last 2 reports were like me and Dorm, and that was it.
Yeah.
Like that was it. Like the only 2 that I know of, and that was after December.
Yeah, the other ones are a mystery. We don't even know if they were friends with us. Like I have no idea who those people are.
Wow. I just want to highlight a couple of chats here. Chat PTSD was a pretty good one, but that's a banger. And then Chat ERP is also a good one. Okay. All right.
Noehflake sexually assaulted me. Here's why. Here's how it happened. My request is if you're going to stay friends with her, do not interact with me. Please block her. That's it. That's all I asked. Just block her.
Yeah, please block her. Big of a boundary, something that is out of the ordinary, right?
That's it.
I've dealt with some sexually assaulty situations.
Pause again.
Yeah.
This is another thing I want to point out about her behavior. She states that these are boundaries. She states that these are things where it's like, okay, well, boundary is what you do in response to someone else's actions, right? So my boundary is if you talk to this person, I don't want you talking to me. Okay. So that is a way to essentially twist what would normally be a healthy way of interacting with a situation to essentially hold your relationship with someone hostage. She did this to me and
Enemy.
She did this to me and Sage last spring when me and Sage were talking, and I actually connected with Sage pretty strongly because Sage was just realizing that she had BPD. Also did a terrain. Realized that Sage had just realized that she had BPD and was trying to navigate it, or might have BPD. It was before her official diagnosis. And I saw her spiraling and stuff. I saw her statuses, and I just reached out to give her, notices of comfort. And I ended up having a longer conversation with her one night, just coaching her through how to have basic like DBT methods to separate herself from the panic and the emotions of her thoughts and give space to herself for those emotions, but also like distance herself from the panic that might bring and really like give herself a chance to engage with those thoughts in a more rational way and not put those things on other people where they don't need to be, but also speaking for her needs, healthy ways of dealing with symptoms. Poppy didn't realize that we were talking. I didn't realize it was something I needed to tell Poppy, but Poppy told me that it's my server. Any relationships you make through it are my business. She said that to me in a call, but told me that I was allowed, like she wanted Sage to have friends and be supported, but she felt like she could no longer trust me as a confidant. She literally does not believe that you can be friends with 2 people who are close like that and be confidants for both of them, because she thinks it's a conflict of interest. She calls it a dual relationship, which is not what either of those things mean. I think a conflict of interest is having your BPD girlfriend who you say you are an FP for, having her moderate conflicts that you have with people on your server. I don't know. That feels like more of a conflict of interest than me potentially offering BPD and poly advice to somebody who is struggling with it, and just I want to give them general advice from someone who has a lot of experience with that stuff. So yeah, she told me that I wasn't allowed to, essentially, she didn't tell me I wasn't allowed to, but she told me that if I kept being a confidant for Sage, then I was not allowed to continue being close to her. And I was falling in love with Poppy. I was falling for Poppy. I was getting very close to Poppy. I'd grown trusting of Poppy. So who am I going to pick?
Yeah.
Is that a control method or is that a boundary? Because that's controlling. That's not a boundary. That's straight up you not being able to deal with trusting someone who is also talking to someone else that you are trying to keep secrets from. That's
Yeah.
like, I just needed to address that. And this is why I said like it would take a couple seconds for us to address things, because there's so much she says that is
Yeah.
so up and such a misframing of how she uses therapy speak to control and abuse the people around her that it's gross, allegedly. Haley, I don't know if you want to say anything about that, because I know that she did the same thing to you in your relationship with her, but if not, we can keep going.
Yeah, I would say keep going.
Okay. Sorry,
Also,
it
I
still
want to say
makes me
hi,
mad.
Malcolm.
Hi, Malcolm.
Yeah. Hey.
Like, y'all have to understand, I've been taking testimonies from so many
Okay.
people about this for so many months, and it's really frustrating to me that she just tries to call me crazy, because yeah, I'm angry. I've seen a lot of this pain up close. I have done the emotional labor of supporting people through it. This is up, and I do not just sit around and like take her lies lightly.
Whoa.
I don't.
Is it true that Poppy's alters did 9/11? Yes, absolutely, 100%.
I
Totally
Lady
true.
Raincloud just
I'm
sent me
kidding.
something also that's kind of like corroborating what you're saying. It's Raincloud saying
This is the day after we had that conversation, by the way. It was April 8th of last year. This is the next day.
Wow.
Just so you know.
Yeah. I'm in the middle because I love and care about all of you. How could I not be in the middle of all this? You are my friend, damn it. And then Sage says, they made it very clear they don't want people in the middle of issues. Raincloud says, yes, but I am in a special situation where I'm very close friends with all three of you. Then Sage says, but I don't want you to be a carrier pigeon. And Raincloud says, don't take my friend and confidant away from me, please. And then Sage says, I've reached out. They can talk to me when they are ready, but I can't make them want to. If they think I don't want to talk to them, then they have severely misread the situation, because I never got a chance to explain what I was upset about the last time we talked and I had to go to work. And then Sage replies to Lady Raincloud and says, just promise to draw boundaries and use lights. Zena and Poppy have an issue with what they see as triangulation. I prefer to let friends be willing to set boundaries when they feel pulled two ways. I will continue to talk about it, but you have to be willing to tell me no. And then Raincloud says, okay, but I don't want to tell you no. If I tell you no, when you need me the most, and you spiral and do something, that's on me. And then Sage says, can I be honest? And then Raincloud says, yes. And then Sage says, you do not have to worry about me doing anything permanent. I have been having ideations, but they are passive. And then Raincloud says, you say that knowing full well I'm a trained military medical professional, and that I've not only been on suicide watches, I've trained people how to watch for signs and signals. I want your word. You've no intentions to harm yourself, period, not even cutting or anything else like that. Damn. The Sage is not allowed to have any confidants or anybody else.
Yeah, it's because of the relationship style that Poppy practices, where effectively like she's allowed to have all these different relationships, but none of those people are allowed to like talk to each other or anything
It's
like
so
that.
strange.
Like, except Zena, apparently, who's
Yeah.
just allowed to talk to whoever they want.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
But
want to
can I-
speak too deeply on Sage's situation just because she wants to be left out of this for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing I
And I
say
agree with that.
about Sage will be anything outside of something that proves another point that we're trying to make, or if it is like directly a response to something she says. As long as she stops coming at us, we will not do anything to
Yeah.
come at her. And she needs to
Okay.
know that. Anything that we do will be a response to her. So if she stops, we stop. That is how we're doing this with all of them.
Well, I will come in and I will drop a hot take. If Sage can't keep my name out of her mouth, it will stay in mine. If she wants to talk shit about me, I'll do it. I will fall on the sword for you guys.
Fair.
I'm happy to do it.
I'm of the
Fair.
opinion it's not worth it.
Think so either.
I don't think, like, I'm not even claiming Sage is a victim or anything like that. I just don't think it's worth it to engage, because a lot of the stuff that she's been posting is like literally engagement bait.
Yeah.
So engaging with it
I
is exactly
don't
what's
disagree.
wanted.
It's rage bait. It's
And
100% rage bait.
I don't
yeah,
disagree, but if
it's just
she
not
mentions
it's
me by
not even
name,
worth it to
I will
talk
say
about.
it back. So,
No, I
and
know,
I'm
but
sure
that's the
obviously
thing.
that's what you guys are saying. I understand. I'm just saying.
She
I'm willing to
knows.
do it.
Yeah.
She knows that there are certain things she can say to be specifically inflammatory that we will not just sit back and not respond to.
Yeah.
And she does those things, and I understand that that's what she's trying to do, but certain things will merit a response, and if she wants that response, she's gonna get it, whether it comes from me or somebody else. I'm not saying this is a threat
You
from
tell her.
myself. I'm saying that I'm not in control of everybody, and I'm not the only one affected by the things that she says. If she really wants to be left out of this and left alone, like she claims to be, then she should just
Mhm.
like leave it. Just leave it.
Yeah.
Go about your
And
life.
and that's why I'm saying, like, pretty much, like, I know obviously, like, I can't control people and like I can't tell anyone what to do, but like the standard internet rules apply when someone is only posting engagement rage bait. Like, just don't interact. Like, it's not worth it, and it just gives them like their haha I trolled you moment, basically. Like, it's just not worth it.
Yeah. No, I
I'm
get
just
it.
here
I
to throw shit
just
around. That's just me. So sorry.
No,
Sorry to
I
interrupt
like I
your-
said, I
your earnest
can't say, I can't tell you not to. I'm just saying, like, as at least you understand what it is.
yeah.
Well,
But at
no,
the
and
same
I don't.
time, like we can't like she threatened Rain's family. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say something about that.
Well, no,
Yeah.
and that's
There's
kind of
a
the point that
line.
you're getting at is like where it comes to a point where it's like if you do truly want to be left out of it, then be left out of it. Like I can speak for myself. I won't speak for Stardust, obviously, but if it came to a point where it was like, okay, I'm just going to be done, I would be done. I would be done with it. Like I just wouldn't talk about it anymore. And I think that's the thing that's annoying is like, you claim that you don't, and I'm talking in generalities. I'm not just talking about Sage, but even extending to
Yeah.
Poppy and Zena, where it's like, I want to be done, like I want to move on, and I want to do other things. It's like, okay, we personally, like, if you guys go and back to doing your boring content, I don't think that anybody would really have anything to say. It's the fact
Yeah.
that you continue to dive headfirst in over and over and over again. And if you did truly want to be left alone, okay, then act like it, and everybody
No,
would.
exactly. Yeah, it's this thing where also the other side of it where it's like the same way that Poppy uses Penny to just like shout at people and be as much of a asshole as she wants to be, and she's like, well, I don't agree with her tone, but you know, based Penny, like you. Sage does the exact same thing with Cerise. Cerise is just there to essentially be a asshole to people in a way that she doesn't want to be held accountable for. And I'm not saying that that doesn't mean that her system is real. Like, systems take a lot of different forms. They interact with things in a lot of different ways. They come forward in different ways. OSDD, UDD, all those things are their own thing. I'm not saying that she does not have a system, but the way that the actions of the system manifest is that that alter shows up almost exclusively to just berate people in public in ways that are particularly vicious. And
I
it's the
will
same
say
thing done with Penny.
probably not worth going into that. Like I have theories on that kind of thing, and like between the two
Yeah.
of them and like stuff like that. But yeah, it's probably not worth it to go into that.
Well,
like that's some
I
No,
think
it's
chat
very
knows.
That's why I'm saying it's
Yeah.
important not to invalidate it. But I'm just
Yeah.
saying that like one of the big things that if you speak to anyone with a system responsibility is important. You cannot just do this and say that,
yes.
well, it wasn't me. Like, no, you are responsible for your system and what they do. The
Yeah,
idea
as
that you
a
can just
like
like be as possible and say like, well, I didn't like the tone, but you know, I kind of stand behind it. That's not how that works.
as a system, like absolutely, like being responsible for your system is very important. I will say that there is a massive difference between Sage and Poppy systems, and you might not see it, but there is, and that's why it's
No, I
like
think
it's not
there is
really
too.
worth it to go into, because that starts getting into like really like sketchy
No,
territory with
I
pluralphobia
don't
and stuff.
I don't want to diagnose her. I don't want to be pluralphobic. I disagree with the people in chat who are saying that it's not a real system. My only point is that Cerise and Penny are similar in how they have manifested publicly and how they
But
are
there's
essentially
reasons for that, is
weaponized.
what I'm saying. Like, there's literally
Okay.
reasons for like why Cerise is the way that Cerise is.
Okay. Well,
I will say, chat already knows my stance on this, and on Poppy specifically with all this. But I don't think it's useful for me to like reiterate what my stance is. Chat, So, but why don't we resume just a little bit more of this?
Yeah, let's go.
Asked for. No, if I want to be friends with the person that hurt me, I don't want to be anywhere near you. The shit that was going on that was done to me wasn't okay on a very, intense, severe level. Like, this isn't just a petty, like, yeah, hey, I forgot to put the dishes in the dishwasher, okay? Like, that's not what this was, right? And no, I think it's completely reasonable for a victim of sexual assault or rape to say, no, I don't want to interact with anyone. That's just fine to say. It is okay to have those kinds of boundaries. If you don't like them, don't interact. That's not
like I didn't ask it, like
to just not interact.
Like, I want to be really clear. Like, there were claims thrown around like supposedly No had gotten harassment. I've yet to see a single tweet. I've asked people to find them. I've asked my people to find them.
Really?
Nothing.
Because you were retweeting
harassment. She got a spike in her followers.
Poppy was the one that did it.
Yeah, Poppy straight up did that.
Yeah.
We have screenshots in the doc. If you had read it, Poppy.
Yeah.
Like, I really need you guys to take this into consideration. Is that like, if you love the channel and you still, like us, trust us, things like that, do us the favor and have people subscribe. The channel's still losing probably like 5 or 10 people a day. We worked really hard on this thing for like 3 years.
That is accurate.
Guys, I don't care about the language. It's a stream. Calm down. They stopped being monetized and go to membership after 3 days. It's not that deep. Like, all I wanted was safety away from the person that hurt me, that lied to me, that took advantage of my mental illness. And that was too much for the online left. So much so that they had to make shit up in order to take our Whiteleaf site. We've lost like, I want to say like 36 friends. I think one of those people's a partner. Like, and honestly, at this point, like, I don't even feel sad anymore. I just kind of in that mindset of good riddance. Because the people that have come out of it, like Nightwile and Annie and Christy, Liana.
Okay, so making shit up. We have a lot of evidence to back our shit up. That's why people believe us. You've all seen this.
Yeah.
But them losing their Whiteleaf site was a result of their own actions. They literally bullied and blackmailed someone into deleting all of their posts about them, and literally on their own account said if we find a single like of a single post of Noehflake, you can consider this deal off. They did this publicly in front of everybody. And
Twitter,
then
they literally blackmailed somebody.
Yeah, and then they literally lost their Whiteleaf site a couple days later and were like, wait, what did we do? It's asinine.
It was between
yeah.
but I'm just saying, like, Whiteleaf itself basically posted being like, because of your illegal behavior, which was against their TOS, which again, Poppy was committing the legal definition of harassment against me, and also like publicly committed blackmail. Like, yeah, of course she lost her site.
Yeah.
Like, again, this wasn't a I quit. This was a you were fired.
This was also this thing where she says like, well, there haven't been any convictions. How can they do that? Like, I don't know. They can look at what you're doing and be like, I'm not going to attach myself to this or facilitate it. There doesn't have to be a legal conviction for someone to be like, oh, what you're doing is really like not okay with what we're behind. So like, no.
You can tell someone, hey, I shot somebody and they died. And that, like, there might not be a conviction. But if people start walking away from you, you can't be like, well, I didn't get convicted for it. And it's like,
yeah.
But you just said you did the thing.
I mean, Haley hasn't been for sexual assault.
Or rape.
So why is Poppy trying to get people to like block her? Weird.
Yeah.
Their own standards don't make sense to them.
I guess, do you guys know how far into this they get into the Baeddalism stuff?
It's a bit ahead of this. I think they talk about the comment for a hot minute here.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not much more of this segment. They stopped talking about us relatively quickly, surprisingly so. There's just so much packed into what they say that like
No, I understand. Trying to get to the Baeddal stuff though is like
every sentence is a conversation.
Naomi, like all of you and the people I'm not even thinking of right now, like
and all of our mod team.
And all of our mod team, like there have been people who have been genuinely loving and supportive and have gotten our backs in some really rough situations. Like I'm not going to go into specifics, but like Naomi had a hard choice at one point a couple weeks ago, and it was really a hard one because it was between another content creator and us, and Naomi had our back and believed us and heard us and understood us, and it was really nice. Like,
you don't have to stop.
I don't want to talk about this
I
forever, but I need
really
you guys to understand that,
bad
like,
for Naomi.
Yeah,
honestly.
I feel terrible for Naomi.
No, it's like you don't have to stop it. I just
Okay.
there's things about that like I
you guys
feel
might have to fill me in
terrible for
on
her.
that a bit later. So yeah.
Yeah.
How do I want to say
Sorry, I
this?
know it's pretty late where you are.
No, it's all good. It's all
I
good.
need you guys to understand, like, at the core of everything is that no matter what happens, we're gonna survive this. Like, this is fine. Does it suck having a threat on Kiwi Farms?
Not my favorite thing, but...
there's nothing they've said. There's nothing they've said on there that I haven't heard before. Like, it's fine. And weirdly enough, there's some ways they've been more respectful than some of the gossip blogs on Tumblr. Not sure how that happened. Yeah, we love you, Naomi. Take care of you.
Agreed. Take care of yourself, Naomi.
Please.
But like, I just need you guys to understand is like we're in the process of getting some of these docs together, getting our stuff together. Yeah, Hope Eternal. That's kind of the route we're going. Is I just don't want, like, if that's Vosh and Team Mama's route, good for them. Like I same boat. Like I want nothing to do with these people. I want to start reaching out to more of the channels that do like therapy stuff, more trans stuff. I want nothing to do with the online left. Like, if there's a commonality, then sure. But like,
I want to be part of groups that actually want to make a difference. Like, actually want to do real work, not just ranting on their streams. Right? There is so much more that we could actually be putting out in the world. You know? And just that's not nothing that's happening. You know, every focus on us doesn't really make a whole lot of sense when there are so many other worse things going on right now.
Well, and one thing I would say is, like, just as a sort of side note is, I'll invite you that if you see a video about us that's not by us, watch it. I don't care. Watch it. But ask yourself a question. What is their incentive for making it? Because what I've identified is this. The reason why the online left is a outright failure, and it's the same reason why BreadTube failed, is because the profit incentive for clout and money force all channels to become
assigned intent. Sorry.
Yep. This is the thing I keep telling people to look out for. Look at where they look at what people are doing and tell you to assume they are lying about their motivations. Ulterior motives, assigned intent, assumptions, and just like bad faith arguments against them. This is how they operate against anyone they don't like. And anyone they do like, they give good faith to. That's it.
Yeah.
Essentially little islands.
With how hard they went for Vosh, yeah, makes sense.
And yeah, sometimes they'll be on commonality, sometimes they'll be allies, but eventually they all fall apart. Eventually the drama always happens, right? Because there's a monetary or clout-based incentive to fall apart, to fall out with your friends. And so everyone's out here being as paranoid as possible. I don't want to play that game anymore, so I'm just not going to interact with anybody.
I did find it, by the way.
I'd rather talk to Liana. I'd rather talk to other content creators who are going to be like decent human beings.
Okay, that's good.
I appreciate everybody in chat saying that, like, you know, they're inclined to believe us and all that. Like, I'm just saying is, like, I'm not going to tell you not to go watch those videos. I'm not going to say you guys can't read the doc. Do it. But read it with a critical eye.
You did before.
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
What is the statement?
You're just changing it now because you realize that, like, it's a bad look. Because that's what I'm doing. I'm telling people to go ahead and look at both sides. There are a lot of things that she's done that are literally just adopting the methods that we used sooner. Because they realize it actually gives us credibility, and it takes away theirs.
Wow.
Yourself, everything you know about us, and go, does it seem legit that Poppy and Zena would do this?
That is me assigning intent. I'm sorry. That is by my analysis. I think that is why they're doing it. But their story has changed a lot, so.
Yeah.
In this, if you genuinely think so, I can't stop you. Like, if people want to believe this stuff, I can't stop them. That's an emotional response, not a critical thinking one. Critical thinking one would literally be, you go where things seem to be true. And I can tell you that, like, have I been a perfect parent?
Hold up.
No.
Seem to
I
be?
sucked as a parent when Adrian was young.
A critical thinking? Hold up. Critical thinking is going where things seem to be true? What? I'm sorry, that just me a super weird way to go about saying that. Like, to say that you should, I don't know. I don't want to unpack that. That's just too crazy for me.
I sucked hard. But this stuff that they've made up about 8-hour chores and us not caring about their pots when we're the ones that looked it up and explained it to them because they were telling us about it, or the fact that, like, they would dick off on a chore and basically, like, the moment we leave the room, stop working, and then that's why the chore would take, like, an extra hour, mind you, not 8 of them. And then Adrian would go on Discord
talking to their friends, doing all sorts of things while trying to do chores, and, well, not the fastest way to get chores done.
God forbid someone with ADHD needs to fucking
really
have something going while they're tasked with 8 hours straight of
meaningful
chores.
interactions with us. Like, feel free to share those. Feel free to put those out there because we kind of need that.
Yeah, no, as somebody with ADHD, I will say, damn, like,
our community kind of needs that. Like, everyone kind of needs the hope pill right now. And the thing is that Poppy and I have been the critical support or leading the critical support for people for the years. There's so many nights where, like, we were going to go to bed and then somebody's having ideations, and you know what? We are helping that person get to services or help them get someone to talk to, or we're talking to them, right? Like, that's happened. a lot, and we don't mind doing that stuff for people when it's needed. But it'd be really nice if anyone, got good moments could share those. Been doing a lot of work trying to help people out over the years.
Pause.
All good.
I do want to say this. They are very good about that, as long as you are on good terms with them. That's one of the reasons it hurts so much to be kicked out of their community or to risk your relationship with them. They are very good at supporting you in ways that you need when you need it. The thing is that when they start suspecting your motivations or that you might be lying, that's when things go off the rails. And that's what happened with Sage during her attempt. Again, I don't want to get too deep into that, but like, you can see how they act in these situations, and I don't want to negate the fact that they do provide that support. It was a reason that I really love the Foundation. The Foundation itself, outside of them, is actually a really wonderful community where a lot of people have found the camaraderie and companionship and support that they've been looking for in other places. And that's part of what makes this so sad, because you get that place that you've finally been looking for, and it's actually so good, and there are actually so many people in there that are looking for the same thing you're looking for, but then you suddenly have it threatened because you dared to disagree with Zena on something, and you start freaking out. That's where
it's rare to find something like that, right? Like it's very rare to find something like that. So to offer it and then kind of retract it is it's pretty messed up. Yeah.
And it'd be nice to see some of the balance kind of even out.
And also, I just have to clarify, since people are finding problems with me now, I just have to say, I'm not claiming to have that type of community. My community is very different. So, I would advise, do not go looking. My community will rip on each other very hard. So,
that the place to find that safe space.
I'm just making sure everybody knows, since I have been accused of being deceptive. So, okay.
A lot of those moments, those good moments of sharing, our skills with people, or sharing our passions with people, that's who we actually are.
Keldoge, I actually want to respond to you. So here's what I'll say. Very simply, Adrian is 24 years old. They are an adult. They've been adult.
Okay.
This is Keldoge's cameo.
Yeah.
This is where they actually... Hang on, read Keldoge's chat on the side. It's actually good. Keldoge tests it first, and it says, you should never ever put your kid on blast. You need to explain that. Which... based Keldoge right there, like just going straight for the jugular. That is a really good point. I don't care if I don't know if they're an adult or not.
Yeah.
And they're talking directly to Keldoge, and then essentially just mute them in the chat and just say a bunch of stuff without any pushback. That is just absolute. So this part's fun.
Yeah, this part, I remember this actually was pretty badass. Oh my gosh, yeah.
For 6 years. Keldoge, I actually want to respond to you.
Been doing a lot of work trying to help people out over the years, and it'd be nice to see some of the balance kind of even out, because a lot of those moments, those good moments of sharing, our skills with people, or sharing our passions with people, that's
Keldoge, I actually want to respond to you. So here's what I'll say. Very simply, Adrian is 24 years old. They are an adult. They've been adult for 6 years. This kid burned through tens of thousands of dollars of money for reasons, because they refused to get a job. They refused to take care of their finances, and we tried to help them. We tried to support them. We got them into classes. True. We got them into the Center for Independent Living so they could learn how to deal with their autism and be independent. They have a literal college degree for like basically website design, or whatever I think it's web development is the term. Now, putting my kid on blast, why not?
They're dogging everything first.
So first off, this isn't thousands of people, it's hundreds.
Why not?
Hang on.
Why
Let's
not?
roll that back a second.
Why
not? Why not?
Why not?
But also, like, if you provide your child like very strict rules and like a massive list of things to do, like chores wise, that have to be done every day, restrict like someone with a physical disability from getting like proper nutrition and all these things, like you have set this kid up for so much failure that like, oh, just go get a job. Well, for one, that's not how that works. And yes, I know they're not a child, but still, like, it's Poppy's child. But it's like you've set this person up for failure. You have basically forced them into a situation where they have to pay rent and like utilities and things like that. So it's like, okay, so they have to use their money to do this because you're forcing them to do this.
Well, like, there's another part of that I wanna highlight. Like this. First off, it is in the logs from Spawn in the doc where they point out to their friends, like, you want me to be independent, but you don't let me make my own decisions. And like I'm trying to do things, but like I'm expected to look for work 8 hours a day on top of doing all the chores. Like there are multiple things that they're doing to impede this and infantilizing the kid along the way the whole time. And they see, all they're doing is talking about the things that they did to help Spawn, as though it addresses any of the behavior they exhibited that people are trying to tell them is a problem. Like they think, oh no, I did all these good things. Those bad things I did don't matter. Again, this is because they think this is normal behavior. They really think the way that they were parenting Spawn is normal and okay and good parenting. I'm wondering where the they got that notion. I'm wondering how they were both raised, because that's insane to me.
I saw this pointed out somewhere. I think someone found at least something that lines up with a lot of the parallels of what they were doing, and it fits into something called like authoritarian parenting, which I mean it absolutely sounds like it off the top of the just off the word itself.
They have an actual video calling out authoritarian parenting from a couple years ago.
It's so weird because even then, like, okay, I don't know if you guys remember that book that came out, like Battle Hymn of the Tiger Mom, that came out like years and years ago, right? And it was like there's a lot of controversy around this book because it was about this woman who raised her daughters really, really strictly, right? And then like a bunch of people, unsurprisingly, a bunch of like immigrant kids, like, are like, oh yeah, like that's how my parents raised me, right? I would say I was, 100% like my mom was absolutely a tiger mom and still would never do this kind of shit to me. Like, they're strict for good reasons, and then they're strict for bad reasons. And this is like strict with like no reasoning behind it. And it's confusing, and it doesn't establish any type of like it doesn't establish like anything for the kid. It makes no sense.
I mean, I think it's obvious in some of the ways that Zena talks in the text message threads that you can see from Zena, not to mention like Spawn's own testimony about Zena's behavior, that Zena was basically just looking for excuses to take down on Spawn and just exert power and yell at them. Like this was purely just a power trip for abuse, like abuse for a power trip sometimes. And Poppy didn't care. Poppy said, well, you didn't see how Spawn treated her, or them. Poppy calls Zena her, because she has the girlfriend pass, whatever that means. But yeah, no, there is no taking accountability for the behavior or changing it. It is just, well, I can do it because they can do it. Which, hey y'all, you ever heard an abuser talk like that? Just saying.
Well, and something else that I think is important to point out as well is something that Zena and Poppy have done, and I noticed it in reading through the logs as well, is that they kind of paint Spawn as like this mega disabled kid. Like this kid needs like essentially a full-time caretaker from the state. Like they're talking about a conservatorship, they're talking about guardianship, they're talking about, oh my god, like they needed to learn how to use the microwave, like they were just so stupid. They couldn't like function essentially without full-time care around the clock. Does that not make this a million times worse? That you're willing to go nuclear on somebody like this? Like, let's just pretend for 1 second that I buy that Spawn does need all of these additional supports, is so autistic, is so disabled, and is, for all intents and purposes, a very high needs autistic person that was easily manipulated by Milena. Let's just say that that's true. Let's just pretend for a second. That makes it worse, does it not? Does it not make it worse that you're willing to like blow up this kid that is like so disabled they can't even think for themselves? You guys are willing to, quote, nail this person as hard as you can to the wall with the law, end quote. And they're so disabled they can't even wipe their like that in my opinion would make it worse. That's like what I said earlier is like that's equivalent of like pushing a blind kid down the stairs. Like, what the f- are you doing?
I mean, I think that there's something to consider there. It's like you make a good point there, where whenever it's convenient for them, they say that Spawn is incompetent and can't accomplish anything. But also when it's inconvenient for them, Spawn is a master manipulator who can cry on command and make Poppy dissociate, and is terrible to Zena at every
abusive
turn.
To Zena.
And abusive, and was actually the one with the control and the power dynamic against their parents. Like, whenever it suits their narrative, the person is either incredibly powerful or completely incompetent.
Yeah, this is what they do with literally everyone that's against them. Is that they're either like the dumbest person alive, or they're like somehow the mastermind of everything.
Well, and I think that like an amplifying factor for me is that Spawn isn't Poppy's biological child. I would say the same thing if somebody like adopted a kid and they treated the kid the same way. It's like you actively chose this. You went out of your way.
Also,
this is in fact
was Spawn's parents since birth.
But
Exactly.
that's what I'm saying.
Well,
is like this is a spot where Poppy absolutely chose 100% to become a parent of this child. Like it's actually worse than being a biological parent.
Well, yeah,
fine,
you can have
I stand, but still.
And I mean, again, like for me, like if we do take the path of least resistance, that Spawn is just this gullible, manipulative, like baby child that needs a full-time caretaker around the clock.
Stupid.
It would just be the equivalent of like beating up somebody who's blind. It's like you guys are so pathetic. Like I could never imagine having a kid that was so high needs that they required the care of the state to come in and take care of them essentially because they're so disabled. And then the kid, says something dumb to me, and I'm like, that's it. I'm suing you. It's like, if anything, like it is just an enigma to me that no matter how they try to spin it, it always looks worse from their perspective. If I take my perspective, that Spawn is semi-independent. To my understanding, like got a degree, was able to go to college, can like basically live on their own. They're living on their own fine right now. Maybe they have
a retail job, at least one.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe they have issues. Who doesn't? In God's great year of 2024, but they're basically fine. This is up. If they're so disabled that they need a caretaker, this is like mega up. Like I would say that this borders line on like criminal. Like how could you do that to somebody that's so heavily disabled and incapacitated? You know what I mean?
There's no reasoning behind it. Like there can be reasons behind being strict as a parent, right? Like being strict about your kid, like studying, being strict about your kid, like getting good grades and, practicing whatever instrument, whatever, right? Like these are things that like make sense. Being strict about like the bathroom times that make no sense. Being like, being strict about like the kitchen times when you're saying that this child is, or they're an adult child, but your child is basically is so disabled and has so many medical issues, right? Like there's no reasoning behind this. And people in the chat are pointing out like that they think that Poppy was resentful of Spawn for being saddled with him. I think that that's a correct assessment, but I also think that Zena was absolutely threatened by Spawn. Like just very threatened by Spawn and felt, I don't know, anything to get them out of the way. So, yeah.
Well, I would also like to take this chance to point out, like, another one of the things I said in my, unhinged era of 2 days. One of the things that I said was, let the evil of their own lips cover them. First off, that's a reference to the musician Lingua Ignota. Second off, my whole point with like not assigning intent to them and everything is that everything we need to condemn them is in their own words.
Yeah.
They literally contradict themselves and apply double standards so many places that if you just look at what they're saying and try to apply some measure of consistency where they are not the exemption to every single rule that they make and everyone else is not the exemption to every caveat they grant themselves, it's very easy to see that they are abusive and hypocritical. There's no need to go into speculation. Like, you just have to look at what they say to see how absurd it is. You have to just think about it.
Yeah.
Shall we continue?
Right. Yeah, let's resume.
Blast? Why
Stardust,
not?
are you okay? You sound so exhausted. Like, you're like, yeah, let's go. Like, are you okay, girl?
No, I'm good. My head is hurting a little bit. Yeah, no. My head is hurting a little bit. It's nothing to do with any of you.
I think take a minute to just go take like a Advil or something.
Yeah, maybe. I think Zena may have like contaminated me with a headache. So,
oh no!
Like, ever since I've been covering this, I'm starting to get more headaches. Like all of a sudden. Yeah.
No, but seriously, like if you need to take 2 minutes to go, like just like take a pill or something before it gets really bad, like please take care of yourself.
Yeah, let's
I'm
give
serious.
this let's give this
Listen,
like 5
I'm
more...
a middle-aged Middle Eastern woman. I'm going to have my mom moments. Like,
Okay.
Girl, take care. I was the rave mom when I was younger. I just didn't know it yet because I thought it was, but like,
nice.
100%, I am that person. Yeah. Please take care of yourself.
People have told me that I have like very matronly vibes before, so I assume I don't know what that means. I think matronly means like old woman vibes, but I like to think
no. Matronly just means like the way I've had it phrased to me is den mother. Like I am very concerned about the well-being of people around me. So So
very motherly and like caring, usually.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go take a quick bio break and grab an Advil. And
I'm gonna do the same.
Okay.
Put on the playlist. Let's come back in a couple.
Playlist, right? Oh, I can put the song on loop. Where's the song?
Oh yeah, you have your own fan music now. Let's go.
As
I
a
can't
perfect
believe it.
individual, I don't need a break. Just saying, just being a shit.
Based Haley, no bladder. Just got it removed. You drink water, it just absorbs into your skin. And
No, in
sweats out.
fact, actually, one of the drugs I'm on makes me pee more. So that's the opposite.
So you're just a liar.
I do have a friend who like got into a car accident, and so when she got into a really bad car accident, and so she was like in the hospital for like 2 months, and she was talking about how she had like a catheter like next to her, and she was like, it was so convenient because I didn't have to get up to pee like while I was like laying down. It just like, and I'm like, wow, that actually like does sound. I'm like, damn, maybe I need like a pee bag. I'm just kidding. I don't need. I'm joking, chat. We're not at that level
Take that
yet.
out of context, chat. Clip that.
Okay, I'm gonna put this on, and then yeah, I'll be right back, chat. Okay, so don't go anywhere.
So, all right, well, I guess that's it. I mean,
yeah.
Do you have
Thank
a
you
closing
for-
statement, Sunday?
Actually, I got a question. Stardust, how much money did you pull this stream?
Pull this stream?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Any super chats? You must have gotten something. It's been
like $15. Yeah.
300.
Oh, nice for you. I like to see that where your morals are. Great stuff.
Wait a minute. So wait. Being that you pulled more money, wouldn't that mean that you did this for content? I'm just saying, throwing shade.
No. That just means I won.
It doesn't mean that you won,
Sunday,
or does
get
it?
Out of here.
Or does it mean that people are gassing you up so you think that you won? Or is
Here's the beautiful thing about my channel. Okay, when people pay me, they aren't paying me to make me continue doing what I'm doing. They're paying me to make me stop. People are paying me to do a low view theory segment. $100 per theory segment. That's what I do. They're paying me. They're paying me to spend an hour reading over Henry Bergson's Matter and Memory. They're paying me to go over Huizinga's Homo Ludens or Michel Foucault's The Government of Self and Others, or et cetera, et cetera. I've got too many books on my desk.
I'm glad you're actually reading the books that you cite in debates now. It's great.
I read all the books I cite in debates.
Oh, do you? That's what you did with Wicked Supreme, huh?
I did. I was polite with him. I pretended I didn't, just make him feel.
Oh, you pretended you
make
didn't.
him. I did, yeah.
Oh, you pretended. Nice.
I did.
Okay.
I did, yeah.
Honestly, I can see
I
you
read all
two
of those.
becoming best friends. You two are going to become best friends.
I don't know about that one.
I do.
I see it.
I truly think that.
Watch out, Beck.
I'm just disappointed. Really, I am. I'm disappointed.
Not me. I think this went swell.
You can read political theory, but again, can't read a document or even watch somebody cover a document.
This is true, and there's a simple reason. There's a simple reason for this. Life is very, very short, Star.
And do you?
And
enjoy
I guarantee you, when you're in a hospital bed, barely able to lift your head from your pillow, you're not going to think to yourself, "Boy, I wish I did more Zena and Poppy coverage." My last regret.
No, you're not going to think about, oh, I should have.
Yeah, everyone's true regret not doing enough Poppy and Zena coverage. Drinking all those beers to get block out your fears. Anxiety cure about 3 to 5. Boyfriend Beckett, put you near 50 and always grabbing for seconds. Then you brag about making $300 to Stardust 15. Little did she know Donald gave her a back. Sunday rated cause he know we lost. Beer high went down and reality is hard. Stardust easy what we all day every day. You're insecure and actually hate your fans. Your face makes me think your actual name is Dan. So you didn't ran $300 to you is so small for a 50-year-old man. Stop beating it, so those books mean nothing. You place those there as a conscious move. You get off on beating people with wordplay, like in the physical department. How you gonna call Stardust a whale when you look like a skinny, fat, degenerate male? Throw him in jail, throw away the bail. This avatar's a fail, try to get more kale. Hey President Sunday, how much you made? $300 YouTube donuts, now you bragging OD. You little league peewee, where classes can't see.
You probably hate on Top G. You had to get drunk to debate Stardust. Holding on to his last strands of hairline so back like it's running from fear. You then bought up her boyfriend Beckett. Are you acting jealous? Low self-esteem, couldn't control the power. Stardust made you look foolish, like Gannon, so yours truly. Good karma was around the corner. Let's Stardust with 300. 3 more models we up. Stardust versus by his fans. These weak men want to abuse power, but every time they try, we shoot back louder. Models we up, we sexier. We lit if he's in the house. All those stories.
I was gonna say, like this, 'cause this is so specific to this one donation.
Hello.
Hi.
Run into here.
We're actually on stream right now.
Yeah.
Coming in soon.
To public.
But this is for Stardust. Apparently because of my donation, their stream.
About like one donation.
I mean, it's a big dono. Let's be real. But like,
You could. You could.
No, Star received fan music
In
Yes,
the past,
I do,
when I've
actually.
debated him,
because
he
of a
will kind
$300
act
donation.
like he's intellectually
Oh,
superior, and I guess
no,
he
this
still
person
did
just drops
during this.
tracks and they're
But
kind of
I was
fire.
expecting
So.
him to
Yeah.
be way more serious, and I think he just kind of
That's nice.
memed for half of this. So
Well,
I
I
wasn't
think it's
sure.
hard to
Yeah.
come across as like an intellectual heavyweight when you appear to be
No,
highly
sorry if
drunk,
I'm interrupting
right?
something.
So,
Yeah.
you know,
That's true.
maybe
Technically,
yeah,
you're
Destiny
interrupting
wasn't
a break
drinking
where
before
everyone
the
is
Norman
not here.
Finkelstein thing,
Yeah,
so
there's that.
maybe don't be an
Yeah.
alcoholic. That's a
I'm
good
just gonna
debate
mute
Right.
it for the
tip, I
Brianna
think.
Yeah,
part.
I didn't know he was
yeah.
drinking before the Norman
Brianna
Finkelstein
Rupert.
stuff. That's
No, I'm
Yeah.
joking. I'm saying he
Oh,
wasn't.
okay.
Like
Yeah.
Destiny
I've
would
never
never do that
seen
like strategy
life.
to win a debate.
And I regret
Oh,
it
yeah.
now.
yeah.
Like, here, saying,
I'm commandeering
Was
chat
he
quickly.
really saying
All
he
of
was
you
like
food slop stands,
really
you
stressed
go to
because he had
hell.
to go a
Okay,
week
food
without
gay
medical
and lame.
procedure? That's
And
wild.
anyone who supports her is gay and
That's
lame.
wild.
And that's
Yeah.
all I
Oh
have
my
to add
God.
to this segment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Food
Thank you.
Shops literally popped
Yeah,
into
I
the
mean,
stream that
Look, I don't want to hate on him if he really was in the
Alexander
hospital.
was doing
Like, I know
about
what
us
it's
to
like
drop a
to,
Nazi
have
dog whistle joke
emergencies
in
and
the
stuff
middle
like
of
that,
it.
or have to
So
have a
Food
medical
shops will
procedure.
do
But like,
anything for
I do
attention,
think it
positive
says
or
something
negative,
about him that he
including
is so
admitting
willing to
publicly
call
to
me a
being a
clout
pedophile.
hog. But then when we
She can
actually
eat
look
shit.
at the numbers, the
Yeah,
person who has made the most
any kind of
views
good
off
grace
of
of
going
finding out.
after
I pretty much
various
found out everything I
creators,
needed to know.
right?
So
Yeah.
It's so obviously
a
of
piece
the
of shit,
part where
apparently.
you called him out.
Well,
You're like,
don't worry about it.
wait,
If
you're
you don't
talking
know,
about
you
the
don't need to know.
ethics of Zena and Poppy drama, and meanwhile you're
As
like
someone who's
leaking
also
Brianna's
gay and
private
lame,
DMs that
I
like
don't. We
just
don't.
had
We
no
don't.
public
That
stake
person.
whatsoever.
They
Okay,
can
sorry.
they're on
I'll
their own.
People that
specify.
aren't
I'll
public
specify
figures in
gay
the
and
crossfire,
lame,
and it's just
parentheses,
hypocrisy.
derogatory.
He doesn't have
Sorry.
the
Oh, okay,
sort of
okay, yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
just
gay and lame,
whatever he feels
parentheses,
rage at, which typically happens
complimentary.
to be women in
Okay,
any
sorry. I meant in the
moment, and he'll just go
derogatory.
after
I'm sorry. I'm
So-
sorry.
No, I
I'll
understand. It's
use-
important.
No, I'll use
Yeah.
fun indicators next time.
Yeah,
You're right. I'm
I
sorry.
think
That was
yeah, it's
No, according to
yeah,
Zeno,
I
we
don't
use
know
tone
what
indicators.
to
It's
make of
not
him. I
allowed.
really did want to like
Those
him when I
are-
first came across him.
You're
I
right.
thought he was like just some dork, really, you know. And I thought like he's one of these
Just
dorks
say
that
a
I can like
sentence and then
engage
put,
with
like,
and have like
slash
an ongoing
gay
bit
at the
where
end
I'm
of
just
it as
like
a tone
this crazy
indicator.
person who pops in.
You
and,
know, I
like,
feel like that's
bothers
something
me.
I
So
have
then
done.
after like
That's
being
a way to
exposed to him
flirt.
more
You can
and seeing,
flirt with
like,
that. That's
he
good.
really is inconsistent, and he really
the lame gay
you know
whiz.
he might
Let's
be
go.
genuinely is in the theory, but if
I
he
do very
like,
much
just-
enjoy
if
tone
he's
indicators that have
willing-
nothing to do with the rest of the sentence.
I
It's
love
one of
your
my favorite
top
things.
/ gay. Like, let them know it's a little more than just a
All right,
compliment.
well, I
you
guess
know?
that's it. I mean,
Yeah.
do you have a
Thank you.
closing
I
also
statement
could-
Sunday?
Actually, I got a
or-
question.
And everybody's like,
Stardust,
what the
how
fuck
much
did
money
you
did you
say?
pull this stream?
pull this string.
You know, if you do say
uh,
to someone though, like I love your
let me
top
see.
gay,
super chats?
like
Must have gotten
you
some.
might not be referring to
Gonna-
clothing at that point. You might be referring to like their
15
partner.
bucks.
Like, hey, I like your top gay.
Ooh,
Yeah.
300.
Oh, nice for you.
Deceased.
I
Very.
like to see that where where your morals are. Great stuff.
Wait a minute. So wait. Being that you pulled money, wouldn't that mean that you did this for
There
content?
is a lot of
Just saying,
voices
throwing
considering
shade.
No. That
the
just
music
means I
isn't
won.
music for half of
Oh,
it.
doesn't mean
God,
that you won,
Sunday,
or does
get
it?
out of here.
Or
As
does
long
it
as
mean
I'm
that
louder
people are
and more
gassing
important
you
than
up
Brianna,
so
that's
you
all I
think
care
that you
about.
won? Or is
Oh,
it
there.
that?
Here's the beautiful
I have
thing
no
about my
idea.
channel. Okay, when people
What
pay
are you
me,
talking about?
they aren't paying me to make me continue doing what I'm doing.
Give
They're paying me to
shit
make
about
me stop. People are
Yeah, at
paying
this
me
point we're just
to do a
shitposting.
low view
Okay.
theory segment.
That's
Mm.
actually what I
$100
came
per
here to
theory
do,
segment. That's
so.
what I do. They're paying me. They're paying me to spend an
technically
hour
here for
reading
the
over
next
Henry
segment.
Bergson's. They're
And
paying me
I
to
worked
go
through
over
that.
Hazinga's
I
Homo
tried to find
Ludens or
something
Michel
from chat.
Foucault's The Government of Self and Others,
Well, you just
or
have
et
to
cetera,
be
et cetera.
focusing
I've got too many
on
books on my desk.
I'm glad you're actually
'Cause,
reading the books that you cite
here in the
debates
actual
now. It's
stream
great.
after
I read
like
all
the
the
hour
books I
mark,
cite in debates.
and
That's
the
what you
stuff
did with the last
about
stream.
I did.
about
I was
battles.
polite with him. I pretended
And,
I didn't,
uh,
just make him
oh,
feel.
you
My God,
pretended
is
you
Make
it a
did.
him a
fucking
I
rabbit
did,
hole?
yeah.
Oh, you pretended. Nice.
Does
I did.
Poppy
I did.
work?
Honestly, I can see
I
you
read all
two
of
becoming
those.
best friends.
It's
You
a-
two are
it's
going
a
to be
whole-
I don't
friends.
If you
know
want to
that
caught up
one.
in the lore, you should
I
watch
see it.
the
I
60 plus
truly
hours of
think
streaming that,
that,
Stardust has done on
Watch
it
out,
to
Ben.
catch up
I'm
before
just
coming
I'm
back
just
to this
disappointed.
conversation.
Really, I am.
Okay.
I'm disappointed.
Okay.
No,
let's
me,
Really?
I think this
You
went.
read-
I think
Get to
this
it.
went swell.
you can read
He's at 16,000
political
followers
theory,
on
but
Twitch
again,
already.
can't read, a document
Wow.
or even watch somebody cover
I
a
like this.
document.
This is
so
true,
good stuff.
and there's a simple reason. There's a simple reason for this. Life is very, very short,
And do you
and I
enjoy that?
guarantee you, when
So-
you're in a
So
hospital
I need
bed,
to watch 60
barely
hours
able to
before I
lift
can
your head
engage
from
in
your
the
pillow,
conversation.
you're not going to
I
think
mean, let's be
yourself
real.
away.
Pretty
Like,
much, yeah.
Stardust
I wish I
has
did more
edited
Xena
a lot of the
Poppy coverage. I
videos
last regret.
to be shorter, like the
you're
segments.
not gonna
Like the
think
last
about- should
videos or
have-
something on her channel are about this, so you can get a little bit of a break from it.
Hello. Sorry.
Oh, Stardust is back. Stream time.
I
Whoa.
will say I've been cramming all this up and hoping that it comes out of my mouth in a consolidated fashion to do like 30-minute TLDR.
No,
Just to be like,
Malcolm.
Hey, I'm doing it. You can tell
Malcolm,
me.
look, I know. You don't have to lean into the masculinity that hard. Fuck, like that's nasty. Like, come on. Dude.
But me,
I didn't
can't
know
you
Kraut
just
was here.
provide like a bullet point?
Sorry, guys.
Talk about Baeddal. Like,
Chat
is
was
it not
apparently
appropriate for me to
suffering.
start saying how much I hate women? Like, I think that this is on topic. Is it not?
Excuse me.
You know-
Excuse me.
Yeah.
That's
I didn't
that's
realize
not
I was
okay.
muted. Hi, Kraut.
Women are only allowed to hate men. Men aren't allowed
Yeah.
to hate women.
Yeah, obviously.
And trans men have no idea
Silence
what
and
women
trans
go
men.
through.
Silence, woman. Anyway, so what I was saying.
I'm
before-
sorry. Malcolm, are you triggered right now? Are you triggered?
Oh, why don't you ask me if I'm on my period? Why don't you do it?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, I can't even joke about that one.
I mean,
Like-
I'm on mine, so you know.
Oh no.
Stardust, help me.
Okay, I'm not touching.
Stardust,
No, I'm not
voice.
touching this.
All right,
I want
surprise crowd appearance, by the way.
Hi, Kraut.
Hey.
Hi, how are
Tina,
you?
I'm doing okay. I've just not caught up on the conversation. I didn't know you were streaming. I'm sorry if I.
Oh,
You
no,
were saying
it's
so many
okay.
slurs when you weren't here. You called me bad names. Can you
Oh
help?
wow.
Yeah.
Tina
Um,
and Poppy, wholesome degenerates.
That was like 4 slurs. Please help me.
What did they do? Is that them?
Oh,
Oh
what haven't
no,
they
Kraut.
done?
Wilson is a slur now.
Oh
Sorry.
no. Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this quickly before Stardust. I'm speaking over a woman of color. It's Autism Awareness Month. I'm allowed to speak. Does anybody else feel like Spiger is a slur? Like, does anybody else feel like icky saying Spiger?
It certainly has a hard R
Maybe
to
if
it.
you added another G.
It definitely
You
has a
can't-
hard R to it.
Yeah, you
It
can't say
definitely
it with a
doesn't
hard
sound
R.
right.
No. Oh no.
Oh, the spigot is coming
Okay,
out.
so,
It's like, I don't feel
No.
good saying it. I don't feel good saying
Malcolm,
it. It's
no.
like, bro.
Stop
Wait.
it. It's
Wait, Kraut is here, and Kraut is loyalty. Okay, so Kraut, I
isn't
have to
crowd
say.
also a slur?
Okay, I'm
Okay,
sorry,
okay.
guys.
Polak is just the Polish word for pole. No, I'm
Okay.
serious.
No, chat
We're
is
derailed. Let's
out
go
of
back
control.
to the stream. Let's
Okay,
go back to
okay.
the stream.
Yes. Kraut, let me just say really quickly, I wish I could explain it all to you, like, in really quick fashion, but basically, these two crazy people have, like, falsely slandered a woman online as for, like, dumping one of them.
Yeah,
and,
me.
Oh.
and it's, like, crazy. Yeah, it's crazy stuff.
Oh.
I am in fact
Oh.
the woman.
Yeah.
There you
And
go.
what?
No, no, I've-
Ray?
You
Yeah.
as that bitch and psychotic ex and crazy obsessed stalker.
It's not very nice. That's not a nice thing.
I mean, you know,
That is the
it's
most
coming from
polite way I've
people.
ever heard someone talk about this. Be like, that's not very nice.
Yeah,
No,
right.
That's not very
It's
nice.
on the level of like, that's not
Rather-
very cash money of you, Poppy and Zena.
Rather
Nah, nah,
impolite of them,
I-
I would say. Yeah.
I didn't mean to understand. I understand if you.
No, you're
really
fine. I was
bad.
literally just picking on you. Like that was the most polite way that someone's been like, that's not very nice.
No,
of you."
it's okay. It's a disgusting thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know
All
it
right, let's
sounds like
continue.
a lot. Yeah, I know it sounds like a lot, but like I promise, like it's all documented. Everything is documented. But And yeah, I'll maybe put together a video at some point. But I hope you're doing well, Kraut. So let's continue going over this. Let's hope we can get through some of this. So, is everybody ready?
Do I need to watch your stream?
Oh, we are watching something on the stream. What I'm streaming.
Okay.
So yeah.
I meant
Okay,
these
cool.
two.
Yeah, these
Okay.
I've never seen them before.
That's
This
good.
is amazing.
That's
This is such an amazing like crossover. Amazing crossover.
Which
Okay.
one is Zena? And
I
which
like
one
how
is
they're both
Poppy?
looking at the
It is-
screen like they're getting a hostage message. Like
It's Poppy on the
Yeah.
left, Zena on the right.
Okay.
So this one that I'm circling, that's Zena. And then this one
Mhm.
is Poppy.
the taller one is Poppy.
Doc and everything got published first.
So first off, this isn't thousands of people, it's 100, so calm down. Second off, if it affects them, they should have thought of that before they made
Oh,
up
fuck.
nonsense.
Right. Sorry, let me just rewind just like 15 seconds because this is where Keldoge comes in and is like, you can't treat your kid that way.
Learn how to deal with their autism and be...
Okay, quickly,
Serious.
I have
I want to respond
me
to
and Keldoge have our own personal beef. I would just like to say, one, Keldoge can cook. If you guys have not looked at Keldoge's SoundCloud, holy can my king cook. Second of all, I can't believe that they're making fun of Keldoge for being blind in this. We'll get to it in a second, but they're like, he couldn't read, and it's like, yeah, he's fucking
Spoilers!
blind.
Malcolm.
He can't read. I'm
Hang on,
sorry,
let's go.
Mal.
Let's go. I think their response to it is also amazing. It really shows what they're like when they get called out.
Yeah.
Who
Okay.
gives a shit? He's blind.
Because a lot of the
Okay.
been doing a lot of work trying to help people
Good.
out over the year, and it'd be nice to see some of the balance kind of even out because a lot of those moments, those good moments of sharing our skills with people or sharing our passions with that's who we actually are.
Keldoge, I actually want to respond to you. So here's what I'll say. Very simply, Adrian is 24 years old. They are an adult. They've been an adult for 6 years. This kid burned through tens of thousands of dollars of money for reasons because they refused to get a job. They refused to take care of their finances, and we tried to help them. We tried to support them. We got them into classes. We got them into the Center for Independent Living so they could learn how to deal with their autism and be independent. They have a literal college degree for like basically website design or whatever. I think it's
Web development.
Web development is the term.
Yeah.
Now,
Yes,
putting my
but
kid
you
on
charge
blast,
them
why
already.
not?
Their doc and everything got
God,
published
that blows
first.
my mind.
So first off, this isn't thousands of people, it's 100, so calm down. Second off,
Shameless.
if it affects them, they should have thought of that before they made...
You know what would stop somebody from getting a job in website design? Probably not having the internet on a regular basis, right?
You know what would prevent a kid living under your roof from spending tens of thousands of dollars is not charging them that amount of money.
Hey, you know what would prevent a
Or
kid?
providing food for them
You
would
know
have
what
been another
prevent-
good solution.
You know what prevent your kid from spending that money that way? Raising them with an example of financial responsibility and understanding like how to manage your money in a good way.
No, because that's implying that the kid did this frivolously. This was literally like because Poppy and Zena were charging the kid rent and making them buy all their own food, which
Which
a
they
totally
ate.
normal thing for like parents to do, I will admit.
Well,
but like
which they ate on top of that, right? It was their food
yeah,
for their
and they also ate the
population.
food.
Yeah.
Poppy also ate the food, but it's
that's like the salami entry in the Spawn doc. But the main reason I want to bring this up, like Haley, sorry, just the thing is that I want to meet them on their own terms because they do say that the kid got like 20 grand in COVID relief money over the course of a couple years. And they say the kid spent all of that on like they would go out and just come back with a bunch of plushies or something. Like there are allegations of Spawn spending that money on stuff that made them happy, which, you know, if you're stuck in a hellhole like that, why the not? But also it's their money, but also Poppy, you literally are talking right now about needing money for your surgery costs and still buying furry porn that you are proudly displaying and then wondering why people are accusing you of not being responsible with your money. Are you
Was it,
kidding
like-
me?
How much money did she spend that one time on furry porn in like 1 month? It was like
At least $1,000. I didn't
Yeah,
go
that's
through and
crazy.
tally it up in detail, but it was a lot. In October, she spent a lot of money on furry porn. And the fact
The
that she
other-
is currently now still talking about buying furry porn, she enters raffles, but she has definitely bought them. You can see her
The other day
responses.
specifically, she mentioned, like, I guess over the course of like one 24-hour period, basically talked into like a few different threads, totaling up to about like $150 worth of furry porn. Like just the other day, like in 24 hours, was like effectively committing to spending $150. Just like
and aside from that,
in a day.
when I was talking to her about it, and she was justifying her actions to me, she acted like people were stupid because she's like, "What? You don't think like savings exist? God!" So if savings exist, why are you e-begging for your surgery costs? If savings exist, why are you spending them on furry porn? You idiot! What are you saying? Yeah, she has no space to criticize Spawn's spending. She can go fuck herself.
In the hotel room, she was actually extremely possessive of that savings money when it came to Zena wanting to buy a plane ticket, because Poppy asked them, like, what money are you going to use to buy the plane ticket? And Zena responded with, well, we have savings, don't we? And Poppy's like, yeah, well, that's savings for a reason. Like, why would we use savings so that you can buy a plane ticket to go home?
I don't know. Why would you use savings on furry porn? I don't...
Oh. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Is like Poppy's like weirdly possessive about the savings thing.
Yeah, mine, right? Sorry, let's
nonsense. Gave it to my stalker and then put this out there. Like, are you going to hold them accountable for putting out helping put out a doc that basically has been used to completely like character assassinate me?
You realize that they weren't mentioned about, right? They weren't really part of any of this until Stalker found them. In fact, they had warnings from us early on.
So,
but you still doxed their name.
About the channel, like, and about, hey, the online life could be, the online space and Kiwi farms and all of that could be really fucking toxic.
In what way have I acted like a middle schooler? I'd be curious what your definition is, because if you mean pushing back on claims and pointing out the things that were lied about me, if that's middle school, I'm cool with being in middle school. 6th, 7th grade sounds rad. Like,
no comment.
They chose to put out this document. They chose to create a blog called ZNP Spawn and start putting out a whole bunch of nonsense. This was not us starting this. They chose to do
real
this.
Quick. Sorry. Pause. That is a joke about her maturity, by the way, not an allegation of like any kind of pedo jacketing. Like, because I know her people will try to spin that. Don't come at me with that. She's just immature. Off.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Let me just really quickly try. I'm gonna attempt to start eating. I have an apple full of strawberries. Nice. It's like a little apple-shaped container. But okay, let me try really quickly to do a really quick summary for Kraut. Okay, so basically, Poppy is a streamer online on YouTube who kind of like rips off of Demon Mama's aesthetic. Poppy is plural, has like 4 altars, I guess, and each one of them has a fursona. I think all of them have a fursona except for one of them, which to me I think is hilarious. But
well, that way she can commission art of her own self, her altar.
Yeah.
What?
Wait, what?
She has that. Yeah, no, that
she does
on her account. Yes,
of the Poppy and Penny. Yeah,
she has art of Poppy's altar, Penny's or persona Penny.
So she has invisible friends who she. What?
No, it's way more complicated than that.
Well, it's anyway. Continue. I'm sorry. You're trying to TLDR this.
Look, I'm not gonna say. You know, chat knows my opinion. I think they're role playing character, but anyways, but chat. Anyways, so going back to this. Okay, so Poppy has like 4 altars. 3 of them have personas, and the other one's a secret protector one. The reason why all of this blew up recently is because Poppy has been slandering a woman, Noehflake, who is with us in the call right now, because Noehflake tried to break up with Poppy before they met up, and then they met up at a hotel and they had, relations. And also prior to that, Noehflake had made it very clear that things had a very slim chance of being fixed between the two of them. This is a poly relationship. And yes, this is, I think this is going to be a hard one for you, Crowd. I'm sorry. So Noehflake had made it very clear prior to meeting up at the hotel that this is a very slim chance of things being fixed. And then they had relations. Next day, Poppy and Zena are screaming at each other in the hotel room. And then Noehflake says, I'm going to go. Poppy starts begging and clutching Noehflake's suitcase for like 2 hours and is begging in front of the door, and Noehflake can't leave. Noehflake finally gets to leave. Then over the next few days, Poppy starts spinning a narrative online saying, I feel so used. I can't believe, I went all this way for her. And then over the next few days, then she starts saying, I believe this is sexual assault by deception. And then she starts changing it to by deception. And then, Yeah, yeah. And then then Milena, who's in the call with us, who has put together a whole bunch of documents. That, 5 months go by with Poppy slandering Noehflake as by deception. And then Milena drops these docs like they're, hot, like they're fire hip hop albums, like diss tracks and shit. And basically they all have logs in them, one after another, hit after hit. And it shows that like they have a very toxic home environment for their kid, where their adult child could only use the bathroom at designated times, could only use the kitchen at designated times, and even when they showed up for their designated time, they often couldn't use those spaces.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's
wow.
complicated as well. But the kid ended up leaving and escaping out of a window or whatever, or and so there's that document.
Out of
they put their
Pushed
suitcases
their stuff out of a window
out
and
of a
said they
window.
were going to the store and
then
with a friend who
bounced,
came to pick them up.
Yeah. And then she did a cleaner, more concise one a few days ago. That one was like 30 minutes long. I'm trying to do this in like 10
that's
or
Feed
less.
on it, girl. Don't get distracted. Don't feed the haters. Go.
Okay. So then there's the Spawn document, which shows that, and Spawn constantly getting like verbally abused and all that.
Poppy is 42.
Poppy is 42. Spawn is the child. Spawn is what they go by online.
Wait. They call. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's their given nickname. Their nickname.
If they call their own kid Spawn.
No.
That's the kid's name for themselves. It's how they wanted to be referred
It's
to
absolute
online.
insanity, by the way, the hours and stuff. And Zena always has a headache, and they are always taking the internet away from the kid. And the kid is trying to get a job, but they're like making this kid do 8 hours of chores and then giving them a list like after they finish the 8 hours of chores to do more chores, and then they'll take away the internet if they don't finish those chores. And then so that's like a whole thing. But then there's another document that talks about Milena's relationship with Poppy and Zena. And again, Poppy and Zena engage in like polyamorous relationships, but it's really just one-sided poly because Poppy wants a harem, is just too afraid to admit it. Yeah, it's just too afraid to admit it. And then there's the other document with Noehflake that show all the logs between Noehflake and Poppy and Noehflake and Zena. And then like this master document that shows all of these different things, and it's just crazy. I don't think I can summarize it in any more detail than that. But yeah, there's a lot of layers.
Here,
stuff.
let me at least take a crack at the general overarching issues. They are, and this is again my opinion based on my assessment of the situation for legal reasons.
These are all
These are people who are very toxic and abuse their community to basically push their own agenda and make their own personal business community issue and weaponize their parasociality to essentially harass and isolate the people that they abuse, and they bill themselves as a safe space for mentally ill and traumatized young and trans people, particularly people who deal with plurality, which is when they have systems like DID and BPD and PTSD, and of course, all the issues that come with being a young queer person or being a queer person in general. So people go to them to find a safe space, and then if they don't fall in line with every single thing that Poppy and Zena want, they get ostracized, and yeah, it's real bad. But it's a community safety issue at this point.
Someone who took advantage of the parasocial relationship that builds up on the internet.
Oh, 1000%.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's the gist of like the behaviors that they commit that are really a problem. Also, they warp reality. They warp definitions to match their reality, so they feel justified. These people are completely detached from actual accountability.
Like by deception could very well be a thing if it were like STIs, right? If somebody wasn't disclosing that they had like AIDS and they had sex with you, right? Or they lied about it. But like somebody who very clearly was trying to break up with you and engaged in this encounter to make you happy and then continue to break up with you, like that's not rape by deception.
The most important part too is that like I didn't want any of that. Like,
you didn't initiate.
Anyway, like she initiated everything, so like she wanted all of this interaction however it happened, and like at the end of it was just like, oh well, like you broke up with me, so now therefore I'm revoking consent like 14-15 hours later.
And how long did it count you after this?
It's been since December.
Yeah.
She still hasn't stopped.
It's been since December.
Did people believe the false allegations?
Some people do.
they've warped it in a way that it makes sense to them, and that's all that matters in their eyes. It doesn't matter what the objective truth is. It doesn't matter how it affects other people who have very real allegations. Like Poppy has openly basically stated that if Haley had stayed with her, that she would not be alleging rape.
I don't care about Poppy and the Zena person, but
Yeah.
does it hurt you? Like, did they like rile up a mob against you, or did you find?
They tried. I have so far gained, I think, 500 followers on Twitter.
Well, they've lost like almost 1,400 YouTube subscribers.
So
yeah. So Poppy jokes about like I should get canceled. Like Poppy's literally made the joke like I should get canceled more often. Like I have found so much support. Meanwhile, she's lost like a bunch of people, and said the person she's trying to cancel has gained people like in support of me. Like I have gained a bunch of people like trying to support me and stuff like that. Basically,
good. It's good that they didn't hurt you that much. Like
I mean, been damage, but
there's definitely like using her legal name and all of that, right?
It has gotten to the point where it's so laughably like fake and incorrect information that it doesn't really affect me anymore, because it's like watching a bad fan fiction that just has my name on it. Like it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. She's been spreading this picture around of Noehflake with the letters with the on it or on it.
Yeah.
And yeah. Yeah, it's pretty.
She has a new one now too.
She does?
What? Yeah, she has a new one now too that says my entire like intended legal name.
Holy.
Yeah.
Haley, you did not give me that evidence. Please pass that on to me. I am gonna pass that on to my attorney.
Yeah.
That's illegal. Like no.
I could probably find it real quick.
Hey, I guess you learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no,
Poppy,
she's
Zena, if you're watching this, this is. I have an actual lawyer, and I'm gonna get a lawyer in each state that I need to make sure that you stop this.
Crazy.
So you want to talk about having legal representation? Go yourselves. Stop this or off. I'm coming after you legally. Litigation. Try me.
I just have to say, I'm so happy to see Kraut. I rarely see him. Guys, if you guys don't know who Kraut is, Kraut makes like the most base videos. I literally I would wait, what?
I feel embarrassed.
No, don't feel embarrassed. I'm so serious. Like I I think Kraut is like my thought leader. Okay, that's what Kraut is to me.
Damn, that's a bold statement.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all. You think you like I'm someone who can just drop $300 into Stardust chat? You want to see me go at Poppy with litigation? Try me.
It's true.
I'm not around. Try me.
Okay,
Poppy
so let's resume this.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's resume this video. They did. This is basically what we're reviewing here. Kraut is like a stream that they did yesterday, kind of talking about the whole situation, and we're going through and debunking stuff
right now. They call trans therapist.
Trans girl therapist.
So that's the thing that they provide. Like, are they?
Yeah, that was her first screen name. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they actually therapists?
Yes, she's a licensed therapist.
Okay.
Yeah, she did get fired
which
from
makes
her
it
job,
so much worse.
Yeah, but she still has her license. Yeah.
License of our stalker, and then proceeded to then help this doc. And you can say, "Oh, you're a parent. You should be bigger than this." Why? What am I doing that's so dishonorable, so bad? Speaking up on my defense?
Any other 24-year-old put out a document for the of it, would you?
Like, I'm not attacking my kid. I'm not saying that they are a terrible person. I think they're being manipulated by a very manipulative woman who even Courtney has said is manipulative. In fact, if I want to be really honest, I think Adrian's a victim in this. I think Transpersian basically found Adrian, weaponized their hurt they have towards Zena, and basically got them to exaggerate all of their claims, because Adrian already, why acknowledge it? Because it's literally costing us subs. It's cost me friends.
Tell me where the screenshots were exaggerations.
Have you read their account of the situation? Like, have you actually read the doc? Like, seriously? Big question here. Have you actually read it?
The screenshots.
Yeah.
But they haven't
talking
read it.
about Noehflake? Are they talking about?
No, they're talking about
Yeah.
Their kid.
Okay.
Oh
Right
yeah.
now, yeah.
No, I mean
Yeah.
the person who manipulated the kid. Is that?
Oh, that's me. That's
No,
me.
that's
I'm the great manipulator. I'm the person who's doing
So you
this just
all-
to hurt them.
So you all live rent free in her head, basically.
Oh, 1000%.
absolutely.
Rent free.
No, that's sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shall we continue?
Like, I just want to be really clear that, yeah, I've had people tell me that, and I'm going to say to this, that's nonsense. Yeah, they took 6 hours because she overstacks it with bad editorializing. It's nonsense. But again, this logic of it perpetuates it.
Wait, so if you read it on stream, why are you here? You already made up your mind.
That's true. You already went over the doc on
here?
stream. You could have contacted us first and asked questions, but you literally...
Hang on.
No, there's not really logs. 60% of it...
Real quick. Hey, chat, were the docs, like, terrible documents with horrible editorializing, and, like, did they take 6 hours on stream because they're terrible? I would like some feedback from people who have watched these.
I always
I can
enjoy
answer.
watching people have, like, really angry conversations with their chat. What are you saying there?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yelling at them. Yeah, hey chat, like, is it that bad?
No, KB in the chat says they were the most informative docs I've ever seen. I mean, like, I will tell you from my experience, chat was simping over you, Miss Milena.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, the docs are really put well together. Milena's editorializing is good. The logs are basically just screenshots showing how crazy P and Z are. And hell no, it was a bunch of images of Poppy and Zena treating people like, yeah, true. Sorry.
I find it interesting that like she's totally cool with people reading the documents and doing whatever, as long as you talk to her first. She has to be the most important one here, and then you can go and look at the alternate information. Which then, if you do that, she will then disavow you and excommunicate you from her community. So it's
Let's not forget Liana Kurtzner's editorializing, where she just reads a couple of quotes from the document and brushes off all the rest, and completely skips over entire sections of it that directly contradict her cherry-picked quotes.
Yeah.
That's not editorializing. No, that's not dishonest. That's not cherry-picking.
Do you know Liana Kirchner, Kraut? Would you have known her?
No, I don't really want to get into that. She's insignificant. She's not even worth the smoke.
That's true.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to bed, little hose.
All right, Malcolm.
Oh, thanks, Malcolm, for being here.
Of course. Peace and blessings, kings and queens. Love you guys lots. Adios.
Bye.
Is literally just Discord vents with no evidence.
And exaggerations of
if you're going to keep lying, I'm just going to hide you. How's that sound?
Hide you?
Nightwild's been through this thing 12 times.
Yeah, from the chat.
Yeah, we banned you immediately because no one's allowed in the Discord. The button doesn't work. If you come in, you immediately get booted out after 10 minutes.
Also, our
Discord's been on lockdown for quite a while.
And our Discord does have rules about harassment. And yes, that harassment applies outside of the server.
You could have just gotten a hold of us from our email. It's literally on the channel. It's literally in the description. You just didn't read.
The about button.
Yeah, you just didn't read, homie.
Wait, this is the joke here. You're a content creator, all right? And you can't even find an email on the about page of our YouTube channel?
Ooh, Zena gets
How am I supposed to take
mad.
you seriously? Like, you want to make claims about us, but you can't even figure out an email to contact us with?
So
this is more real Zena than like most people normally get to see.
Yeah, and this is again them referencing Keldosh in the chat. So
what? Like, how does this make any sense?
So I'm gonna hide you because A, I want to move on to other topics, and B, I just want to be really clear that like
would you just you're talking about them because they won't stop talking about you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is not. I just want to make sure.
Even when they were left alone, basically, like hoping that they would maybe just fizzle out and go away, like they never stopped.
Oh,
yeah.
So,
people accuse us of like continuing this, but like we literally, like they would not stop until they got a response, and so we gave.
You already told me that for 5 months they kept claiming.
They just kept going.
Yeah. So they just won't leave you. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I said this goes every few days, weeks, months.
Oh, it's like daily.
Daily.
It's,
yeah, so they would they would tell Noehflake they would tell people to like block Noehflake, but while also posting about how Noehflake is like a sexual assaulter or like.
She makes like at least like one post about me a day.
Yeah.
On her Twitter.
That's creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
You already chose to read the doc on. As far as I'm concerned, you're dead to me.
Oh no, Keldosh, whatever will you do?
Like you could have chosen to come to us first and ask questions before you just jumped at these allegations.
Ow!
But a lot of people have tried to tell me that
there.
responding to these things will perpetuate them. And what I found is when we went silent for a while, because we did for like a month, we went pretty quiet. You know what we found? It just caused people to start speculating more. I mean, he can stream it all he wants. As far as I'm concerned, enjoy the content.
And again, if you're a content creator who can't find an email, I don't know how to take you seriously.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything.
What good are you?
But the fact that he's streaming this right now, the fact that he's acting in bad faith this much, tells me why exactly we keep the Discord shut down for the time being. Fish Whiskers, you're correct. If I don't address it, then we end up getting like speculation that gets into some really gross territory because they'll just make up allegations. That's what the ZNP blog did. If we do address it, now we're the bad guys because we're perpetuating it. You're right. There's literally no good option.
Apparently, we're just not allowed to ever defend ourselves or correct the record, despite all of this stuff getting spread around anyways.
And again, this is the same thing with my assault. I had people tell me, you need to stop doing this. You need to stop doing this. The optics are bad. And when I would ask them, okay, but tell me what would be good optics then? Tell me what you want me to do.
If we're going to be real, if we want to talk about optics, like if you're involved in a controversy as a content creator, the actual advice really is just lay low. Like stop, if you're the content creator, just don't talk about it. Don't restart the news cycle. These two are too stupid to
walk away.
Do that.
Walk away.
Yeah, walk away. People will forget about it. They will move on eventually. But, if they're not obsessed crazy people, right? I mean, even then, they'll move on. There's always something else. So
they didn't want me to do anything. They just wanted me to shut up. And if that is your answer to me, go f yourself. Seriously. Like, I refuse to be silenced. I just refused. Like, that's all there is. I've lost friends over this. I lost a job over this. I will not be silenced.
Like, is that because you're like, so you're telling her stop calling Noah? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, look,
like,
here's the
I
thing.
won't be silent.
Here's the thing.
No, that's literally it.
She's been talking about this for literally months. So, if you're talking about this for months, when is it enough? When do you think you've gotten through to the people you're going to get through and, you're done? How far are you going to take it? When does it stop?
Walk away.
When does it stop? Really? Okay, we disagree on this. You think that you're not being heard. You think you're being misrepresented. When does that stop? When do you decide you have had enough of just trauma wallowing for this long in something before you just acknowledge that it's healthier for your life if you just stop engaging with it in this way? When does it end?
Yeah.
I'm always going to have my partner's back on this one. He's the one that gets to choose how she wants to handle it.
This is so funny too. I'm always gonna have my partner's back on this while Zena gets the cuck treatment all the time. All the time.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, they were saying the other day that people are using the C slur. Is cuck a slur?
I mean, cuck is kind of a right-wing term, sure, that's used derogatorily, but I wouldn't call it a slur. It's an insult.
Yeah. I mean, it's an insult for some people, right? And for some people, they really lean into it. But I'm just saying, Xena, absolutely was in, the cuck chair. Absolutely. There's, without a doubt,
The way, let's see, that's the thing. The way you're using it there is definitely as an insult, right? And that's all they're talking about.
But
That's
it's
all they're
also
talking about.
realistic. It's also realistic, right? Well, I don't know. Okay.
I don't know.
I'm just gonna be really honest.
Miserable.
Yeah, no, this is miserable.
If you're gonna come into my chat
shit.
and you want to actually engage with me, then you need to actually come to Bang. If you're a streamer, you could have looked up that email. It's down in the description. It's on the channel. You could have looked anywhere else. You tried to join the Discord. Why would you come into a Discord to try to get a hold of us? Nobody responds that way. In fact, there's rules saying directly not to DM us through the Discord. But you probably didn't read the rules.
And try and use the email.
Because the rules would have told you the email.
Yep.
And by the way, just so everybody knows, I've followed these two, right? I followed both of them prior to even covering this stuff. And as soon as I went live on my stream and looked for their Twitter, they had blocked me. I hadn't even gone over the documents yet.
Well, here's another interesting thing, right?
Yeah.
This insistence on email is such a boomer thing. It is so we're gonna block you on Twitter, we're gonna block you on Discord, you're not allowed to join our but email us.
Yeah.
Which we will then ignore because we don't do that anyway.
Write me a letter. Write me a letter, young man.
Right off.
Yeah.
In fact, the paragraph at the bottom saying that we were in lockdown also had the email.
I'm sorry, but
this is how I know you're bad faith.
Of this, why should you even talk to them?
I try to give people their chance to give their side, but they blocked me before anything.
Yeah, but
so
this insistence and you must talk to me. I don't think you have to talk to anyone, to be honest. I mean, okay, it's easy for me to say because I don't talk to anyone, but besides you and a few others, but still, it's a weird thing to say from my perspective.
Yeah.
Well,
No.
I think the interesting thing here is still that they insist that people don't get their side of the story, and they insist that if they end up reading the docs from us first, then they're not worth talking to. well, if our docs are the most visible side of things, do you just expect people to like ignore that and just come straight to you when there's extensive documentation about your abusive behavior? Like, who looks at some docs like this and then goes, you know what? Before reading any of this evidence, I'm going to talk to the abuser.
Well,
Who thinks
she
like
is a
that?
massive fan of priming, so maybe if you read the docs first, you're now primed against her. So
I'm going
Oh,
through a
right,
Twitter
right,
feed, and I saw like now for the first time that yeah, she actually posts stuff. Not Twitter, sorry, Blue Sky. She actually posts
Yeah.
stuff accusing you of being
Yeah.
random Tumblr blogs and like that. Like
Yeah.
with your
That's what
face
they do.
on it. I haven't seen your face until then. Like that's kind of
Yeah.
like just, and all you did was like you slept with her and decided no, leave me alone after that. That's like
I mean,
I was
like honestly, the sex thing wasn't even like important because she's saying by deception, like which literally
what does
doesn't
that
even have
mean?
anything to do with sex. Like it just
No, no,
means
Yeah.
like
by deception in her mind was Haley was not planning on staying with her afterwards, so she lied to her about staying in the relationship, and therefore it's rape.
If
which
Which
she
isn't
didn't
did
even
happen.
that,
true.
if she
Yeah.
did that, that's a shitty thing to do. But it is not.
Which
It's still
it's
not
not even
rape.
true though.
Yeah,
It's
and
not
I have a
rape, yeah.
document with hundreds, like dozens of
Yeah.
screenshots showing that before the trip, Haley specifically said that she was done with the relationship and there was extremely little chance of fixing it, and that she was only
Yeah.
going because they insisted that like they couldn't refund the hotel room and maybe they could have a nice trip. And Poppy herself tried to like pry an I love you or something out of Haley, but Haley was openly saying like, no, I don't feel anything anymore. I don't feel
But-
anything when I see your face or any of that. And then Poppy insisted that Haley pretend that they were not broken up for the weekend so they could just see how it felt.
So
Yeah.
really, like the figure where to get to is like the thing that matters is that she keeps posting this shit. This
Yes.
you're and she just won't stop.
Yes.
She just won't stop, right? And you've tried ignoring it, I guess.
Yes.
As you want, Jesus Christ.
Initially, Haley wanted nothing more than to just leave this behind her.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I just have to say to the chat, look, toxic, you can try to play dumb, okay? I allow anybody of like any political leaning in my chat, but you have to be respectful, okay? You don't have to agree with everything, but you have to be respectful. That is like the bare minimum, okay? You can do better. You don't act like you're dumb. You're smarter than that, okay?
This is how I know that you don't care about the situation. You care about clicks. So why would I ever interact with you? Queen B, I don't care. I made no statement
Fuck
about
you.
his blindness to my knowledge.
No.
Even if I did,
Yeah. No, they tell her she's blind, and she's like, I don't care. I didn't know,
Yeah.
but I don't care. Like,
Wow.
not even an attempt to be like,
No,
oh,
I
I'm
mean,
sorry. I didn't know that they couldn't see the email. Okay, sorry.
It's
Like,
just
there's
that
no
this-
acknowledgement that there was even any like mistake there. It's just, oh, well, I don't care that they're blind. F them anyway. Like, wow.
It's also this like telling them, oh, you only care about clicks. Like, if you gain a following on social media, don't care if it's like 10,000 or more, right? As soon as you get a substantial following, you have a social responsibility on your shoulders, on what you say to your followers. You have a very big social responsibility on your shoulders in that regard.
Yeah.
Because people will do things that you tell them to do. People will believe
Oh,
things
we talked
that you
about
tell
that.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You have the to
Subclaim
not
B.
abuse that trust that people put in the parasocial relationship. One of the worst things you can do to an audience that you have acquired is go point at someone and falsely accuse them of rape. Really bad.
Yeah.
You
Don't worry, it
get
gets
to-
worse.
Yeah, it always gets worse. And like a huge thing I've been reiterating to people, like again, this is a community that is like kind of marketed towards like vulnerable people, and also especially like, you know, there tends to be like a high amount of like trans people in that community, right? And who's going to be the most like likely to not have guidance around them, right? Who are the people who are some of the most vulnerable people, especially if they don't like have families, you know, backing them and stuff like that, right? So it is like kind of it's like, you know, that this is you know, already like a pretty vulnerable group of people, and you're marketing this towards
How
people
many-
who've
how
got
many-
like mental problems and stuff. So
She has 9,450 subscribers. How many followers does she have on Twitter? Does she
And
have
lowering.
Oh no, she used
she
to
has-
have 10,888.
She has like
Okay.
1,100 followers on Twitter, and it's going down
Less than you.
daily.
Oh, less than you. Less than you. Okay.
Oh,
that makes sense.
now it is. Yes, now it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, okay.
Yeah.
Then what's to
Yeah,
say?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, if you were smaller than them on social media, that would make it so much worse. I guess you were smaller with them when.
Oh, I
when-
have. I started this with 250 followers on Twitter and no YouTube channel. I now have 450 followers on Twitter. I've been blowing up over this. I'm milking the clout.
How
God.
do we get out of this? Oh my god.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Yeah. It's a figure of speech. I had no way of knowing. I don't follow this content creator, and they came into here being aggressive. Why do I care?
See, just excuses to not give a shit. It's fucking
Considering the
gross.
massive amount of ableism that's been thrown my way.
Oh, by the way, Keldosh is he, him, or they, them. Just so you all know. So.
Yeah, he, they.
Not particularly compassionate.
Thank you, Poppy.
Mods,
Like
if
reading
anyone else
chat.
comes on stream and starts acting like this, you have my permission to just start hiding them or DMing or timing them out. Your choice. Dealer's choice. Thank you, Ghostly. I appreciate it. It's nothing. It's literally just deflection.
It is just
Yeah, like,
deflection. That's all
Speech to
you're
text would
doing.
have still
bitch.
showed in the email.
Yeah.
Literally every channel has a contact us email. It's literally in the about.
Stop making excuses for being.
Anywho.
See, this is what they do.
We're currently working on the Adrian stuff. There's a couple other projects that are also in the works for this. A dear friend of ours is actually doing all the collating, getting all that stuff together, which is lovely. No offense, but yeah, things have gotten very interesting as of late. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say about that other than just like, I'll be fine.
Hey, pause for a second. Hey, Toxic Angel. I'm a trans woman. I haven't done voice training. Get with the program or f yourself. It's not that hard.
Yeah, I was just about to type that. Yeah, Toxic Angel.
Yeah, at this
don't
point,
make
it's
me...
just malicious.
Yeah,
this is just malicious.
yeah.
He's obviously just ignoring it for his own sake.
Yeah, it's just too much. Here, let me hide them. Yeah,
Yeah,
look,
let's
I
get rid of
mean,
this
if you're
asshole.
gonna be,
Fuck you.
like look, don't be a prick, okay? Like, just, again, there are plenty of people who come into my chat who are regulars who are like pretty conservative, right? And they are able to at least show some respect, okay? Like, it's not that hard. Yeah, it's not that hard, guys.
The rule of thumb
I mean,
I
it's
got
not
right now is that
uncommon,
you
but
can't
like,
hurt me in
don't
any way
just
that
act
matters.
stupid
Like,
about it. Don't insult my
Yeah.
intelligence. That's even
Don't
worse.
yeah, and don't act like you're stupid either. Don't insult your own intelligence. Jesus. You know?
I just hate it when
Like,
people play dumb.
my-
It's not working.
No, it's not. Yeah.
my faith in the online community is basically dead. And so the only thing I can do is build my own community and hope that we can continue to foster the community we have, which is one that supports mental health, that supports people who are neurodivergent, plural, trans, that continues to support inclusivity, that allows people to be there and be themselves. We've gotten so many messages, so many like statements from people that are still in the Discord that have stated like this is their home, this is the place they love being, this is the place that literally makes them
Oh, I got something for
feel
this too.
like they're part of something. And
I got something for this.
Yeah.
In their server, not too long ago, what they did was they asked people, they literally like crowdsourced this information. They asked people in there to tell them like, why are you here? Why do you like us? And people in Safe, which is the entry point of their server, told them all the things that, I have regularly said about their community. It is a good place to be as long as you don't cross Poppy and Zena. But the thing is, the other parts of their community are a ghost town now. Euclid, the level up, ghost town, barely any activity there, pretty much dead because they figured out there were like moles and stuff in there, and unfortunately they got our mole in the last sweep that they did a while ago. Actually, I don't know if they've done another sweep since then, we just don't know, but they got really paranoid and just started shutting that down for a while, and there's not a lot of activity outside of like the Safe area, specifically because like people in there don't really pay attention to the rest of the stuff. They're just vibing. So
Also, one of the most important things to note is that of the responses that they got basically for like why do you still support us and follow us and all that stuff, the vast majority of the people that responded basically were like, oh, I don't have Twitter.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, yeah, it's like they haven't seen any of this.
Yeah.
Nightwell, thank you so much for the membership. Deeply appreciated. Like we recently just had to ban a person on the server, and I was really, really heartbroken about it.
Sorry?
Sorry, no, just an giggle that looked funny.
I tried to be as good faith to this person as possible, but they were doing KF apologia. They were basically making arguments that like, oh, a website can't make someone do something terrible.
What do you think cyberbullying is?
Like,
this has been a public health issue for decades.
Oh, Shelter 42, thank you so much for becoming an MTF member.
Thank you.
Yeah,
But,
never
like,
mind the
yeah, like,
harassment documents they've published.
all I have to
Yeah, or
Never mind
just
what they've done online, as though they're like, oh, I can't control what happens. Oh, I'm going to publish an article with a hit list of usernames and say, oh, I don't engage in inane blood sports, but I didn't say nobody else could. Like, that's not an obvious call to action. And then when people in your server start trying to tell you that's not a good look, that looks bad, you go, oh, I don't see it. You're giving an apology, ban them. Like, no, you.
Yeah.
to say that is like the Christchurch shooting. Like, literally, that person cited Lauren Southern. You're basically making the same argument that stochastic terrorism doesn't happen. Yeah, no, we banned that person because that's how stupid that argument is. It's that bad.
When it leads to really, really poor outcomes when you're following that trail down that are just frankly not data backed or not the reality of how psychology works.
Fish Whiskers, I appreciate that. And, we're going to keep trying to curate a good space. And, like, again, like, to be really super, we had different opinions on Hogwarts Legacy, Say Her Name, and then the Brianna Wu stuff. There was a lot of, I got accused of the reason I support her is because I pass. It was really weird.
And then the stalkers went to it, so.
Yeah, and then it made up some weird claims about fairly legal trans girls, which just even saying it that way has a very porn brain role, but whatever. I think someone in chat said that earlier.
Accusing someone else of being porn brained is hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it.
I've never heard that word before. Porn brain.
Porn brain?
Poppy literally scrolls and retweets porn when she's feeling upset. Her coping mechanism is to look at porn. I'm sorry, what?
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a lot of like you like okay, even if like all this stuff was not surrounding this, there weren't all these controversies surrounding this, like I have to say, I'm so sorry to say it, but like Poppy would still be like a spectacle because just how much she like retweets like furry porn or just like gets furry porn artwork done or
well, I mean that's why Kiwi Farm started tracking her back in 2022. The guy who made the thread guy who made the thread said that he'd started tracking this since 2022. So like this is way before any of us got involved. They were already making lolcows of themselves way before that.
Yeah. I mean, like, and then somebody asked, how many NSFW personas does Poppy have again? Like, 2? Really?
2?
I would say 3 because, like, I've seen the pictures of the third one, okay? And they look a little sus to me, but... Yeah.
I do not want to venture into that space. That's too...
It was an adopt. It was an adopt. They didn't commission that. They just bought that.
Oh, they just bought it. Okay,
so you know.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they
then
literally
that's
just
different.
bought that. Pepper existed as an entity before
But they
Persona.
Furry
They-
porn.
They bought a persona, yeah.
You can buy kind of like a character that someone has made if you think it's cool.
Then
and
how
get
can
the
it be
rights
your
to it,
altar if you
basically.
bought it? How can it be your
No,
altar
it's-
if you
No,
bought it?
it's just
You
the
have
art.
an-
It's just the artwork.
Yeah, you
They
can
just
have an
bought the artwork.
altar. You can have an altar, and then the artwork. Like if you give them a persona that you think vibes with them, and then that's.
I
now their
honestly,
persona.
I honestly don't think there's that much wrong with tweeting or retweeting porn if that's something you do.
I don't
Whatever.
think it's wrong.
But it's the thing of like then going like I assume porn brain means that you're accusing someone of being, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like
a
watching too much
boomer or
porn to the point
something.
where it affects your thought
Yeah.
process. No, like I don't think there's something wrong with porn. Don't get me wrong. But the fact that when Poppy is like freaking out and spiraling, you see her on Twitter just scrolling through and retweeting
Mhm.
porn. Like literally in the middle of like she's done it during some of Sage's suicide spirals. It's crazy.
What? So that's oh god.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like it's not inherently wrong as a concept, and she'll try to make it seem like this is slut shaming or something. Leona Kurtzner tried to say that I was slut shaming because I made polyamory as a play on words. No, it's
Yeah,
not
it wasn't
slut
about
shaming.
that.
It's a way of saying that Poppy doesn't know how polyamory works, and the way that she says polyamory works is exclusive to how she likes to control her relationships. I'm polyamorous for sakes.
Yeah.
I've gone to like massive orgies, like TMI or whatever, but like I have plenty of experience in the kink and poly and queer spaces. Like there's nothing about that that's shaming Jack. It's shaming Poppy for being a piece of shit. And she will try to like spin it out to be about some larger concept that I'm against, so she can character assassinate me and claim that I'm against these basic things. And Kurtzner has done the same thing, but it's not that at all. The way that she does these things is bad. It's not that these things are bad. It's her weird mutations of them are bad.
So I'm sorry.
Just you're gonna have to like
No,
read
wait,
Toxic Ketchup at some point because it's a lot.
She's
Yeah, she's polyamorous, purportedly. She just wants a harem, though. She doesn't want an actual polyamory situation. She wants to own all of her partners.
Yeah.
Allegedly, through my perspective, for legal reasons.
I think your mic is malfunctioning, Kraut.
Yeah, you got some weird stuff going on, but we should definitely continue.
Yeah,
let's
continue.
Going on for a while.
We're almost there.
Almost there.
Like,
Almost done with
I'm
this.
just
Like
honestly
40
gonna
minutes.
say it. Like, our community is gonna keep being here. If you genuinely think these claims are true, then it was nice knowing you.
Yes.
That's better.
Yeah, much better. Yeah.
I'm gonna keep doing the good work that I do. I'm gonna keep trying to work with people and trying to help them grow as human beings. I'm gonna keep trying to put out information and give perspectives on politics and trans stuff. I'm not going anywhere. Neither is Easy. Neither is Sage.
God,
I'm just messing around.
I used to believe in her with this stuff.
You know what we
I
get to
really
celebrate
used
this
to
week?
Believe in her as a person and a force.
Sage is actually going to be getting her vaginoplasty on Thursday.
What is that?
Sage is actually getting her vaginoplasty. Her insurance is covering it. She's getting it through the
Bottom surgery for
bottom surgery.
Yeah.
Okay.
same place I did.
Phenomenal work. Have like just amazing people around it.
Like, just notice this stuff. Like, seriously. Like, we're still thriving. I still had my FFS in January. Like, mom is not looking bad for 40. I'm just saying.
You're
We got
40.
Bonbons. I know she
42.
can't really be in the background of our bed anymore, but
And you're
she's
doing
43
great.
now.
Figure out, like, a
She's
little
43
platform
now. Her
for her
birthday was
bed.
ago. Yeah, it was last week.
I don't actually care.
No, I just know her age bothers her. So
She looks
Be
a lot
accurate.
younger. She looks a lot younger.
She does. No, she looks good
Yeah,
for her age.
she does.
so that way she can still frame.
And there's some other stuff we got percolating in the background. Basically, as far as, like, the job hunt and work life and that stuff, I'm just not, at this point, going to be bringing it up on stream because I just don't see a purpose to. Anything I tell you guys is just going to be weaponized against me. And at this point, I just would rather keep that part of my life separate. The fact that anyone went after it in and of itself just proves that they are
Finally.
really scuzzy people.
Poppy,
This never
you
had to
just
go to
brought
my
it up
job.
on
Never
stream.
did.
Again.
But No did it because that's how she works. She wants to hurt people.
No,
And she just
it was
No,
because
how-
you wouldn't stop hurting people. You
How
stupid
can
bitch.
you
So-
do this? No.
Do you want to know my reasoning for going after her job? Because in a way, I did. And I'll admit that I tried to get her fired. Because she's literally has the reading comprehension of like a 12-year-old and like has proven multiple times that she doesn't understand multiple different mental illnesses that she claims to be an expert on. She spreads like really
Ableist as
transphobic.
fuck.
She's
Ableist as
ableist as
fuck.
she abused her own kid. Like, there's so many reasons why this woman is dangerous and should not be a therapist. It's like
she should not be
used
entrusted with the safety of other people.
she
period.
used her own clients to vent about her relationship issues and her own harassment campaign against me. Like, this woman should never be talking to people that are paying her for help.
Also, I just to answer a question in chat from Toxic Angel. I currently have an attorney. I'm currently looking at attorneys in New York. We are doing consultations with those attorneys and vetting them to see who is best for this situation. And I have the money to do it. I do not give a. This is about what's right. So if they want to come at me, I'm not taking them to court just yet. But we are lawyering up. So I
Yeah,
dare
Megan.
them to try me. With
I
the,
agree,
with the path they've been
Megaritz.
taken. Sorry.
Oh no, it's just responding to Megaritz, like just like yeah, no, she shouldn't be in a position of authority. And yeah, there's
absolutely.
like legal discussions going on and things like that. Like
Yeah.
Thank you. I've put a lot of work into this so far, and
Yeah.
honestly, the approach I've taken has been like an investigative journalism, evidentiary approach, and it has been to an extent where if there are claims that I have made, there are receipts to back them up. So I have way better standing to survive in court than she does if she wants to go that route. So I yeah,
What would you?
around.
What would you sue them over?
Defamation for one.
it's defamation.
That's the slam dunk very easily.
Defamation
Okay, no.
and harassment
Oh,
both work.
Oh wait.
Yeah.
They
Yeah, yeah.
know so that you have evidence that they know that they are lying.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
what the documents are. I have hundreds of pages of it.
Oh my god, these
Yeah.
idiots.
Yeah,
So
no,
they
they're
admit-
stupid. They really think that they're cooking here, but they are starving in a trash pile.
So they know that when they accuse Noehflake here of being that they are lying.
Well, they see it as
They've
they are
admitted as much.
convinced-
Yeah.
Yeah, like they are convinced, quote unquote, that allegedly that it's
And
all
that's-
true in their mind, but like yeah, it's just not.
No, they
How
they
is it
openly
possible?
said that the reason that they changed the words from sexual assault to is because it wasn't getting enough traction and people were questioning her story. So she decided to use stronger language because she decided to not be accurate in her words anymore. She openly said that. And then when I told her about that during that last week that we were talking, she said, actually, I've changed my mind. I've decided that it is accurate now. So, whatever. But let's see how that stands up in court, you idiot. Come
Yeah.
at, bitch.
I do want to say, Antenna Cactus, you are repeating the same thing I said when I first came across this. Imagine going to the first session with a new therapist and Poppy walks in through the door. Oh man, yeah, it would be something.
Tells you about the internet.
Yeah.
There's God.
Yeah, I'd be like, sorry, I gotta go. I gotta go. See ya.
If I post hoc is
And
her defending herself. It's really strange.
And yeah, she's out like Billy Mitchell.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we should get to segments.
Yeah, here we go.
Reminder, by the way, when we say, we'll see you in the next one, we are referring to the segment. The segment is ending. We will tell you if stream is ending. Otherwise, assume that when we do that, we're pausing so that the editor has some time to...
No, you can keep going. They're literally just like being like, oh yeah, here's where we break up the
shelter
things to make videos.
Right.
Okay, so here's the thing. This is the end of when they start talking about us generally, and when they start talking about the battleism. I will have less to say in this part. Like, I am not directly involved with this, but as far as I can tell, this is centered around the controversy with Benjanoon. And I know that there are...
Milena. It's literally my section.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, this is Haley's deal. This is Haley's deal. I'm going to step back here.
Okay,
Haley.
so me not being a battle myself, because I am just loosely involved with the people, and I do actually agree with like a lot of the things that they're standing for and going for. Like this is the funniest thing to me, because like if you listen to everything that Poppy is about to say and agree to and all of this stuff, she 100% agrees with the side that she is standing against. Because effectively, so this all started out with a group of, I believe it was a group of trans men and cis men released an author list being like, hey, here's a bunch of trans authors, and it was exclusively labeled as trans authors, not trans men, not trans, like, non-binary, not anything like that. It was just, here's a list of trans authors that you should check out because they're writing great stuff. Not a problem with that. Like, totally cool. Probably some of those authors are great. I don't know. There wasn't a single trans femme representation on that entire list, and it was like 30-something or 40-something like people long. And that is a running trend with authors and publishing and things like that trans women and trans femme representation is basically just shut down and not represented like ever, which is a real issue. So Benjanoon, for the life of me, I cannot pronounce her last name, made a point to just point out, hey, you guys haven't included any trans femmes on this list. Is there a reason for that? Would you like some suggestions? I've got some people that you can add to your list. And instead of the reasonable thing of, our bad, give us some names, we'll add it to the list, it immediately became accusations of like, well, you're not part of our community. We asked our Discord. No one like did anything here. It was just a lot of excuses, a lot of accusations, and immediately attacking like B for even suggesting that they add like some trans femmes to this list. And from there, this was like 7 or 8 months ago. From there, it has spiraled into this group of trans men and non-binary people, but like I will use this because it is relevant. AFAB non-binary people. It has spiraled into them throwing crazy accusations, tons of trans misogyny, like basically it's like telling trans women that they like. My favorite quote was that trans women are the landlords of trans people, which I don't even know what that means.
We control the space, I guess, and decide who gets to talk or whatever.
Yeah, pretty much. Like that we are like the only ones represented, and therefore we're the ones like that are, regulating everything and stuff like that, like when it comes to trans people. And it's like none of this is even relevant or true. It just literally became like this crazy amount of trans misogynistic discourse And there, like, some of the things being said too was like, why are you trans women siding with a cis woman instead of us? We're trans too. We should be your community. But like, the cis woman is the ally here, and the trans men in the situation were literally attacking us just for like wanting to be, not even wanting to be added to a list, like just literally asking like, hey, what's the deal here? So like, they started calling a group of trans women Baeddals, which is a, I guess it like, so a Baeddal, I guess, is like the etymological root of the word bad, which it originally meant, I guess, a queer or affectionate man or a hermaphrodite. So this is a slur against both intersex people and trans femmes, despite them saying that it has nothing to do with trans femmes whatsoever. So they started calling this group Baeddals, like the trans men did. And they kept going and kept going and kept going so much that effectively this group of trans women just were like, we're gonna own it. Like, we're gonna like ironically use this word. Shout out to Beelzebub is my favorite rendition of this, by the way. Fantastic. But like, yeah, so effectively, like, there was a movement on Tumblr years and years and years ago where some people went into like some really rad femme stuff about like what, like, they started calling themselves Baeddals. And yeah, it is here on screen that like it was a sort of feminist movement from Tumblr, I guess, like that. So because that existed back then, people started calling the people who are rightly feminists, because it's a bunch of trans women and like just like cis allies and stuff like that. So they started calling us all Baeddals, and we just kind of started owning it as an ironic thing. And from there, now Poppy has decided to jump in on this, and like her entire proof that everything is wrong is an article that goes over the Tumblr version of Baeddals that have nothing to do with anything that's going on now. And they were very, like, I guess in some cases they were very radical and like very radical feminists in some things, like and stuff like that. Whereas like all that we want now, like the people that are being called Baeddals now, just are kind of pushing back against some misogyny and pointing out that misandry really isn't real. And we're not here to like actively harm or like control trans men's lives. We just wanted some representation. I think, what else did they say? They said that like Julia Serrano has blood on her hands. And Julia Serrano wrote The Whipping Girl.
Yeah, Whipping
which
Girl.
It's a book about transsexual women and sexism and the scapegoating of femininity, basically. And these people are actively against like Whipping Girl as being a positive thing for trans women, which in feminism itself, which it absolutely is. It is like totally a good positive thing about the feminist movement and like trans activism and stuff like that. Like these people are pushing back against all of these ideas of like trans femininity and things like that. It's absolutely crazy, and using the Tumblr version of Baeddal doesn't even apply here because it's not even right. And Poppy will admit that very quickly.
Well,
before she goes into this.
Here's an interesting thing to consider as well. Generally, when Poppy tackles issues of like trans masculine concern, it's because Zena tends to bring them up. Because, you know, trans masculine erasure is Xena erasure, and Xena erasure is a major problem everywhere, and everything that ignores Xena has to do with bigotry and trans masculine erasure instead of Xena having all the personality of a houseplant. The other side of it is that Xena had a call-out post from 2014 on Tumblr citing that they were going into queer spaces and assaulting women in them, and that they are a danger to trans women in particular, and have attacked and preyed on trans women sexually. And this is all allegations. This is just a Tumblr post, all right? But the account that made that was named Baeddal Moon. So Zena has some history with Tumblr Baeddalists. I don't know how valid those claims are. I don't know whether that Baeddal account was actually bad or not. What I do know is that Zena has history with this kind of going way back. And there may be, you know, if we want to talk about ulterior motives, something to consider.
And that's a good point too of what Rain just said in the comments too. Is like that was another one of the things that the trans misogynists effectively were pushing was like trans women have privilege because we can't get pregnant. So like if we're raped, then like we can't get pregnant from that, and therefore that is a privileged position on our part. Like that is the level that these people have gone into against like effectively just some feminists. And like that's literally it. Is just people pushing back against some patriarchy. And like that's all that the Twitter battles are, is a bunch of honestly, it's a bunch of women that are just sick of seeing people like pushing against us and trying to push like this narrative.
I am gonna say I don't know how much more I have to say that would actually be like useful at this point.
Yeah.
And it is getting late, and unlike Poppy, I have work in the morning, so I do need to go.
I appreciate
thank
you joining.
so much.
Yeah,
I know
thank you
it's been
so
a
much.
long way. I know that it's been like a lot of talking, and I just really appreciate you, not just in your empathy for your coverage, but in giving us the space to talk about this, because as you've seen, the lies come a mile a minute, and it's really hard to like just push back. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for giving us all the important context and everything. I really appreciate it. By the way, how long was I streaming the wrong window for? You guys didn't tell me at all that I wasn't streaming the video.
Oh, I don't know.
You were on like your Twitter DMs for like a hot second.
Oh, for real? Damn.
Yeah.
What a weird way to get to know someone.
Yeah.
Right? Nice to meet you, crowd. But yeah, thank you everybody. That was a lot. I've never been on a stream like this before. Thank you for a wonderful first time. I'm not counting the President Sunday thing because that kind of went weird, but yeah, this is
no, look,
this was great. Thank you so much for your hospitality and your.
I really do.
You know him too. Interesting.
Yeah, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us, Miss Milena, and thank you for putting together the documents. It's like, yeah, I mean, I don't think this would have gone anywhere as far without them. So I do really appreciate it. And I appreciate you being willing to talk to me as well. So.
Absolutely. I will continue standing up for their victims as long as I need to until they stop harassing them and hurting more people. So I'll be around for a while, I think.
Good night.
Take care, everyone. Good night.
Yep.
Good night.
I will also point out that the battles in this instance are against people that are also claiming stuff about male socialization and how inherent it is in trans women, and like that, like we suffer from male socialization, and so like it's stuff like that. Like it's stuff that just isn't real, and is very like demeaning and degrading to people that grew up. And like honestly, trans women don't necessarily have any sort of quote unquote male socialization. Like it's just brains work in a very different way than that.
Yeah, it's like I don't know, it's like complicated, right? Because like there's obviously like societal pressure, but like but that's a bit different, I guess, you know.
But societal pressure doesn't necessarily mean like we grew up and like literally are men, therefore like those people are better because they grew up as women, is effectively like kind of what they're getting at. Is like it's a lot of like so people
it's weird.
You'll probably see a lot about like the birthday boy thing, which is the whole meme of just like it goes back to that meme of like the guy who's this little short guy who keeps like scuffing up on really tall people and then like acting all big and tough, and as soon as the big guy turns around and is like gonna go and hit him, it's like, whoa, no, I'm just a little guy, it's my birthday, I'm just a little birthday boy, I'm harmless, kind of thing. That's effectively like all that they engage in this, where like it's a lot of they throw out like a bunch of accusations and attacks, and then the second that like trans femmes basically turn around and like call them out on it, they just go, oh, whoa, no, why are the trans women attacking me? Like it's that on repeat.
Yeah.
Constantly. And it's
Yeah.
so irritating.
Yeah.
And again, Poppy really honestly agrees with the Baeddals in this instance. The entire article that she goes over basically will, like, it ends up agreeing with a lot of things that, like, the Twitter Baeddals say.
Yeah. Interesting. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a good explanation because I had no idea about any of this, you know?
Oh, it's
yeah.
even crazier than that. Like, I have literally been on, like, the outskirts of this because I'm not even technically, like, I'm not even really, like, involved. Poppy only brings me into this because I'm friends with Faerun, sorry, Athena, and Benjamin, and those have been, like, some of the three major people involved fighting back, basically. And because they're associated with me, she hates them, and therefore she is now attacking them. And I will say that, like, there has also been, because I see Small Moth here in the chat, there's been a lot of instances where someone related or close to her will say some of these things, or she has, in some instances, problematically said words. But, like, a lot of times, like, people are associating things people around B have said with her directly. And the, like, creator of the soup can extension put together some hit piece against B that includes a bunch of misinformation and, like, fake docs and stuff like that from way back when, because she did used to be a problematic person, but it was like back in, like, 2010s, and she has since apologized for that and become, like, a hardcore, like, trans ally in the meantime. But they're still going back to, like, 2010 for this information, or, like, 14 years ago to find information about her to prove why she's a terrible person. And there's instances where these links are dead because it's so old and outdated that, like, there's not even actual links to this information anymore. And yeah, it's just like why, like, they're painting her as some Thai millionaire who pays off trans women to support her, and also was the cause of, like, 6 people dying.
That's wild. Yeah, that's wild.
And it's like none of this is actually true or has real evidence behind it other than, like, one Tumblr blog kind of thing.
Damn.
But she does care about trans men and trans masks, but her first and foremost, like, thing is that she does support trans women.
Yeah.
I
mean,
like,
yeah.
I'm not saying
that
B is, I'm not saying B is innocent. Like, she does have some very staunch claims, and she is very, like, powerfully motivated to support trans women. But the thing is also, Small Moth, is that all of this has proven effectively that there's no real trans community here. Because there's a bunch of trans women that are supporting each other, and then there's a bunch of trans men and non-binary people that are attacking us effectively, and it's like it's two different communities clashing together.
I have to tell you
that it's so bizarre.
I have to tell you that it's 9 in the morning. I haven't slept all night. I have to go to sleep.
Oh, okay. Thank you for joining us, Kraut. I appreciate.
Will these two also whine about me?
I don't think so, but yeah.
I hope they leave you alone.
I think I'll be. I don't know about
It's loosely
Noehflake.
tied to Poppy.
No, I mean, I hope Noehflake. I hope they leave.
Yeah.
You
Oh
alone.
yeah, no, I really doubt it, but, like, same.
Okay, have a good one.
I have a good one. Yeah,
that was cool.
This whole situation just has, like, multiple layers. It's so complicated.
It sounds really complicated, honestly. Like, I was so confused watching this segment. I was like, what is this? Yeah. I mean, like, look, even with, like, if we were going to talk about, like, societal pressure, right? Like, I don't know that there's, like, a benefit to, I don't know that there's, like, a benefit to, like, this, okay, like, the privilege thing is, like, absolutely insane because you still present as a woman, right? You still inherit you still inherit the biases that people have against women and the, like, assumed, submissiveness or whatever that might have towards a woman. Like, I don't know. It's so strange to me. Like, maybe I can see some arguments, but, like, I don't even think like even if male socialization were like a thing, like I don't think it would be a bad thing. Like there are certain traits I will like admire in trans women where I'm like, oh my God, like why don't I ever do that? You know, why don't I ever just think about things that way? Why don't I ever just like do that thing, right? But like I don't know that it's like that, like it's like I've ever seen it widespread in a way that it's like problematic, you know. It's just things that I wish like I was a little bit more like forward on, or I could advocate for myself a little bit better, right? But nothing more than that.
And I
know?
mean, honestly, like a bunch of women effectively pushing back against the patriarchy, like really isn't an attack on trans guys.
No, it's not.
Like they are technically a part of it, but at the same time, like just
they're
don't
affected by it.
Like don't have like the patriarchal mindset, and it's cool. Like that's been like the biggest thing about all of this is like I think I saw some statistic of like out of I gotta pull that back up. B actually went through like I guess some statistics on the author thing, because like that was a big part of the beginning of this was like that there was a whole entire thing about basically like trans women authors being less represented than trans masc authors. And it effectively turned out like out of a list of all of the books being published this year, I think like 24 of them were like trans men or non-binary people, and like 6 were from trans women. And it's like it's not because there's a lack of trans women trying to get published, it's just because they just don't get represented.
That's pretty wild. Yeah,
it's crazy.
I mean, look, again, I will say like I do think that trans women inherit a lot of like the societal like biases and a lot of the like the oppression and stuff that you know cis women go through, right? So even if like let's say like the societal pressure before transition is different, like as soon as somebody transitions, it seems like they have all the same pressures pushing down on them. And so I don't understand like I just don't understand this, like, you know, that like I think that you can see kind of like how women are kind of like pushed down quite a bit, or not pushed down, but like told to be quiet in a lot of places, right?
And that's what's happening. That's literally like all that's been happening for like 7 months is just a bunch of people being like, hey, trans women, shut up, you're not being oppressed, like you're actually the landlords and controlling the entire narrative. And it's wild.
It sounds like a how do I delete this person? Oh, okay, there we go. Sorry, I was looking on.
No, you're
okay. I honestly, it is like 3 a.m. I might watch the rest of this later. Is that gonna bother you?
Totally fine.
Okay.
No, I mean, like honestly, I think like that's probably the most important part is to just keep in mind that like the Twitter battles is the only thing is just like there's a difference between like Twitter and the Tumblr version that existed 14 years ago or whatever. Like the Twitter ones are more or less just being like, hey, stop with the patriarchy. We're not actually the ones like controlling everything. We just wanted to be added to like a list of authors, and not even like wanted to be added. We just asked why we weren't added in any way to that list, and if they wanted some suggestions. And it's
wasn't
turned,
even an
like,
accusation. It sounds.
I have a meme of it where it's like the guy like hitting the little like dominoes thing, and it just says like trans femmes notice that a list of books by trans authors has no trans femme representation, and it ends with state-sponsored brothels, fantasies of rad trans femme internment, incitement to violence, coercive and corrective threats on Tumblr asks, and anti-feminism derangement. Like that's where it's gone to. Is like it's insane.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Like, I don't know. That's what you're talking about though, like with that statistic you were talking about. That actually really like actually makes me feel better as somebody who's just like a cis woman, right? Because sometimes I think like, okay, maybe there's something I'm not doing right. Maybe there's some mannerism that I'm not doing right. Maybe there's my behaviors are just making people like not see me, right? And thinking about that statistic, it's like, okay, if I believe in, like, every like trans woman I feel like I've spoken to is like super well spoken. If that's like the case, then, and they're still not getting like recognized, like, I guess yeah, that kind of like makes me feel better, you know? So
I guess it's just a thing. Like, I haven't tried to get anything published myself yet, but like B has been in the author world kind of thing for a lot longer. Like, she has 2 co-writers, I believe, and they're both trans women, and they've, like, the 3 of them in some cases, 2 of them in other cases, stuff like that, have written a ton of books and tried to get them published and things like that. And like, she has noticed the trend that trans women often don't get published, or like get turned down for opportunities, like a lot more than a bunch of trans men will like have tons of things published and get like, and not even just get things published, like, you know, the whole thing with like writers and stuff like that, where like the publisher will pay you a bunch of money and then you kind of like live off of that money while you write. Like, trans men are getting like a huge amount more of that money and like better deals and better offers and stuff like that than trans women are. And in some cases, like, trans women are still having to have like jobs and things like that to continue like living, even though they've gotten a stipend. Yes, thank you. But like, trans men won't have to do the same things because they just get it. And I'm not saying this is the case all the time, obviously, but like, it is very much more towards trans dudes and like just cis dudes in general than it is for like women as a whole, or trans women especially.
Yeah. Wow. Kay says, LOL, weird way to gender affirm, which is true.
It is.
It's a very weird way to gender affirm. Raincloud is saying, I have been writing a tabletop RPG with 2 other trans women, and we have been turned down multiple times for any publishing deals by indie publishing studios. Yeah. That's pretty wild, but it definitely really does make me feel so much better. Like, I always felt like there's something I'm not doing it right. Like, there's something I'm doing wrong.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know. Just hearing that, like, the experiences like across the board. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, like, going over the rest of it later obviously is totally fine. It's just like a keep in mind as you're going over it later, like, just like, I guess the whole like normal feminist takes versus like the patriarchy and who Poppy says is the wrong one here. Because I will say the Tumblr battles were very much like radical feminists in some cases, and they had some pretty crazy ideas.
Yeah.
And that's not anything. Oh, I actually just found the statistics. In the total number of 2024 titles coming out from trade publishers, 28 of them are from transmasc, non-binary, cis men, stuff like that. So 16 of them are from transmasc people. So this is 28 total are from like these kinds of people, and 8 of them are from effectively like trans women.
Oh, wow.
So it's like trans men are literally getting twice as many published, and it's not from a lack of trans women trying to get anything published. It's literally just not happening. Yeah.
Damn. Well, I appreciate you joining. I think I'm going to probably end stream here. Chat, thank you for being here. We'll try to resume this tomorrow, though it may start late because it is like 3 a.m. where I am. So I don't know what time it is for you, Noehflake, but I appreciate you.
It is 3 a.m.
Oh, really? We're in the same time zone. Damn.
We are.
Yeah. Damn. What a long stream. That was amazing though. It was like so many bombshells. Like, amazing. Thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you giving me a chance. So
yeah, like I said, I watched a couple streams and stuff like that, and it's like you definitely seem to be trying to be really good faith about it, and I'm not gonna slander Malcolm or anything. No, I'm just kidding. Like, it's mostly like, I know Poppy has been being like, oh well, she's just gonna go on a media tour, and it's like, no, I just, after it's been like 4 months of being slandered and like harassed and all this, like, at some point it's kind of funny that someone finally started being like, hey, let's go get Noehflake's side. And yeah, a lot of it was thrown out in the documents and stuff like that, but like, no one's like talked to me.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you got your story out. That's definitely important. I'm gonna pop out of the voice call, but chat, thank you all for for joining us. I really appreciate it. And yeah, it's been really good. So I'm gonna pop out of the voice chat, but thank you so much for joining us, Noehflake. I really, really appreciate it. It was great getting to know you.
Thank you for
as well,
having me.
So yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, chat. What a night! Holy moly! You know, what a night! What a crazy bombastic night. Stardust, I can't rewind the stream. Will you be reposting it? I missed a few hours in the middle. Yes, I will be reposting it. I will be reposting it. And yeah, sorry that people are having trouble rewinding. Don't worry, it'll go up. I just need to check a couple of things and then I'll put it up, okay? The biggest bombshell for me was learning that we met in person. True. Damn, what an amazing, like, so many bombshells were dropped tonight. Like, holy moly, what the frick, dude? What the frick? Amazing. Crazy. Yeah, I'm just so tired. I was gonna have more people call in. But this took way longer than I thought it was gonna take. It took us like 8 hours to get through like 1 hour of this stream. So I'm gonna have to be this URL at the current time. Stars, can you now change the YouTube, Twitch, Twitter name to Space Dust? I like Stardust though. Star, you're not doing anything wrong, just be you. Thank you, I appreciate that. You know, haters gonna keep hating. What are you gonna do? You have proved your relevance. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hot new drama streamer. You should have called Richard Spencer. Yeah, got his take on this one. Yeah. Wow, that would have been amazing suggestion there. Yeah, need to get his opinion on what's going on here. It would be terrible, dude. Can you imagine the types of people that would, dude, base stream? Get his nuanced expert opinion. Yeah, expert opinion. Okay. All right. Nice. It was cool to have Kraut jump in too. That was awesome, honestly. Pretty well that you got to have so many first-hand sources present. It's cool that you were able to give them a platform to respond on. Yeah, it has been very cool. I'm very, very grateful. I'm very blessed. Even though I don't believe in anything, a god or anything, I'm very blessed, okay? And I do appreciate it. Based in law pilled, stoked for the transcripts. Honestly, like the fact that she has the lawyers on deck, Milena has the lawyers on deck, like, yeah. You definitely need Malcolm when y'all go over the Baeddal stuff for a different perspective. Yeah, I think I might ask Malcolm if he's free tomorrow to go over that with me, to explain it from his perspective. Yeah, I was just trying to understand the situation. It's perfect though. He was like the perfect person to have in here because it was like, he was like, what is this? What's going on? And he was like, his mind was blown for every new thing. By the way, guys, if you like the content, please consider subscribing, super chatting, becoming a member on YouTube. I greatly appreciate it. We got one new member. We've got 87 likes on the YouTube stream, and we've got $43 in super chat. So I appreciate you all. Okay. I wasn't sure who was who, but interesting to hear the people directly involved being able to speak on it. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, guys, with this VOD is I'm going to download it, and then I'm going to cut out the part with the music in the beginning so I can at least get some ad revenue. So, yeah. Kraut was a trooper for trying to take it all out. This is so funny, though. It was so funny. Okay, so let's see. Who are we going to redirect to? Who's online right now on YouTube? I just want to know if Milena put Poppy in a jar, like Witch Chalk is always saying. That's a good question. I should ask her. That would be really funny. I will say I was a little bit thrown off by the witch stuff. Not the witch stuff in general, just like the wording around that. I was like, oh no, this is going to get me in trouble. Like, damn. So, damn, there's nobody online right now. I really am like the only person. And none of these people, I'm assuming I can't raid any of these people. We might just have to call it a night. Or maybe I'll raid into Adult Swim. Do they allow raids? They have like a Space Ghost marathon going on. Nope, I can't find them. Yeah. Is Lo-Fi Girl on? Where's Lo-Fi Girl? Lo-Fi Cat. Okay, we're gonna raid into Lo-Fi Cat. Alright, guys, wait, no. That's not even live right now. What the frick? Why is it so hard to find somebody to raid into on YouTube? Lo-Fi. There is Lo-Fi Girl. Yeah, we'll raid into Lo-Fi Girl on YouTube. Oh, is Kid Not Kin online on Twitch? Not Kin. He is online. We're gonna raid into him. I just came on. I'm all pumped to talk about President Sunday. Jesus Christ! What? He's right in the chat. You're gonna hurt him like that? I love Space Ghost. Yes, but there's like a Space Ghost marathon going on Adult Swim's YouTube right now. Yeah, this is a pretty good night, guys. I've been enjoying this. Thank you all for joining me. I will see you guys soon, okay? Right, I love you all. Come back tomorrow. Probably gonna be starting late. Probably like around 6 or 6:30, honestly. Because I can't start at like my normal time, like 4:30, when I go for this long into the night. I just can't. I can't. I pass out. I'm done, you know? Okay, ending the YouTube stream. I love you all very much. Come back soon, okay? And did we raid? Yeah, we're gonna raid him. We're gonna raid Kid Not Kin right now. I'm not waiting for all the people, okay? You guys are gonna go.